Good morning, JD.
Hey, what up, everybody?
Nothing to talk about today.
Yeah, no, not a lot going on. We're diving deep on what happened in the second quarter of that Heat Cavs game. A lot of Andrew Wiggins on ball. Is that the best way to use him? We'll find out. And what happened to Jaime Jaquez? We'll explore all of that on Sacramento Sports. In my Coach Christie era, good morning. You get the belt. Nice job.
Good morning, everybody.
Boy, did they. Like an MF. What up, Johnny G? What up, David? Warren, we are up in here. Katrina, good morning. Will Z's already... You know it's a big day when Will Z is in here at like 9:40. What's up, Scooter? Who else is in there? Marcus is here. Oh, Rob Nacho is here. Adam's here. David Jackson is here.
I see David Jackson and Scooter and Katrina.
Local guy. Local guys here. That's also how you know it's a big day.
Doug Christie. That is all.
Yeah. What up, Drew? What up, Toxic? Oh, hey, it's Rust Dog. Hi, Jared. Oh, okay. You know it's a big day when Will Z's in the chat early then.
Who got the belt?
Got lazy. In my Coach Christie era, I got the belt.
Oh, that's right.
What up, P-Dub? Yeah, we
What's
did
up,
this.
Lazy?
We're going to start doing this every day. Matching our colors.
And not telling Joe every
no,
time.
leaving Joe out of it.
Yeah.
We are a little matchy. Look at that.
Yeah, more that kind of like steel blue. I don't even know what color.
Well, it's kind of like a themed. I don't know.
I got nothing. What's up? What's up, Toy Rizzo? What's up, Moshe? What's up, Miguel?
Oh, no. Did this really happen?
What?
What's up, Drew Down?
Chris Lamb. I don't even want to put that up there, but.
Oh, dear. What up, Tara? All right, fine. To heck with you then. Bye. What's up, Jonah? Here we go. God, I'll tell you, there's nothing better than preparing for a show and having Sacramento Kings news break. It is my very favorite thing, and we're going to talk about that news. Doug Christie is your head coach of your Sacramento Kings. Congratulations to Doug Christie. We will dive into that, but first, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil behind the glass. We are live on 1320 a.m. on your radio dial, but of course, we are also on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. When you're done watching us on YouTube or Twitch, if you've got to go outside or whatever, take a radio with you and tap into 1320 a.m. and we will be rocking with you there. Okay, so we had George Kittle agreeing to a contract extension this morning.
Massive.
I'm sorry, let me back up even before that. Shaquille O'Neal is going to be the general manager of Sacramento State men's basketball. Obviously,
Shaq State.
easy connection to make.
Shaq State.
Yeah, we always everybody knew that was kind of, I'm joking, out of nowhere.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And then George Kittle's extension happens. And I'm going, okay, we got Shaq and George Kittle. We got some playoff game. And then Shams Charania breaks the news this morning.
No one then.
Dude, where's my car reference?
Yeah, dude, where's my car reference?
10:01 a.m. on a Tuesday? That's insane.
No one then.
No, and then we get news from Shams Charania, of course, that Doug Christie signed a multi-year deal to be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Scott Perry has now checked his first major box as the GM. When he had his introductory presser, we said, hey, what's the first order of business? And collectively, it was like, well, you got to hire a coach.
Yeah.
That's step one. He said as much. He said he expected it within the week.
Yep.
I said Wednesday because his presser was last Wednesday. I said last Wednesday, if we get into Wednesday, tomorrow, then I would think they're looking for somebody who's not Doug Christie. And lo and behold, That agreement has been reached. Doug Christie is the head coach of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, so I kind of looked at this in the same way that we looked at the Malik Monk coming off the bench thing, right? The moment you put Malik Monk in the starting lineup, it was kind of over.
Mm-hmm.
The moment you gave Doug Christie the interim job and he didn't just completely fail, that's when you knew that he was probably going to be back. Because, like, look, Doug has a lot of fans within the organization.
Mm-hmm.
The organization, like Vivek, Matina, like there are a bunch of people in the front office. Vlade Divac, who is on the payroll. There are a lot of people who love Doug Christie and want nothing more than to see him succeed. This is one of those moments, though, where, like, look, if this is what you're doing, and like I think everyone out there, you can make your own mind up, but I mean, the guy went 27-24 in one of the most chaotic seasons I've ever covered. Like I watched Tyrone Corbin go 7-21 in a very similar situation, and they didn't even trade the team's best player in the middle of that run, right? So he had a solid team that was like 11-13, and then the wheels fell off completely. I think Doug did a really good job of like reining this thing in, keeping the wheels on the bus. It wasn't a great finish. They finished like 7-13 over the last 20, something like that. But at the same time, he showed that he was at least a leader of men. And now it's time that you go get him the right staff, the right coaching staff. You allow him to go choose his staff. You give him a blank check and say, go ahead and spend. Like you go get, if it's one head coach, if it's two head coaches, former head coaches that you put on your staff, whatever it is, go build that staff so you feel supported in the right way.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for my guy. I mean, like, look, nobody loves the Sacramento Kings like Doug Christie.
Sorry. Are our lights different today?
I don't know. Did you just get like shined upon?
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't let that distract me. Doug Christie. Yeah, you said it, man. I guess for me, it's less like I know Doug personally, so like I'm excited for him in that regard. But in terms of just like the on-court, like separating from that, I have no idea whether Doug is a good coach or not.
Of course not.
So I whether this is the right hire is TBD. The key is everything you just said. Whoever it was, whether it was Doug Christie or Dave Yeager or random person we've never heard of or Joe Brazil, whoever was going to be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings needed to have the autonomy that you just laid out.
Oh, yeah.
You need whatever coaches he's comfortable with, whatever he wants to do basketball wise, there has to be some form of agreement here. My fear, and I don't know that this is the case, but I think where my concern comes in, like if I'm checking reasons for concern with this, is you said he has fans within the organization, and the first person you mentioned is Vivek. It's like, okay, well, was this Scott Perry's decision? Was this his call 100%? Or was his taking the job contingent on you have to think that Doug Christie is the right guy? Because if that's the case, then I think we wind up a couple years down the road exactly where we were this year, where GM and head coach aren't seeing eye to eye, and now we're going through this whole process again. So my hope and my deepest desire is that this is Scott Perry's call. This is what Scott Perry wants to do. When he laid out his vision for the Kings coach that he wanted, he described Doug.
100%.
It seemed to me. So I think this is Scott Perry's call. I think my hang up here is, again, it's not Doug. It's not even Scott Perry. It's just, it's really hard to just give the Kings the benefit of the doubt. Like, oh, okay, hey, now everything's going to go great.
Well, like, look, I think we all understood that this was probably the way it was going to go, that they brought in Scott Perry. Now look, like bringing in Scott Perry by itself, it's not a horrible, like crazy move.
No.
Like Scott Perry's a seasoned dude. He walks in the door, and he knows exactly what he's doing, right?
Yeah, they didn't hire a rando.
No, they didn't hire a rando. And, to be honest with you, the last 3 times, they did hire a rando. Whether Vlade Divac was an NBA player and a former Sacramento King and a Hall of Famer and all that stuff, that doesn't matter.
Front office rando. Like he had very, very little experience. Pete D'Alessandro had never been a leading man.
Again, Monty McNair was like a third or even a fourth for a lot of his time in Houston, and him moved up the ladder. Like, these guys were randos. They were not household names. In fact, Wes Wilcox is probably the most noticeable of all of these as someone that you had heard of before. So, like, look, I think sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But at the same time, what I like about Scott Perry is his ability to work with just about anybody. That's what I learned about him the last time he was here. It's that, he has a demeanor that is easy to work with, that he's there for the right reasons to build a winner and a sustainable winner. And if he thinks he can get away with Doug as the head coach and watch Doug grow as a head coach and become, hopefully a really good head coach in the league, then I'm okay with that. But the deal has to be that it's not, well, it wasn't really my first choice, or it's none of that. It's whether you can go out and get the pieces to support the coach in place. Like, we can talk about all we want about how Mike Brown and either Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, that group, they didn't get along. They got along just fine. The problem was that Mike kept asking for things and the front office didn't go get those things. Just like when Pete D'Alessandro and Mike Malone really got into it years ago, it was that Michael Malone had a second-round pick rookie, Ray McCallum, playing 46 to 48 minutes a night as his point guard, and said, "Can you please go get me a point guard? I don't care who it is." And Pete D'Alessandro went out and got Royce White, a 280-pound power forward.
Who didn't fly on planes, correct?
Who wouldn't fly on planes and who never scored an NBA basket.
Ooh.
Ever. That's where you have to be on the same page. It's like, hey, go get me length and athleticism at the wing. Everybody knows that's what the Kings need. That's what Scott Perry said in his press conference. I'm going to get a point guard. I'm going to get length and athleticism at the wings. Okay, that's all Doug's can ask for. Like, if there's someone who's not getting along with people, you go to him and say, hey, this guy's got to go. The other thing I'd point out, too, is that, like, every situation is different for coaches. So a coach can work somewhere, they might not work somewhere else. And I know, like, here in Sacramento, we revere Rick Adelman, right? He had this 8-year run, which was the most incredible 8-year run. And you remember him in Portland and how he took the team all the way to, like, a championship but couldn't win. But I think a lot of people forget that between the Portland job and the Sacramento job, he was a head coach of the Golden State Warriors and was a complete failure, like a complete mess. They went, 30-52 his second year, and they got fired, right?
Thanks.
So, like, all of this it's always situational. And, like, whether Doug knows all of the X's and O's that he needs to know today or not, that doesn't matter so much as if he can put the right people around him and if he can have a voice that resonates in the locker room.
Yeah, and if he's given the runway to do that as well. This can't turn into, for me anyway, this can't turn into a thing where the roster is just not there this year because they're still cleaning some stuff out and reorganizing and getting the right players in, and they go, let's say, 40-42. It can't be, all right, hey, Doug's hot seat, got to make the playoffs next year. Or this is, like, there has to be some build up and runway, because I don't think this roster's in a great spot. I saw our guy Manny in the chat saying none of this really matters until we see what the roster looks like, and I totally agree. And that's why right now, just the Doug Christie hire in a vacuum, like, sure, like, yeah, I don't hate it. But what does it mean for the team? I think is going to have a lot to do with what their roster looks like. I think Doug can do the right things and is capable of doing the right things and pushing the right buttons and motivating players in the right way. But if the roster stinks, like,
I'm
I
with
think
you.
there's any coach that's going to save it.
Yeah, I think that this roster right now, it's not so much that it lacks talent, it's that it lacks cohesiveness, and there has to be a way to fix that.
Yeah, the roster as a collective is just not good.
Yeah. But as individuals, I think there are nice pieces on this roster.
There are.
It's just you got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and you got to get the right pieces in place. We'll continue talking about this, kind of what are the next steps now for the Kings? What does that coaching staff potentially look like? We'll get into all of that here on the Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon, but we'll also get to George Kittle signing a 4-year, $76.4 million extension with $40 million guaranteed. That's kind of nuts.
That's a lot of money.
There's the underlying thing. We'll dig in a little further to that in a bit, but the underlying thing here is this makes me really optimistic that a Brock Purdy contract is close.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they're doing this massive big money deal with Kittle now if they were still miles apart with Purdy. And I don't think Purdy would even be there for OTAs if they were miles apart.
Yeah, it sounds like they're getting closer and closer to a resolution here, which is good.
Yeah. Yeah. And good on the Niners for not letting this Kittle thing. This Kittle contract, I was so certain was going into July. I was so ready for George Kittle's at the facility, but he's not practicing. And we were going to get it. So good on the Niners for getting that done. And we'll dig further into that. And we'll dig further into Shaquille O'Neal being the GM of Sac State men's basketball. It's kind of a wild thing that college sports needs a GM now. But that's where we're at.
It's a weird thing, bringing in Mike Bibby as a head coach. That's fine. Mike Bibby does have some coaching experience, although not at the major college level. But bringing in Shaquille, you know what it does? It puts like a big brand name on whatever you're trying to build.
Yep.
And I don't know if that's going to bring in the money that they hope it does, whether it's NIL money or it's money to build a stadium, an arena, whatever. But I don't think it can hurt you to bring in someone like Shaq. Although I was here when he was a minority owner of the Sacramento Kings, and that was just like a figurehead thing that happened. He showed up, I think, once, maybe twice total.
I know he was there for the season opener at Arco when after the Kings had agreed or they were staying in Sacramento. And I think he was at that season opener. And that's the only time I ever saw him in Sacramento.
He showed up at Media Day. So we had him for Media Day, like that first year. But he just came and like took pictures with everybody. I remember like Jason Jones has a picture of like Shaq reaching out with big things, and Jason Jones' face is right next to Shaq.
Huh.
So, yeah.
Hopefully he does more than that for Sac State.
No, I mean, I think that at the end of the day, he needs to actually engage. And I don't know if he spends 5 hours a week working on Sac State stuff, but whatever it is, he's got to do something.
Right. Because he can help.
Yeah, he can help bring in the money to build that stadium if he wants.
Yeah, no doubt. All right. No. We'll get more into that for sure. You know what I'm going to keep getting into is Underdog Daily Fantasy.
Good segue.
Their Pick'em game. Thank you. Their Pick'em game. It's higher or lower on at least 2 player stats. A big loser for me last night, in part because Draymond Green got into foul trouble. I had Draymond Green more than 8.5 points. He cashes 2 threes in the first quarter. And I'm like, sweet. Hey, 3 more points over the final 45 minutes of this game. Foul trouble, flagrants, technicals. He's on the bench for most of the second half. Tough night for your boy on Underdog, but I'm right back in the saddle tonight. There's a ton of NBA action going on. We've got game 5s, which means the extender promo for Underdog is up to 80% profit boost token.
Uh-oh. I'm
up to 80% profit boost on this lineup tonight. So here's what I'm doing. In that 80% means if your lineup is worth $100, you can now win $180 with that same lineup with this profit boost token. Again, it's the extender promotion that an Underdog is doing for each round of the NBA playoffs. It's the best, and I'm having a great time with it, and I think you will too. Sign up today using promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Here's my lineup tonight. AJ Green for the Bucks, lower than 0.5 point in the first quarter. If AJ Green's in the game in the first quarter, I don't expect the Bucks to be looking for him. I think this is a game that Giannis is going to try and come out and take over early. I think you may see some Bobby Portis sprinkled in, but with no Dame, I think Giannis is going to be like, you know what? This is all on me. I'm going to go try and get this road win and get this series back to Milwaukee. Number 2 for me is OG Anunoby, higher than 16.5 points. He's been pretty reliable in these playoffs. And this is a chance for the Knicks to close out the Pistons at home. I'm expecting a big game from OG Anunoby. And then Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, I'm going lower than 6.5 points. I just don't trust KCP to score right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's a wreck.
Yeah, man. He's kind of a mess. I think the Magic might be a little bit of a mess. Maybe a Paolo Hero ball game. So I'm going Kentavious Caldwell-Pope lower than 6.5 points. That is my lineup. And because of the profit boost token, I'm getting a 80% profit boost on that from my friends at Underdog. You can get the same. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. More on Doug Christie becoming the Sacramento Kings head coach. What are the next steps? We'll dig into that here on The Insiders. Joe Brazil, James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. Oh, we're giving away $500 later. Yeah,
we
are.
are.
Nice guys. Stay locked in. ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Oof. I would hate that so much. Yeah, man, I got you. Here you go. Where is it? Assets? I know you're joking, but I'm going to do this very seriously. assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html. You're welcome. Okay, thanks. When James was talking earlier, I went to go look up and just the light just hit my eye in the wrong way. And it's just not, I think, a thing I'm used to.
And that's okay. And that's totally fine. We can.
No, it's not a big deal. I needed to lock in earlier and realize my surroundings. That's on me.
It's okay. It's
I
okay.
need to be better about that.
Maybe like a backup pair of sunglasses.
Actually, no, my son is in my car.
I have this bit in my head where one day I will just look like James Bond, just for no reason. Like I'll have sunglasses, like a tux.
Hell yeah.
We'll sit on it for now. Pause.
Tuxedo Fridays?
Maybe. Ooh. Maybe.
Got these business expenses and got tuxedos. Got tuxedo rentals out the wazoo.
It's cheaper just to buy a tux. You can get really nice tuxes for 100.
That's facts.
$150.
One time I rented a tuxedo from a place that I will not name. And not a tuxedo, a suit. I rented a suit. It's the last time I've ever rented a suit because it turns out there are places you can buy suits for an affordable price on the internet. So I rented this suit and it was like, I don't know that they did anything to tailor it. I don't think they did anything it was the boxiest.
Oh no.
Just like shoulder pads. It didn't have shoulder pads, but it was not a clean looking suit. It looked like one that I went into the store and grabbed off the rack and just wore.
I have like
It's like
10
they put
suits.
down it was like they put down the wrong measurements. It was crazy.
I wore suits for years.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, dang right it is. That's James. Joe's over there. I'm Kyle. Shout out to our friends at Jiffy Lube. The Kings have hired a head coach, Doug Christie. The number one box I think Scott Perry needed to check this offseason. Like, obviously, you just needed to hire a coach. I think getting it done. So I'm a little bit stuck in the middle because I feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here. It wasn't my favorite thing how they did the GM stuff where Monty gets fired after addressing the team after the season. And like hours later, they've announced the hire of Scott Perry. that rubbed me the wrong way a little bit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think it's a good thing that they got the Doug Christie stuff out of the way and that they avoided they're interviewing this coach and they're interviewing this coach and this coach was seen in Sacramento, and instead of dragging this out for 3 weeks, they knew what guy they wanted to land on and they just got there.
Yeah. I mean, look, not everyone's going to be comfortable with this. Not everybody's going to be A-okay. And, I want to bring up someone in the chat that, Ivan, I don't mind Doug being the coach. What I don't like is being lied to, that you needed a week to make a coaching search when you were just going to hire Doug anyways. The Kings never said that they were going to do an exhaustive coaching search. What Scott Perry said is he was going to mull over the decision and figure out, and he'd have an answer for us what he's going to do with the coach.
He said within about a week.
In about a week.
And it was 6 days.
Yeah, it's about a week. Yeah, I don't think he lied to anybody. He didn't say, he did say, I've had a bunch of phone calls coming in, and this is a desirable job. But outside of that, I don't know that he made any claim that he was going to do an exhaustive search.
Yeah, I think his exact phrase was, I'm going to talk to some people.
Mm-hmm.
And I took that more as he's going to talk to people in the building, and he's going to talk to maybe players or assistant coaches or whatever it was, or just confirming, hey, there are former head coaches who are down to be on a coaching staff as an assistant. I didn't take it as they were going to do some exhaustive search, and if they had, cool. But to me, I think that there was, how do I want to say this? It feels like Doug had the inside track the entire time.
Of course.
So I personally don't feel like they were ever like veiled or lying and
dishonest about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say this too.
Deceiving was the word I was looking for.
Okay. There are coaches who get jobs every summer in the NBA, and so many of them flame out. They just don't make any sense. Like, first of all, Doug Christie has had a 15-year NBA playing career, 14-year, 15-year playing career.
Mm-hmm.
After that, he trained young athletes. He hasn't left the game. He came back and he started doing television, I don't know, 2015, 2016, right around there. He worked his way up to being the front guy, on the broadcast as the analyst. But then, like, if he would have just got the job there as an analyst and they moved him right into a head coaching job, say, like, I don't know, Chauncey Billups or JJ Redick, Steve Kerr. Yeah, if you would have just like taken him right from that job and made him right and just said, okay, he's the head coach now. Oh no, that would have likely been a disaster. But Doug didn't do that. He went and he worked on Luke Walton's staff for a year and a half. Luke gets let go. He sticks around. He works on again, no, it wasn't even that was the first year of him he didn't work for Luke for a year. It was only a couple months. Then he was on with Alvin Gentry. Mike Brown kept him on. He worked under Mike Brown for 2.5 years. So like at this point, he's been an assistant for 3.5 years. There are assistants all over like people want to say, oh, he hasn't put in his time or whatever. No, he's put in plenty of time to actually be an assistant, to be a head coach.
There are guys with, like you said, with way less experience who get jobs like this. I think if I'm fine with the hire in a vacuum. They just got to do the right stuff now moving forward. The other thing that worries me though is that I would like to know what their definition of like this is the guy. Is it because he went 3 games over 500 last season and they went, wow, how impressive? Or is it this guy's Q rating is super high, and if we hire anyone else, people aren't going to like that person, so we're going to take this offseason win and we're going to hire Doug?
It could just be that he did the job and you feel comfortable with him as a human being.
Sure.
and that you understand that, what he's here to win. He's not here for the next job or anything like that. Like this is what he's in Sacramento. He wants to win a championship. Now you have to give him all the support. And it could prove out that Doug is just not a great head coach.
Yeah.
We just don't know that yet. And, we can look at the end of the season and how things went sideways and all that stuff, but let's not act like this was a normal season and that not only did a coach get fired, but you traded your best player and you brought in a bunch of new guys, some of which aren't new to each other and already had worked together and didn't really work well together. So, I mean, like this entire thing was like off from, probably early December until the end of the season. And to go out there and put up a 27-24 record, I think you did a good job. And on top of that, not only did you have a guy who's an assistant for 3.5 years, but then he's been a head coach for 51 games. And so he has learned on the fly. He did.
You hope so.
You would at least hope so, right? And you understand he gained experience by that last half of the season. On top of that, he did it without 2 assistant coaches because he lost not only himself as an assistant, but on top of that, Luke Laux left. You want him to be able to hire his own staff and all that stuff so he's comfortable. There were a lot of things playing against Doug Christie in the final 40, 50 games of the season. A lot of things that did not go well, whether it's trading your De'Aaron Fox or it's, coaches leaving or just the fact that it's not your staff. And the fact that he still was able to survive and put up a 27-24 record. No, they did not play well in a play-in game at all.
Yeah.
And were there other games where they just embarrassed everybody? Yeah, there were. But like name a Kings team that didn't do that. Last season's team lost to the 4 worst teams in the league. And it was just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting experiment, but everything's always interesting in Sacramento.
I'd be so interested to know what the expectation is internally now. Is the expectation, because I think the expectation internally this year was that the Kings would make the playoffs. And I'm so interested to know, that's the goal for every team, to be sure. Every team, the Charlotte Hornets are going to go into training camp next year going, our goal is to make the playoffs. That's the goal. Now, does everybody look around and go, "Ooh, this team's not making the playoffs"? Yeah, maybe. But they're going to tell you that's your goal. I'm wondering what the internal expectation is. Where, and again, this goes back a little bit to if they trade for Giannis, then obviously the expectation changes dramatically. But if, let's just say, nothing happens this offseason, they just, there no deals get made, no players move. It's the craziest offseason in NBA history. The Kings have the exact same team. What would the thought be? Oh, okay, Doug can make this a 50-win team. Or would there be realistic expectations going, hey, you know what? This roster is about a 500 roster, and as long as it's not a disaster, then good.
Well, I think that might be the way you have to go. I mean, there is a way in which you can look at this thing as like a 1 to 2 year like turnaround where, again, you have, if you cannot trade DeMar DeRozan, you only have him for another year, and then you have a $10 million buyout for the final year. Zach LaVine has 2 years left on his deal. So again, we're talking about, 1 year, $46 million, next year, $49 million. Right now, I don't think Zach LaVine is tradable. A year from now, Zach LaVine is totally tradable.
As an expiring
and a massive expiring contract that someone else could go, oh no, we're totally in. Now, if the Kings do something like extend Zach LaVine this offseason, then, of course that extends out everything. And like, as long as you were able to do like a reasonable extension, not an extension on $49 million, then I think a lot of people would be like, okay, like, I think like, again, Zach LaVine's a high end player. It's just whether or not you can build the team around him, and whether Sabonis is that right piece, and whether you can build the team around 2 of them, and then you just keep, going from there. But I don't know. I mean, for me, the biggest issue the Sacramento Kings have is not who's coaching the team, it's the roster. And that's always going to be the problem. If you can't fix a roster, then it doesn't matter. Again, like Greg Popovich in his prime could not have walked in the door and fixed this situation this season.
And that's what I guess that's what I'm hoping is recognized internally.
Yeah.
Because we can all see it. You see it, I see it, Joe sees it, everybody listening on the radio, everybody watching on YouTube. Everybody sees it. People in the free Odyssey app, I don't want to leave out the app listeners. But everybody knows that this is a roster thing. And again, I keep saying this, but my concern is that the guy who pushed for the Zach LaVine trade is going, no, this roster's good. No, the roster, it needs a couple of tweaks, but the roster's good.
It has to have, it's not a couple of tweaks. It has to have a facelift.
I agree.
Like,
I am right there with you.
It doesn't have to be a teardown.
I hope they see that.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a teardown, but it has to be like a very strong like facelift. There has to be like 3 positions at a minimum in your rotation completely addressed. You know, like I do not think Trey Lyles will be back. You know, so that's one piece. You have got to find a point guard. That's another piece. And I don't think DeMar DeRozan fits his roster long term. I don't think he fits his roster short term. I don't think he fits his roster, like point blank. So like those are things where you can start to look at this and say, how do you build this team differently? How do you address some of the needs that you have? Can you get value for these guys? Can you use some of the war chest that Scott Perry is about it just inherited? Because that's the one thing that I will say this. The one thing that Monty and West did on their way out the door is they were able, even though it cost you your best player, they were able to reset all of your draft picks forever after this season. And they were able to put you in a financial situation that for next season might not look great. If you want to bring it out to another season, it's not spectacular, but it's not just so woeful that you can't get out of it. Yeah. Like there are ways for this team to get better this offseason without any question. It's not going to come through the draft because you don't have a draft pick. You don't have a first round pick. You have a second. But there are ways to improve this roster greatly this offseason. And it's going to take somebody who's creative and has an aggressive approach and has the contacts around the league to pull off a trade or two that makes this group better.
I think the 1A to the roster thing, the 1B of the roster, the 1A to that is when you're making the moves you're talking about. You know, if it's Trey Lyles leaving, if it's moving DeMar DeRozan, if it's whatever it is, pick a move and whichever one's your favorite, use that one. That has to be with a direction in mind for what the roster and the team is going to look like. It can't just be. I understand what you're saying. DeMar DeRozan is a fit on this roster. You watch like the Rockets, and you're like, hey, they could really use DeMar DeRozan. You watch the Magic, you're like, man, they could use DeMar. But I think what they need to be doing, Scott Perry and Doug Christie together, is let's say they move DeMar DeRozan. It's like, okay, for what? And making sure that whatever they're getting back is working toward whatever direction and whatever vision they have for the roster.
No, that's what it has to be.
It can't just be, oh, let's just move DeMar just to move him. Like, no, that's he's still a valuable player. You can't just give him away for nothing just for the sake of giving him away. So that's kind of the or again, we keep picking DeMar because he's a movable asset, but that could be Domas, it could be Malik Monk, it could be Keegan Murray, it could be whoever. If you're moving somebody, there has to be a very specific return that sets you further down the path that you've chosen. It can't just be this aimless wandering into the woods and going, hopefully we run into a playoff spot. Yeah. That's not going to work. Well, no, I promise it's not going to work.
Well, that, and just like I view DeMar DeRozan in a very similar way that I view Davion Mitchell. They're both really good players. They just don't fit the system that you have. You know, and you brought him in thinking you might be able to integrate him and do some different. That didn't work at all. Like DeMar is who he is. At 16 years in the league, he is who he is. You can't ask somebody to be different. Yeah. You know, did he shoot more threes? Sure, he shot more threes. That's not the problem.
No.
So you have to go out and build a team that is cohesive and makes sense. It's real basic. Yeah. And that's where again, if there is meddling, if there is someone pushing, saying, hey, you got to go sign this guy so we can walk him out at the California Classic, all that stuff, that's fine. But that's not how you win, and that's not how you build a legacy. And
that's actually not fine.
If you're Scott Perry. Well, I mean, if you're just going to go through the motions and you're not going to do anything that's proactive, I mean, to me, that was a reactive move, the DeMar DeRozan signing. But it was because no one was proactive before that.
Yes.
And at some point, like, you have to be proactive and go out there and get the right pieces. It's like you go get a guy like Jake LaRavia, and everyone in the world's like, huh, look how much different the Kings look when they have 2 6'8" guys flying around and Keegan Murray and Jake LaRavia. Just think if you had 3 of them or 4 of them, like every other team in the NBA.
Right. Had 3 or 4 of them, and 1 or 2 of those guys are all-star level players.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're cooking with gas. Like that's where, and so hopefully they pick that direction, and hopefully the other reason, just while we're on the DeMar thing, the other reason I personally brought DeMar DeRozan up is the fit, but I also think he's going to want out. I don't know what motivation he would have to continue playing basketball here if his goal is to win a championship in his next couple of years.
Yeah, but I don't think we're ever going to get that.
I don't think he would ask out?
I don't think at this point in his career it behooves anyone for him to ask out. I think it's more of a, hey, you want out? And it's like, yeah, I want out. And it's like, okay, we'll find you a spot.
Okay. Well,
and let's not go play this thing in the media.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't have to be a knockdown drag out in the media, but it wouldn't shock me if when Scott Perry has his chat with DeMar, like he said he's going to have with all the players, that DeMar's like, yeah, if we could find a different solution to next season, it wouldn't shock me at all.
Yeah.
Even if it's kept private. All right. We'll have more on this. The Sacramento Kings have hired Doug Christie as their head coach. We'll get some potential names on who might be on his coaching staff, but we also have George Kittle contract extension news, and we had some NBA playoff games last night. We'll get into all of that coming up on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We're The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Oh, shoot. I missed the... Oh, you just texted me, though. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, like, this is, I mean, it's slightly in an uncomfortable zone for a lot of people. But like, look, there are guys who get head coaching jobs every year who are either retreads or who are guys who have worked their way up and then they get a job. Like, what was it last year where Darvin Ham was just overmatched like the entire season? Was it last year or the year before? I think it was last year. Like, there are guys that get fired all the time. I didn't particularly love the idea of another retread here in Sacramento. And Doug Christie's not that.
I don't know. I just don't get, like, there's no name out there that would have been, like, super inspiring.
I agree.
If they had hired Michael Malone, it's like, okay, but how's that?
But we know that was never going to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
And that didn't ever seem to be on the table. But like Mike Budenholzer, no thank you. Doc Rivers move the needle for anyone?
Frank Vogel
move the needle for anyone?
I'm just kind of like, I feel like I'm not crazy about the recycling. That's why I'm excited for Doug, just because I'm not crazy about the idea of, even though all these coaches, they have experience, but it seems like a lot of these guys, like, you see what has happened and they're being recycled. So to have a new fresh mind, that's why I'm kind of, at least I'm optimistic per usual. So
love it for you, man.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys got a bunch of stuff going on here in the chat, right? So Mark Jackson should not be part of anything. Just straight up. Jeff Van Gundy has a really, really good job with a team that pays a premium for everything, and I don't think Jeff Van Gundy is going to leave And Jeff Van Gundy is exactly the wrong. Like, you've got to hand a bunch of control over to Jeff Van Gundy if he's going to be your head coach. Like, he is going to want power.
Mm-hmm.
And that means you're going to have to make a bunch of other, like, allowances for that. I don't think he would ever work in Sacramento. He is not going to be micromanaged. He is not going to have daily or weekly or, a couple of times a day conversations with an owner or anything else. Now, and he hasn't been a head coach in 20 years?
Can I? Who? Jeff Van Gundy?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he is not.
Yeah. So
I just want to the Mark Jackson thing has nothing to do with the fact he's religious. There is a what's that called when you have a dossier of how dreadful it was to work for him.
yes.
It wasn't, hey, he goes to church. Like, that's not the issue.
No, and I didn't see somebody
The
put
issue
that
is
out there,
that
but
he's not that good of a person.
well,
And he's
yeah.
very, very difficult to work with.
Yeah, you might
He
want to
did-
look exactly what happened with his church situation.
Finding coaches who are good is difficult.
Mhm.
Mark Jackson was a really good coach who turned the Warriors around, and I don't think that you see the version of the Warriors you got without the 3 years under
2
Mark
or 3. Yeah.
under Mark Jackson. The fact that he has not gotten another coaching job says a lot.
Is he even still on TV? I don't think so.
I have not heard him on a broadcast.
Yeah. Let's see. Russ Dog, Michael Malone would never come back to Sacramento as an assistant. That's just not happening. There's a difference between Michael Malone and maybe a guy like Dave Yeager.
Yes.
And again, there's reasons for that. Like, Dave is an assistant right now, but Dave also, after he left Sacramento, went through a cancer scare and stuff like that. Like, I think just life means something different to Dave Yeager at this point than it did when he was young.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Joe Brazil's also here. I got to change that. I'm going to get your name into the intro at some point, Joe. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like it's about time.
Okay.
That
Okay. I
was-
really wish some people might think I'm a lot more sinister
No.
than
Just as the nicest guy in the building.
every time. The look I gave him the don't worry about it, bro. It's good look.
Yeah.
And then he's acting like
I'm
I'm
like,
shooting
wow, dude,
knives.
relax.
Yeah, darts.
Shout out to Jiffy Lube. They sponsor this show. I wanted to get to something somebody said in the chatty house. We'll save it. We'll save that. They brought up Sam Cassell.
Oh, that's my bad. I took that one down.
Yeah, no, they brought up Sam Cassell as a possible assistant, and we'll get into potential Kings assistant coaches. And I want to save Sam Cassell's name specifically, but I want to get into some non-Kings news if we can.
Yeah,
If that's cool
go.
with everyone, just briefly, we'll get back into the Doug Christie news and what it means for the Kings. But we had some other news come across our desks this morning. George Kittle and the 49ers agreed to a 4-year, $76.4 million extension. That also comes with $40 million guaranteed. So they get this done. And I believe it was Scooter in the chat earlier, ask how they got this done, but they haven't gotten Purdy's deal done yet. To me, I think they're two very different things.
Mhm.
George Kittle is going into the last year of his deal and was looking for a contract extension commensurate with his production over the last couple of years, where he's looked like the best tight end in the league again. I think the fact they got that deal done and hammered that out on April 29th is a sign that Purdy's deal is close.
Okay.
That's my takeaway, because if they were super far apart with Brock Purdy, and now you have this George Kittle's the highest paid contract in NFL history deal coming down,
Mhm.
I think it would be really, really tough. But they're paying guys like George Kittle because, you know what? Hey, he's produced really well under Brock Purdy, and he's a big reason for Brock Purdy's success. We're going to lock him up because we know that we're going to lock up this quarterback who relies on him so heavily.
Well, then they know their financial situation now.
Mm-hmm.
You get through the draft, you know exactly what you have as far as draft money that you need to set aside.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at how much you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy and how much you still have left over for Kittle, and then you make moves accordingly. Like they're not like within $1 million or $2 million or $2 million of like being over the luxury tax.
They have a ballpark idea of what Brock Purdy's going to cost them.
Yep.
Over the next, not just because this year I think will be inconsequential. Over the next 2, 3, 4 years, they now have an idea of how much that's going to cost. And so I think how much Kittle made and however they've structured that deal. I haven't seen the structure of the deal yet. I think is dependent upon the fact that, you know what, hey, we've got a good enough window of what our quarterback contract is going to cost and what that contract is going to look like that we're comfortable doing this deal with George Kittle now. And I think the bigger deal more than Kittle sticking around is this, to me, paints the picture of a little bit with the same as the Kings hiring Doug Christie. Just getting this done and like, okay, hey, this is how we're moving forward. The 49ers are going, hey, you know what? Here, George Kittle signed. He's part of the core moving forward. Fred Warner is going to be part of the core moving forward. Nick Bosa, like we know that, okay, these guys are going to continue into the next 3 or 4 years. And that's what this offseason's about. So I think that they got this done is a very good sign that the 49ers front office has a direction and that direction involves Brock Purdy. And my guess is that deal is pretty close if they're getting a Kittle extension done.
Yeah, you would hope so. And look, if you're the 49ers, if you're Brock Purdy and you're looking at your offense, which is now down Deebo Samuel, and it's now down Brandon Ayuk, at least for part of the season.
Yeah.
You're begging them, please bring back Kittle. If you want me here and you want me to be productive, don't cut my legs out from underneath me.
Yeah.
You know, like give me at least a couple of safety options, you know, which is, again, Juwan Jennings and maybe Ricky Pearsall. We'll see how that works out, but also McCaffrey out of the backfield. Like I need to know that I'm going to have some pieces to work with here. Just so it's not just like the Brock Purdy experiment. Hey, we saw what Brock Purdy looked like with the greatest roster ever. Yeah. Let's see what he looks like with a complete crappy one that no one wants.
He's going to look way worse, by the way, as most quarterbacks would. Yeah, and it's just if Brock Purdy goes, okay, I'm just throwing out numbers here, $50 million annually. I'll take less than I came in wanting 56. I'll take 50, but you need to make sure that George Kittle's in a 49er uniform.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that, okay, I'm going to take less so you can build around me, but do it. Let's not hammer this out and then have this Kittle thing linger into August. So overall, really good news for the 49ers. And less consequential, Kittle now, barring a disaster, will go on the 10-year wall, which is kind of a cool thing.
Yeah.
The 49ers have a big shrine to all the players who have spent 10 years with the organization. They have not had a player get on the 10-year wall since Joe Staley, who was drafted in 2007. That is 18 years.
Wow.
It's been since they've drafted a player who went on the 10-year wall.
That's crazy.
Really nuts.
Juszczyk is going to make it too, but not as a draft pick, right?
He might make it.
Okay.
Again, barring disaster, he's on track to get there because he's 8 seasons in now.
Yep.
So he needs 2 more. Yeah, so he's on track to get there as well. So that'd be kind of a cool thing. The other news outside of the Doug Christie hire, which we'll talk about coming up here in a bit, we'll get into some of his coaches and names to keep an eye on for his coaching staff. We've been hinting at that all day. The Shaq to Sac State thing, I'm all in on this. I love what Sac State is doing and trying to. We talk about steps, right? Like in the NBA. Hey, there's steps to this. You gotta get to the play-in, then you go to the playoffs at least once, maybe twice, and then you're ready to take that leap. It's not linear, but that's kind of the step. There's no steps in college sports Nobody's watching and going, okay, Sac State, well, if you're going to be good, you have to like do it this way. There's no, especially in the NIL era, there's no, so if you can get Mike Bibby and Shaquille O'Neal into your building as just force of nature names
Yeah.
to like Sac State, Shams Charania is tweeting about Sac State. That stuff matters, dude. If you're trying to do what they're doing and grow their athletics program the way they're doing it and invest in their athletics program the way they are, I love the idea. At first, I was definitely iffy on the Shaq thing. When I first saw it, I was like, because is he going to take this seriously like we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Is he stepping in and going, my job? And he said it in a Sac State tweeted out a statement where he said, I want to help these student athletes transition from high school to college and college to the NBA, and I'm helping them as people and and that's what we're here for. Awesome. I just hope it stays that way. And I hope it's not a 1-year thing because his son Shakir is playing for Sac State as a transfer from Florida A&M.
Well, I think here's the deal. Like when you're looking at bringing in young, high school age players to try to build your program, or you're looking, again, Sac State has had tons of Australian born players and stuff, right? If you're sitting there and you're sitting there with your parents, like, hey, I just got a phone call from Mike Bibby. And then like, was it really Mike Bibby? It's like, yeah, I got a phone call from Mike Bibby. And then like 5 minutes later, Shaq called. And it's like, you're going to take those calls.
Yes.
It's not like the Odyssey giveaways where people don't pick up their phones and then don't want to call back. You might go, I don't believe that was Shaq. I think it was Kenny Caraway acting as Shaq. And that's what but it's also, if you're a young guy and you're looking at, where am I going to go play basketball in college? You might look at Sac State a little bit different. You might go, you know what? I want to go hang out. I want to go meet Shaq. I want to meet Mike Bibby. I'll at least take the interview, which a month ago, you're not taking an interview from Sac State.
No.
So even local kids, like Sacramento has also become a hotbed for NBA talent.
If Jared McCain was healthy, they probably have 2 of the 3 Rookie of the Year.
2
nominees.
all rookie for sure. If he would have been healthy, 2 all NBA rookie first team selections.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm just I'm wary because of and you wrote this down, the Shaq Kings minority owner stint.
Yeah.
I don't want it to look like that.
No, that was a debacle.
That was a mess. So my hope is that, like I said, I think I'm scarred a little from that, but I'm trusting Mike Bibby here. And shout out to the fact that Mike Bibby has squashed the beef with Shaq.
Yeah. That's funny.
I don't know that I'd have been like, the hell with you.
Don't bring Rick Fox up here.
Yeah.
Rick Fox is not the next GM.
Oh, he is not the one.
And if you want Robert Horry to be an assistant coach, no.
Ew.
No.
Ugh. Oh. Shudder to think. All right. We'll get back into the Kings hiring Doug Christie. We got NBA playoffs to talk about. Watch the NBA playoff team quit with their season on the line. It's remarkable. I've never seen anything like it. Well, we'll talk about that with more Kings coming up on the Insiders. We're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. That's James Ham, Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back in a second on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Just clarity here because I was unclear. Frank Gore was drafted in 2005. Vernon Davis, I believe, also went on the 10-year wall, but he was an 06 draft pick. Staley was 07. He was the last player drafted to get to 10 years. But yeah, Frank got to 10 years. So
also,
just to clarify.
I know there's a couple of people who wanted an exhaustive search. What does that usually do? I mean, I get it.
Is it? And I ask this not to be flippant. I'm being genuine. Is it for the air of, okay, they found the right guy, instead of just, okay, they like Doug, they didn't see any glaring issues, so they're just going to make him the coach?
But
if they had done this exhaustive search, and still chosen Doug. It's like, oh, okay, well, they went and looked and they determined that he's the best guy.
Yeah, but I mean, they did an exhaustive search with Mike Brown. It worked year 1. It sort of worked year 2. By year 3, you were done with him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they didn't do an exhaustive search with Luke Walton. And to be honest with you, Luke Walton lasted the same exact amount of time that Mike Brown did. And is still, I think, the 3rd all-time leader in win percentage in Sacramento Kings history.
Oh my gosh, when you put it that literally just sent a shudder down my spine.
Yep.
Oh no.
But you go back to the Dave Yeager thing. Dave Yeager, they had like 8 head coaches in. Some of them they interviewed as many as 3 times, including Nate McMillan. And like they had this whole group of coaches. Dave Yeager became available on a Friday. They had him in on a Saturday, and he was announced on Sunday.
Man.
So, like, what is an exhaustive search? Because, I don't think anything works. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Keep going.
Yeah, Vivek bought the team and, like, got controlling interest, and then, like, 10 days later, hired Mike Malone because he loved Mike Malone as the lead assistant on the Golden State Warriors. Like, I don't think there have been missteps here for sure. But to be honest with you, the coaches that he's brought in, for the most part, have found some sort of success, whether it's the ultimate success, but no. But, the head coaching searches, whether they're quick or whether they are exhaustive, it doesn't matter. Someone wants to lay out their plan for the Sacramento Kings and some coaching interview and do a PowerPoint presentation. If they don't have the horses, they're not going to win. I don't want to say that coaching doesn't matter. It does matter at the NBA level, but it's also you have to have talent, or you're not going to be anywhere.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're taking you right up to noon, and then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Good fade. We'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and then we'll take you up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. If you're listening on 1320 AM, that's our radio station. Salute. Good morning. Hello. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, don't forget about us when you get in your car. Hop over to ESPN 1320 AM or
98.5 HD2 on if you're doing HD.
Yes, if you have an HD radio, which is your Tesla and other various electric cars. 98.5 FM HD2. Don't forget about us when you're not on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah.
So we were talking at the break about this exhaustive coaching search the Kings did not partake in. And I'm inclined a little bit. I'm going to do the bad radio thing. I'm going to be on the fence here because I get the. I don't necessarily have a problem with the way they went about this. Their interim coach was above 500 last year, and his season was kind of a mess. He had a 51 game audition, and if the people doing the hiring are like, "Yep, we saw enough in that audition that's all the interview we need," he's the guy. Okay. But I also understand why you would want him to go out and go, hey, you know what? Dave Yeager's available. Nate McMillan was the name you said at the break. So like Nate McMillan's out there. The Mike Budenholzer's out there. Michael Malone's out there. Any of these guys? Are you bringing these guys in just to do the interview, and maybe somebody blows you away with their thoughts on the Kings roster and what they can do with it, or B, you at least get what, for example, the 49ers, when they interviewed Brandon Staley for their defensive coordinator position, I don't think they had any intention of hiring Brandon Staley to be their defensive coordinator. just what he does defensively and what they do defensively was just a different. But they had gotten torched defensively, and they wanted to start figuring out, okay, what are some adjustments we need to make? So they went and got his thoughts from his point of view of defense on theirs, and then they had keeping him on the coaching staff, and that didn't end up going great. But I'm a little bit surprised they didn't do that. Where, man, think what you want about Michael Malone as a leader, and if he's too negative or he doesn't like Sacramento or whatever it is, whatever your thoughts on Michael Malone are, good coach with a lot of experience.
Well, yeah,
Get him in the building and interview him.
Michael Malone was never going to come back to Sacramento.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. I don't even care. Maybe he doesn't take the interview. The point is, fine. Pick a different name. Mike Budenholzer. Mike Budenholzer won an NBA title.
Yep. Get
him in here and see what he thinks. Maybe he says something to Spark Scott Perry and goes, you know what, we're not going to hire this guy, but you know what, that was a really interesting thought he had about Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk in the pick and roll or whatever. I don't know.
No, I get you. The lack of a process sort of cuts you off from.
I'm a big process guy. Everybody knows that about me.
Yeah, but I mean, I get it because it does like bring other voices in the room and different ideas in the room. I totally get that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can do the same thing with assistant coaches. You can bring in a whole bunch of former head coaches and do the same exact thing. Look, Vivek wanted to make Doug Christie the head coach when they fired Luke Walton in the 2021-22 season. He did. And instead they went with Alvin Gentry. Alvin Gentry, part of the negotiation was whether or not they were going to give the job to Doug or they were going to give it to Alvin Gentry. Mm-hmm. At that point, Doug had been an assistant for 17 games. Mm-hmm. And that was a mess. There was no one who was fixing that. There was that was a train off the rails, careening down a cliff. That was a hot mess. Mm-hmm. Alvin Gentry did his best just to make the season, just to hold it all together.
Yeah.
And even he wasn't able to do it. Right. Mm-hmm. So I think when we talk about it, why there wasn't an interview process or anything like that, there was. Mm-hmm. Doug Christie, number one, has been in the building for 10 years. Mm-hmm. Right. At least. I don't know how long it's been since Doug, but it's got to be right around 10 years, right? Where he's at least part of stuff
even as a broadcaster?
Even as a broadcaster. So, but even as a broadcaster, you have conversations. You don't think Doug Christie gets invited to every holiday party, that Doug Christie is part of different discussions that we're not part of?
Especially as a former player.
Yeah. So it's not so him and Vivek have a relationship. Him and the upper management has relationships as well. Mm-hmm. But you just gave a guy 3.5 years as an assistant coach, and he did perfectly fine. He was a big part of the scouts. You trusted whether Mike Brown wanted Doug on his staff or not, maybe not fully, but he trusted him to take Domantas Sabonis and work with him every summer and make Domantas Sabonis into a better basketball player. Mm-hmm. He trusted him with that. And so I don't know what more people want when they're looking around. It's there are guys with a lot less experience that have been given jobs. Mm-hmm. And it's just because, Doug waved to his wife while he was a basketball player, and now you're oh no, that guy can't be a coach. No, that's ridiculous. Doug's put in the time, he's put in the energy, he's done the work to do what it takes to be an NBA coach. 10 years ago, 8 years ago, driving to and from the city, Doug wants to be a coach. Okay, Doug,
not ready.
Then go work at go to the coaching symposiums. Go to the Pete Newell big man camp. Do these things. Do the steps that you have to do. Mm-hmm. Look, we're at a point where the guy's been around the game again for over a decade. Mm-hmm. He's in it fully. He has conversations with everybody. He's a guy who bridges all kinds of he's able to reach people, to talk to people in a way that they are intrigued and they listen. Yeah. And so look, whether it's going to work out or not, I don't know. But again, there's only one head coach that's really worked out in Sacramento, and it was Rick Allen. Mm-hmm. Outside of that, there's so many of them. Again, Doug Christie's the 10th head coach I've covered in 15 years.
I think the other thing about exhaustive coaching searches, and when you say what made me think of this was you saying that there's been one successful coach in Sacramento, one really successful coach in Sacramento.
The only other one is Mike Brown.
Right. So the other thing about this exhaustive coaching search is if they went with a different person, there's no name out there. There's one name out there that intrigues me, but the rest of them would have been so uninspiring. If they went and got Dave Yeager, would we be doing backflips right now collectively? Like, oh my God, they did it. Wow, the Kings are so back because they got Dave Yeager as the head coach. Like, no, probably
For a second
not.
time.
For a second time. I think Dave Yeager's a darn good basketball coach, but like we've seen it. We know what it is. Like, Doug Christie went 27-24 last year. Regardless of the job you think he did, it's on the fly. He was an interim coach. He gets an offseason to get his arms around his coaching staff, delegating responsibilities, getting people he trusts, ideally getting people he trusts in the building. Like now we get to see, okay, can he actually like coach? I think he's got the mental side of it down. I think he's got the motivational aspect and getting players to engage and buy in. I think he's gotten that down. Now, is what he's getting them to buy into going to work? Well, that's why they play the games. I have the same level of confidence that I would have had they hired Dave Yeager or Mike Budenholzer or Doc Rivers, or I'm just picking big names now, or Jeff Van Gundy. Like, all right, I guess.
Yeah, I would say this too. Like, you gave him an opportunity to run the team for 51 games. If he went 20-31, I think we would all have a different idea.
Very different idea.
If he went 15-36, it'd be like, hey, no.
Yeah.
But when you consider the situation and the fact that he did run he took a team that was 5 games under 500, like he went 20-11 to start. Like, then they had injury issues. They had all kinds of issues down the stretch. Like, there was a lot of chaos in the season. I don't think he did a bad job at all. And again, you can circle the fact that they got to the play-in game and they just got railed. Like, okay, you can say that's fine. They got their butts kicked. That's fine. But at the same time, like, I don't get that one game shouldn't matter. And in fact, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for anything. The Dallas Mavericks went on and they got their butts kicked as well. Like right after and then the team that beat them, they got absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think it really matters with that one game at the end of the season. The fact that the team didn't show up, it's a bit concerning. But again, like, go out there and make changes. Like, build this thing up. I don't think it's a complete tear down. A lot of people do. And I also know that they're not going to tear it down.
Yeah.
So,
which may be a whole other problem. Does Zach Man 3 on YouTube?
Okay.
Zach, you're just going to be Zach today. Sorry if that's not right. You're going to be Don. Doug Christie is the Kings' attempt to do a Dan Campbell hire a leader of men who can instill belief and trust. The thing that the Lions did with Dan Campbell was they surrounded him with the right people.
That's right.
Ben Johnson was an awesome offensive coordinator. Aaron Glenn was a stellar defensive coordinator. Both of those coordinators have now gone on to head coaching jobs. Aaron Glenn with the Jets and Ben Johnson with the Chicago Bears. That's what the Kings need to be doing with Doug Christie. Is now, okay, he's going to be your head coach. And are there things he might get wrong? Are there things he's going to have to learn along the way? And are there going to be some losses where like, hey, that one's on Doug? Yeah, 100%. Every new coach goes through that. But I think you mitigate some of the risks of hiring a first-time head coach by surrounding him with coaches who have done it before, and surrounding him with people who he can lean on and who he can trust to go, hey, how do I do X, Y, and Z? Or what would you do in this spot?
Yeah.
That has to be the next step coaching-wise.
Well, and he has to be able to delegate. And in order for him to delegate, he has to have a group of people that he trusts 100%. And, like, look, I think we both like think very highly of Robert Saleh.
Definitely.
A leader of men. Like, Jesus Christ could not coach the Jets to a winning season, like, or to the Super Bowl. Like, it doesn't matter who, George Halas, like Bill Parcells.
Yeah.
Like no one is going to
Not
save
this
that team.
iteration of the Jets. Yeah.
Yeah, well, or any
Yeah, I guess
iteration in the
that's
last
true, yeah.
50 years.
Guess that's true.
And that's, so again, whether Doug is gonna, I look at Doug and I say, yeah, he's a leader of men like Robert Saleh.
Mm.
He is. He's a guy who comes in and he can capture the imagination of a room, right? But you've got to support him. And I've been saying that since the beginning. And he didn't. I know there's no way he felt the support this year in that 27 and 20, that last 51 games of the season, that he needs to feel from here going forward.
Yeah.
He just didn't. And so hopefully that's where they take the next logical step, is to actually put some money and some assets into building a coaching staff that makes sense.
What I know we've named a bunch of people here as, people they would have interviewed for a head coaching job if they had done this exhaustive search.
Mhm.
Is there potential, do you think, that maybe a person like a Dave Yeager is on the radar as a lead assistant, and coming back in that role?
I would love to see Dave Yeager
Or
back in Sacramento.
It doesn't have to be just.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard Dave Yeager's name mentioned in Sacramento for the last month, in just weird ways, like it's popped up. But he's not the only name. Like recently, I've heard like Mike Woodson's name as like a potential support staff guy. I think we're going to hear more names as time goes by of assistants that have experience, have head coaching experience. I've said this a bunch of times. If Doug could call Elston Turner and say, "Hey, do you want a new challenge outside of Minnesota?" Elston has been in the league forever. He's been in Sacramento twice. He was part of Rick Adelman's staff while Doug was a player. He came back and was part of Dave Yeager's staff. Elston Turner is a great defensive mind and could help this team.
Sure.
Because it's not just, hey, Doug, what's your defensive identity? And Doug's like, play hard and, teach
Right.
like the basics of how to defend, but also like finer nuances of how to defend.
Yeah.
But then there also has to be schemes. And when schemes aren't working, there has to be another scheme.
Yep.
And I think that's one of the biggest disasters that I've ever seen this last year was, how does a coach like Mike Brown, number one, like he's a defensive minded coach. He's a great defensive minded coach. I mean, he won championships as a defensive coordinator for the Golden State Warriors. How did they not have an idea of how to fix the 3-point shooting defense over the last 2 years? Like how did that happen?
Is baffling.
It is absolutely baffling. But also, like, look, and this is not to bag on Luke Laux or Mike Brown. Like, why would you make Luke Laux your defensive coordinator when Luke doesn't have that experience at all? Like, this was a team that had problems a year before on the defensive side of the ball. Bringing in a young assistant coach that's been known for offense his whole career and having him coach the defense and come up with schemes, I'm not sure that was the smartest move either. And it did not work out. No. Like, this defense was not good, and it had like a fatal flaw that you could not overcome in most games.
Yep.
So
we're going to give away $500 in the next segment. Are you giving you an opportunity to win $500? Because D'Lo and Casey are also going to give you an opportunity to win $500. So get to ESPN1320.com right now. Go find the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway contest page. Should be front and center. It's courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy Vince Bloom. We're going to give you a keyword. Coming up next, you're going to enter that at ESPN1320.com at that contest page, and you'll be entered to win $500. D'Lo and KC will also be giving you a word. You can enter that word as well to give yourself 2 chances to win $500 today, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We got that coming up. We'll dive into the NBA playoffs, and we've got some more Kings stuff to kind of put a bow on this Doug Christie news. Doug Christie is the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. We're talking about it here on ESPN 1320. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube at Sacramento Sports Center.
Oh, we haven't talked about the Shedeur Sanders plummet on draft day. That was hard to watch.
That was tough.
And they got him in the 5th round, the Browns did. Aldrin J, we've been discussing the Shaq to Sac State for a while. No. Sorry, Davion Fanatic. I don't think it's possible they can trade for Giannis. I do think that we're careening towards a cliff, and I hate to say it, but I do think Giannis will ask out this summer. Like the Damian Lillard injury, he's going to be out a year. And even when he comes back, he's going to be like 35, 36, coming off an Achilles tear. How old will Damian Lillard be? He's 34, 288. He won't play until he's 36, most likely. I get like the Sam Cassell stuff. Sam Cassell, I don't know why he doesn't get a job, but Sam Cassell has been an assistant for like so long, and so there's got to be something about the way that that he interviews. I don't know. I feel bad for him because, I think there are a lot of good coaches that just are always kind of stuck in that mode. Sam Cassell has been an assistant since the 2009 2010 season. So 17 years as an assistant, including this year on Boston. He was in Philadelphia. He was with the Clippers when they were really good. The fact that you're one of the top assistants on really good teams, but you never get the big job is tough. So, again, I'm not sure why someone would say, hey, we got to get Sam Cassell. What has Sam Cassell done as a coach that makes you think that he's the guy?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And James is over there. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll be with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off over to D-Lo and KC. I could not believe what I watched in Miami last night.
Yeah.
I've seen teams quit NBA games before. You see, they just kind of throw in the towel. We've seen it happen with the Kings. I see it if you watch enough basketball. I believe every team at least one time during a season just quits a game. I don't think I've ever seen it to the degree that the Miami Heat quit against the Cavs yesterday. That game started out 30-8. The Cavs could have stopped scoring with 9.5 minutes to go in the third quarter, and they still would have won.
Oh.
You could take out the Cavs' highest scoring quarter. They scored 39 points in the third quarter. If you take away all of their points in that quarter, the Heat can keep their points. You take away all of the Cleveland Cavaliers' points in the third quarter, all 39 of them, and they still won the game by 16 points. The talent disparity between the Cavs and the Heat was not... The fact that Cavs swept the series was not a shock. I was surprised the Heat went out the way they did. They got punked twice at home.
I'd say this too.
That's a surprise to me.
Like, we want to hold people accountable for like what we saw in the play-in game, right? Where the
Mhm.
Kings just got crushed, right? What about this? This is like a franchise that is known for stability, that has one of the great coaches in the history of the NBA.
Yeah.
I mean, Eric
He's the
Spoelstra,
best coach in the league right now?
one of,
Yeah.
I mean, top 3,
Top 3 pretty easily.
yeah, without any question. And they lost by, was it 57?
55.
55.
Only 55.
Yeah, and that's 2 games in a row, right, where they just got crushed.
Yeah, they got smoked the last 2 games of the series.
Yeah, so I mean,
I believe, just real quick, the margin of victory for the Cavs was plus 122, which is the largest margin of victory in a playoff series of all time.
that's wild. Well, I'm going to guess the last 2 games of a series too. There's no one.
80 points or whatever it was.
55, and they lost by 37.
Oh, 92.
So 92 points. 92 points in 2 games. So,
2 games.
but my point is that, like, if you're gonna like rail Doug Christie, get all over Doug Christie, get angry with Doug Christie because his team got beat in a play-in game against the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, this is like one of the great coaches in the league who just got crushed by 92 points over 2 games. Like,
Right.
it happens.
It does.
So,
I'm just shocked that it happened to Miami.
yeah.
If this was the Orlando Magic, okay, I'm a little surprised because I thought they'd give Boston a better series, but Miami Heat, their whole thing is Heat culture. Their whole thing is this doesn't happen. They played not close games, but they stayed in contact for the most part with the Cavs in the 2 games in Cleveland. And then to come home and lose those 2 games by 92 points.
Kyle,
I was stunned. This is not like me being like, wow, the Heat have no, they were the less talented team. They should have gotten swept. I would not have guessed that would, of all the teams to have that happen, I would have assumed like, oh, that happened to Memphis or that happened to Orlando. Not
Atlanta.
Not the Heat.
Yeah.
Not the Heat.
What if I told you, Kyle, that trading your best player at midseason is not a formula for success?
Well, true.
Just saying.
But Pat Riley got his way. Culture.
Okay.
So who's the real winner here? Pat Riley.
Pat Riley and the game of life. Clearly.
Speaking of the Miami Heat trading their best player, they traded him to the Golden State Warriors, who went up 3-1 last night with a 109-106 win over the Rockets. There's so much to take away from this.
So much, man.
So if you told me that going into the series, Golden State is going to have a game where they don't have Jimmy Butler, and then they're going to have another game where Steph Curry scores 17 points on 2 of 8 shooting from 3. And I think he was 6 of 13 from the field. I would have just assumed they lost both of those games by many, many points. And they won them both.
I watched.
That's pretty impressive.
Realistically, we talk about this all the time, the steps that NBA teams have to take, right? You got to get to the playoffs. And once you get to the playoffs, you got to take your lumps in a first round series, and you got to learn from that. And then, hopefully year 2, year 3, you start to ascend, right? I thought last night was the biggest example of what we're talking about. You had I don't even know how to describe him, but a complete clown show in Draymond Green.
Just a total mess.
Disrupt an entire game, destroy every bit of flow and every bit of any, like, that game got dirty and nasty, and he should have been thrown out at least twice.
Yeah.
And then he comes up in the last seconds of a game after he had to sit because he had 5 fouls and he had a flagrant foul and he had a technical foul and he had to sit.
I didn't even know you could get a flagrant and a technical and have 5 fouls and still be eligible to play in the game.
That was such a dirty out by the officials. It was such a dirty out.
So before we get angry about it, I thought the entire fracas beforehand.
Yeah.
I've never seen a technical foul for taunting. I've genuinely never seen that.
Okay.
When Steph got fouled and he held up 2 fingers on Dillon Brooks, and then he got a tech for that. I didn't think that either anyone in that entire thing should have gotten a T. Dylan Brooks. Jabari Smith had, I think, Quentin Post by the neck. So maybe that gets one. But I thought that was a big, like, okay, this is much ado about nothing. I thought maybe when they reviewed, they'd get Draymond for a moving screen.
Okay.
Was maybe going to be the outcome there. 3 techs felt like a lot.
I think they're trying to rein it in, but go ahead.
Yeah, right. No, I think so. So that's where on the next one, it's like, oh, that's a T for sure. But they already gave him one that he probably didn't deserve. So I actually thought the way they did it was smart because the Rockets needed to get some kind of reward there. They needed that. They deserved some kind of free throws. So you get the flagrant, you get 2 free throws in the ball. He goes to the bench. I didn't hate it.
Yeah, but there was so much to it. There was the flinging your legs down on a guy's head.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was a kick. There was a kick while they were getting up. That was like, oh yeah, that's not good either. Like, what are you like?
It's weird.
What I hate is that we have to talk about this trash every single time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not calling him trash. I'm calling what he does
the way
trash.
he plays, yeah.
Like, and it's not even the way he plays. It's the way he acts and conducts himself.
Yeah.
Like, the way he plays, he's still a great defender.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he still can hit a 3 when you want. Yeah.
If this was just guy, be like, all right. Like, just cool. That's like Isaiah Stewart, right?
Yep.
Just, all right, whatever. You're going to. But it's infuriating because he does this stuff. It's like, bro, you don't need to do that. Like, it doesn't. He is a very, very good defender still. You saw it on the last play of the game.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? And what is. It's Golden State's fault because they have
enabled
this.
Yeah, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, it's the whole group.
I think I bring this up. I feel like I bring this up a lot because we talk about this a lot because there are a lot of incidents during the season, every season with Draymond. But Ethan Strauss wrote about this in, I think, 2016. And the conundrum of, okay, we have this guy who is a generationally great defender who the offense runs through.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have to deal with him potentially being ejected every time he steps foot on the floor. And for turning games like last night, which is already a very competitive, very physical series. It looks like 1997. And then turning it into
whatever.
What? I've run out of things to say, and this is not in defense of Draymond Green. This is in, okay, it's 2025. I've been having this conversation for 13 years.
Yeah.
I'm out of stuff to say. It's trash. It sucks. It's annoying to watch. We had an awesome basketball game last night, and this is the main headline from it. There's it comes with the territory aspect of it.
Yeah.
But to me, that's what you say about Steph Curry turning the ball over. Yeah, you know what? Hey, he's going to have 2 or 3 turnovers a game that really make you upset, but you know what? You live with it.
Yeah.
A
Buddy Hield.
But
turnovers
boy, that's right, but that's something you live in. The turning the yapping is one thing. I don't mind if you're going to yap and you're going to be loud. Okay, yap and be loud. It's the dragging player to the ground. It's the flailing arms and legs. And it's, again, this is not new. This is not last night.
Mm-mm.
The reason this is a problem, the reason we're having this discussion, if that had happened in the Pacers-Bucks game, and it was instead of Draymond Green and Tari Eason, it was Andrew Nembhard and AJ Green, we are not talking about this.
Oh, no.
Not even a little bit.
No, but it's just that we've been dealing with the same exact thing for so long, and we've seen it so many times play out exactly the same. And every single time you're wondering why the league doesn't do something. Like, I would not be surprised at all if the league reviews every bit of tape and Draymond Green is suspended for the next game. I wouldn't, because I think that there were enough things built into that game where you're like, Come on, man. But at the same time, he got in their head. And this is why we talk about young teams trying to get through the playoffs, trying to figure it out. Like Draymond is basically doing the same act that he's done, but while they won 4 championships, while they just kept being great.
Yeah.
And so like, this is just a continuation of the same act. It's old, it's tired. It still works.
It still works.
And we watched a young team. I said it from day one before this season started. Houston Rockets are the most talented team in the league. You're watching that right now, and you're like, "Oh my goodness, what are they going to look like in 2 years?"
They're so sick, dude. They're. Can I go ahead? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Well, I mean, just like the Amin Thompson thing, you're watching a guy become a superstar in front of you. I hate that all they do is iso ball. I hate that it's either him or it's Şengün or it's Fred VanVleet hoisting from 30. Those are like their only 3 options. They have nothing else that they can do right now against Golden State Warriors. But still watching Amin Thompson become a two-way superstar.
That's
crazy.
It's from the Rockets perspective. Those are the 2 things is you can tell, you can see Kings Warriors a couple years ago. Same sort of deal. A team that's been there before, a team that hasn't. I did not think that in that series it came down to the experience factor more than like half a dozen possessions during the series.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 over the course of the 7 games where it's like, man, you know what? There's that moment. There's that one little moment where that like, God, it just was just enough to get Golden State past the Kings. In this, I think it's so much more evident that, man, you know what? Amin Thompson is just not quite sure what to do yet.
Well, I think that's part of it. Number one, the Kings weren't young. They were young, but they weren't young.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking
22
about.
22 and 23.
Yeah, and some guys had playoff experience. I mean, I guess you can say some guys on the Rockets have had playoff experience, but again, some of the guys they're relying on are so incredibly young that they have no idea what they're doing.
Right.
The other thing is that the Kings and Warriors series was decided when De'Aaron Fox broke the tip of his finger.
Yeah, conceivably, for sure. But I think in the context of even that series, there were just plays that happened down the stretch where you're like, oh man.
Yeah.
Like there were a couple times where that and it's, again, I shouldn't have even brought this up because that's not the conversation I wanted to have. The point is, it didn't look that glaring in that King series. The experience of it, it's very glaring in this series.
Oh yeah.
And Amin Thompson, the thing that's so scary is you're starting to see him figure it out offensively. I mean, defensively he's great, but offensively you're starting to see the things click and you're starting to see him figure out, okay, here's how to navigate a defense when they're not defending me because I'm not going to shoot a 3. And okay, this is the strength with which I need to go to the rack. This is the force I need to play with. And you just, it's not like he's deer in headlights. It's not like, oh man, Amin Thompson's a no-show. It's just he's figuring it out and he's learning, and that's scary.
Well, I think the other piece to that too is that's why you want your young team to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's why it does matter. You do not play for draft picks at the end of the season. You play to try to get your team that little bit of experience, and that little bit of experience that we're seeing a player in Amin Thompson have to play a different way in the playoffs. When he gets to game 1 next season and he's got all this experience and he's going to be able to work the off season and think, okay, that's how I have to play from here on out. And now I have footage and I know the physicality. I know what it feels like. What he might look like next year is just off the charts.
Yeah.
Just off the charts good. And, again, I think they're already preparing to clear out other young players who are really good, but who aren't going to be great, and try to make sure that he is the focal point moving forward. I think Jalen Green, I think Jabari Smith Jr., like there are players on that team that could be had because they're going to want to focus everything on Şengün and on Amin Thompson.
Jabari Smith Jr. quietly having a very nice series too. He is a player. Well, what we're going to do is as teams get eliminated, we'll start taking a look at pieces the Kings might be able to snag from that team. And we'll do a deep dive on the Rockets for sure, if and when they're eventually eliminated from the playoffs. Alperen Şengün was unbelievable last night.
Oh yeah.
The Warriors outside of Draymond Green just have no answer for him.
He's
And
like
even
Gumby.
and even Draymond is an answer sometimes.
Yeah.
He just the no, his bones are rubber. He just has no. But man, it's not just that like, oh, I'm just gonna be bigger than you and bully my way to the basket and go. He's got spin moves. He's got touch. He's got that little floater. He's got a little jumper. His bag when he's driving is just so deep.
It's the footwork, man.
Yes.
That play where he made the spin move and then put like the little half step down to give him the push. You're like, oh my goodness. Somebody learn how to do footwork at a young age. Like it's shocking. He is by far the best footwork post maneuver in the league right now.
Yeah.
Like there is nobody with that arsenal in the post. I don't like the next best is probably LeBron. Like I don't think that there is anyone that has that type. I mean, you could say Jokic has some of that stuff.
Jokic's game is different.
Yeah. Watching him maneuver in the post is just wild.
It is. It's so annoying because I want to not, because he doesn't move conventionally.
Yeah.
So I want to be like, he's like, come on. But
that can't be real.
But you can't. He's so freaking good, dude.
Yeah.
Alas, it didn't matter last night. Warriors win 109-106. Brandon Pajemski, really good game.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Buddy Hield, who Steve Kerr said in his post-game locker room speech, this is the first time these words have ever been spoken. Buddy Hield, you set the tone defensively.
Ever.
Insane. He had a couple of big shots last night. I expect next game to be a disaster. I'm prepared for this now.
You're prepared.
I'm prepared.
Live by the buddy, die by the
I
the buddy.
can't wait for the dribble it off the foot.
Which he had, and they did
31
review,
seconds
and
left.
like, oh my gosh, that was clearly off a buddy. What
Yeah.
are we doing?
Yeah, that's tough.
Wild.
All right, you want to give away $500?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. ESPN1320.com. This is the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler, Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. Here's your word that you're going to enter at the contest page on ESPN1320.com for your chance to win $500. You ready?
I'm ready.
Steal.
Steal?
Steal. S-T-E-A-L. Steal.
I'm here for it.
Like a steal in basketball. Steal. S-T-E-A-L is your word for the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler, Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. It's your chance to win $500. Stay locked in, though, to ESPN 1320, because D'Lo and Casey are also going to give you a word during their show. And that will be another chance to enter. It'll be a different word, a second chance to enter to win $500.
That's right.
We're giving you two chances. Take advantage of both of those. And we're also, speaking of D'Lo and Casey, we're going to have the handoff. That's coming up next. James Ham, Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And this is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. This is if the Rockets had a I don't even know what to. It's just Jalen Green doesn't. It's like, is Jalen Green hot from 3 tonight or not? And that's kind of,
dude. He's Zach LaVine. I hate saying he is Zach LaVine.
He might be Zach LaVine.
He's Zach LaVine.
He might be Zach LaVine. Next game, it will be. This is an insane thing. I texted this to you. Assuming Jalen Green plays in Game 5, he will have more career playoff games played than Zach LaVine. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
That's insane. But yeah, dude, I don't like Amen's just not there yet offensively. Like, you see, he can just will his way to whatever, he had 17 last night just by being big and athletic.
Yep.
But Şengün, I think, is there. And then like Van Fleet's not going 8 for 12 or 11 or whatever he was last night. He's not doing that every night. And if he's not hitting.
And you forget that they have like the guys hiding on their bench. You know, Tari Eason, I thought was spectacular.
Tari Eason's a dog, dude. He's so sick.
Yeah, they just like know how to find the right guys. But they still don't they have like Reed Shepherd, like the 4th
Yes,
pick in the draft,
yes.
sitting on the bench. He
Yes.
doesn't even get to play yet.
Doesn't even play.
He might sit there for 2 years. They might bring Van Vliet back
Nah.
again.
Nah,
You don't think so?
you got to move Reed Shepherd in that. If for no other reason, then I think he's probably a better offensive organizer.
Yeah. We'll see. They certainly don't have an offensive scheme.
No, and it's just there's not
Yeah.
like you can learn a lot about a team by when you watch them in a playoff series, and they have certain lineups or certain guys who, when they come on their court, you're like, oh, nice.
Mhm.
Like, okay, sweet, you go win these minutes. I don't outside of maybe like Dylan Brooks. It's because I don't think he's super talented offensively. A really good defender, but they just like there's no player outside of no, never mind. When they load up for a 3, there's not a player on their team where I'm like, I can't let that guy shoot it.
Man, Dylan Brooks shot 39.7% from 3 this year.
Yeah, he did. But even still, Dylan Brooks is going to take a 3 like whatever, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's when Amin Thompson, like he shot 27.5. That's the major hole in his game right now.
Yeah.
That dude averaged 8.2 rebounds per game.
Man. And he's what, 19, 20?
22.
Amin Thompson's already 22?
That's what this says.
Holy smokes.
1.4 steals, 1.3 blocks per game.
Been in the league 3 years now? This is his 3rd year? Thanks, Charlie.
This is his 2nd year. They said he's 22.
Huh.
He turned 22 on January 30th.
Medulla oblongata.
There he is.
There's Charlie.
Oh, yeah, Zebra PT's at it. 19 of 31 at the free throw line is not going to get it done. What's up, D'Lo? D'Lo, that's weird. I never called you that. I never called you D'Lo. That's weird. I didn't like that.
Oh, that's okay.
It was weird for me.
It's fun hanging out
I
yesterday.
don't want things being weird for you. Oh, I had a blast. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. It was a good time. Good time. It's always fun when someone else picks up the alcohol tab, too.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Facts. Do you know what I liked about yesterday? Was that every group I was in, everybody was like engaged in what we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I respect and appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you.
It's so
100%.
easy at a thing like that to just be like, cool, day off for me.
Yeah.
And like everybody was
Yeah, I thought it was fun.
Invested.
I didn't know Amin Thompson's name is Amiz XLNC.
Yeah, Excellency. Yeah, him and Asor, that's their middle names.
Okay, Excellency. All right. That's an interesting way to spell it, but
It's kind of fire.
yeah.
Tried to teach you the meaning of it.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there, Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and it is 11:45. You know what that means.
It's time now for the handoff.
Yeah, it
Taking
is.
the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's D'Lo, Damian Barling.
Hey, man,
Hey, what's going on, man?
the ultimate needle mover is here.
The ultimate needle mover. God mode himself.
Have you ever seen a playoff team? You know what? We got Doug Christie is the head coach of the Sacramento Kings, right? Moved by the Kings.
Yeah, I think so. I think Doug earned that spot last year. I think he has a rapport with the players. The example that gets one thing I try to lean on is Doug coached this team for 51 games.
Yeah,
That's a large sample size.
very good.
Like every time I get antsy about thinking about someone like Antonio Pierce, where for whatever reason, Josh McDaniels was so bad, just getting him. Now that I don't believe this was Mike Brown with 15 guys in that locker room.
Yeah,
Maybe it was
right.
Mike Brown for 1 or 2, but it wasn't Mike Brown for 15. Just getting McDaniels out of there just brought a sense of like you could breathe.
Yeah.
Right. And the Raiders experienced like a aglow with Antonio Pierce as the head
Mhm.
coach. How good of a coach was Antonio Pierce? I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I don't know.
Mhm.
But I know in that moment that team needed him.
Mhm.
That was like 6 games, 7 games, something like that. Like Doug coached 51 games.
Mhm.
He coached more games last year than Mike Brown did. So if this had happened with 10 games in the season, you know, if they had gone Memphis Grizzlies or whoever and fired Mike
Yeah.
really, really late, I don't know that I would feel the same way, but Doug coached 51 games last year. And I think he showed us enough, even with a limited coaching staff, that he could do some good things in this league. And I don't think anyone is more committed to their job or the city that they do their job in than Doug Christie is the Kings in the city of Sacramento.
Yeah, I agree. And I've seen so many other times where the midseason coaching change just did not work at all. And in fact, it never worked at all in Sacramento that I can remember, where a coach stepped in midseason and even got remotely close to 500. So to be able to go 27-24, look, it's not the greatest. He didn't just blow the doors off of everybody, but at the same time, after you gave him the job, you traded your best player. You provided like so much chaos, and he was able to keep the group together and trudge through. And we were talking about this, watching Eric Spoelstra lose control of a Heat team and have them get clubbed like that. That happens. And so when I look at,
it doesn't happen to him.
It doesn't. But
That
when you
was
look at
crazy.
the play-in game and you're like, everyone's so disappointed by the play-in game.
Yeah.
Look what just happened to the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
And can I real quick, if that's the reaction, if that's where people genuinely have a problem with hiring Doug Christie, is what happened in the play-in game, that feels like a Kings move that they would get fried for. Is like, Doug was the guy until this play-in game nonsense. Okay, we'll scrap this. Like, no, man, they had 51 games to watch and go, man, you know what? And they're around. They're around the building. They're around the players.
Yeah.
They go, man, you know what? This is the guy. Pulling the plug on that because of what happened in the play-in game, that's the disaster move to me.
I'm with you.
If you've moved forward this entire 51-game stretch going, gosh, Doug is, okay, that's our guy for next year. Roster needs to be different, but we like what he's shown us. Blowing that up because of a 1-game sample is exactly what gets the Kings into trouble. So if that's where, because there's a lot of people in the chatty house who are not super thrilled with the Doug Christie hire. If that's what it is, it's like, God, the Washington game late in the season and then the play-in game, God, this guy's just, that to me is overreactionary.
Yeah.
And that's what you can't have in this spot.
No, you had to evaluate Doug in his total body of work.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think you had to evaluate him in the sense of what was the circumstances in which he took over.
Mm-hmm.
Then what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then the De'Aaron stuff happened. And it wasn't just a swift, clean break with De'Aaron. Like, it lingered for a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
He oversaw that. Then just the regular trade deadline, he had to oversee that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got guys like Luke Lautz leaving. You got guys like Wes Wilcox leaving. You got all of the very obvious turmoil. Dissension was the word I was going to use. I don't know if that's the right word, but turmoil within the front office.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Doug had to navigate all of that.
Yeah.
Of course, every coach has to do this, but you got to navigate injuries. You got to navigate people being in and out of the lineup. You got to navigate a rookie who you brought in, he wasn't ready. You had to send him down. You got to judge when to bring him back. And that's probably one that the Kings deserve a little bit of credit for. Is you're better off leaving Devin Carter away too long than bringing him back too fast.
No doubt.
Because the worst thing you could do is bring him back and he still sucks. Now you're killing his confidence. Now even the most confident young man thinking, I know it's just a rehab. I know I just need some time. And then you get brought back up too soon and you still stink. Yeah, that's going to be tough for him to come back from.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they may have waited just like an extra couple of days, extra little stretch to allow him to be a part of Stockton, develop a little bit more, then bring him back up. And Doug trying to figure out, okay, how can I build this young man's confidence, and how can I see what we can get from him out on the floor? That's another it was just another obstacle that Doug had to navigate around this year. And I think
Yeah.
all of that needed to be taken into consideration by Scott Perry and everybody involved in this hiring process.
Yeah, I would add the one other thing that he did late in the season, which I think we kind of gloss over, is that he like unwound the clock on the Malik Monk situation. Like we forget, like Malik got pushed back to the bench, which is the best thing for this team moving forward, most likely.
And he did it so subtly.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Malik coming back off of
Yeah.
injury, like, oh, okay, Malik's sixth man again. But we kept saying, like, you can't go back from that, right? Like,
Yeah.
we've said it a
Yeah.
million times.
Yeah.
And Mike couldn't. There was no way
Yeah.
Mike could go back from it.
Yep.
Doug found a way late in the
He'd
season,
have
said,
been
you know what?
dead. Yep.
I'm going to do what's best for the team, not what's best for one guy.
Yeah.
Not what one guy wants. And I don't care how much the dissension is. I'll pay for it later.
Mhm.
But I'm going to do this. And to be honest with you, whether it worked or not, it was still the right move for this franchise moving forward, is for Malik to be an elite six man and not like a league average starter.
Right. Yeah, I think that's true. I didn't even thought about that.
Yeah,
Very
it's
quiet.
a-
Just
yeah.
very quietly. Hey, Malik's back to six man again. Anyways, what?
No, actually, first
Wait,
we're
what?
first we're going to introduce him as a starter.
Oh yeah.
Then we're gonna put him on the bench and wait till James asks the question after the game.
be very
instead
subtle.
of before. It was all James's fault. If James had just asked before the game, we all would have known. No dissension. Doug even said James. He might not have said James.
No, he said Jason.
Oh, it was Jason.
It was because Jason usually asked, and Doug usually says, I'm not going to tell you.
Mhm.
Doug wasn't going to tell
Of
him.
course
Right,
he
yeah,
wasn't.
yeah.
Of course he
Come
wasn't.
on now. It's a
Man,
cat and mouse game.
you know who's never gonna not ask again though? Jason.
Yeah,
Uh,
right.
Real quick, have you ever seen a playoff team quit the way Miami did last night? I don't think I've ever seen it to that degree. That
A
was
Miami
crazy.
team, or you said, have I ever seen like the
Like,
Heat?
like any team
Yeah, I've seen teams quit before.
in the
I've-
playoffs like that.
Yeah,
Man,
like down
I don't-
3-0. I've just never seen it from Miami. I've
That's-
never seen it
yeah,
from an
right.
Eric Spoelstra led team. I mean, we've seen teams die in the postseason before. We've seen
Mhm.
teams go, they know they have no shot in the series and
Mhm.
kind of, Cancun it. That was pretty bad last night, though. That was definitely one of the worst. And
On the-
coming off of the heels of what happened the
That's
game
it.
before,
That's
it's
it.
pretty crazy.
They lost that game by 37 in game 3. The Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley, Miami Heat have built their reputation on, well, okay, well, that's not happening again. And then they go down 30-8.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
But it's about right, man. They're just not that, we're super talented.
Yeah.
It's not that good of a team.
Trading your star in the middle of the season doesn't seem to be the move. Just saying.
Yeah,
Well-
maybe not the best. Yeah, that was a tough look. Like Eric Spoelstra has never looked broken at a press conference before, but that man was just flabbergasted by what his team did yesterday.
Tough to watch.
Yeah.
What do you guys have coming up on D-Lo and Casey?
A lot of this, for sure. We're going to talk about the officiating a little bit. We'll talk about Shaq at Sac State, Trysta Krick at 2:00, Jason Jones in the 3:00 hour. So
Busy
not so
day.
Tuesday.
Busy day on a Tuesday. D-Lo and KC, they're coming up next. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I promise we're back tomorrow.
We are.
We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Allegedly.
Right here. According to sources, we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on
It's
this
not
very
real
radio
unless
station.
Shams tweets it.
ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Drink water. Be nice, people. Need Shams to tweet out that the Insiders are on the air.
Mm-hmm.
Bye, everybody. Have a good day.
See you, Chatty House. Good show today, guys. Appreciate y'all. Talk to you tomorrow.
Mike's on. What's up, everybody?
Not apologizing for asking questions, Brian. Sorry, won't do it.
What?
I mean, Brian's
What are you
right.
talking about? What do we have to apologize?
Brian's right.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Hey. Man, we missed y'all yesterday. One more time for being back. Yeah. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, April 29th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway. Nope, it's not updated yet.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
Worst slums of Sacramento.
Absolute worst. We're so sorry we couldn't be with you yesterday. But shout out to the Sacramento Kings who could have ruined our life by dropping this little nugget yesterday at the same time.
Good looking.
Thankfully, they knew what time it was. They knew D-Lo and KC had to be away for the day. And they say, hold on. We'll announce our next head coach tomorrow.
Hold on, player.
I did have the laptop and everything ready to go in the car just in case.
Good for you, because I sure as hell didn't.
Hit him with
I didn't
that.
even think about it till we got there. It was like, all I brought was the iPad. What if something happens?
It would have been some weird ass computer audio from the guys, but
Yeah,
it would have been talking.
Would have been a little weird, but
Hit him with that. Hold on, player.
yeah.
Live from the parking garage in Folsom.
So, well, that's what it would have been. The rabbit. What was it called again?
Fat. Oh no.
Say it. You know what it is. Say
I
it.
don't know what it is.
Wow, this show is stop
Don't be
people from
scared.
talking.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell
I
what
just said it was the fat rabbit.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong
What's
with
wrong
that.
with you?
Yeah.
No, there's nothing wrong with
What's wrong with you?
What does that mean to
Man,
you?
it. There's nothing wrong with it.
That must be some new slang I ain't heard before.
There's nothing wrong with it at all.
You just went out, had a few drinks in the middle of the afternoon. Nothing wrong with that. But Doug Christie is officially your Sacramento Kings head coach. The interim tag is removed. And just like Scott Perry said last week, we're going to take a few days. We're going to talk to a few people, and we're going to have a decision here relatively soon. We said after Scott Perry's introductory press conference, that did not sound like he was going to have a coaching search. That did not sound like this was going to be a long process. His words made me feel like Doug was the leader in the clubhouse, but there were a couple of guys that he at least wanted to have conversations with. Our gut tells us he had probably been having those conversations since the idea of rejoining the Sacramento Kings first was presented to him. Make a few calls. What do you think about this? What do you think about this? We'll talk more formally when I get the job. I don't know that he held any formal interviews, but I'm going to take Scott Perry at his word is that there were a few people he wanted to talk to. He talked to them and decided Doug was going to be his guy moving forward.
Yeah, and I know people's antennas are up,
Oh, yeah.
or they get cynical about these type of things.
Yeah.
And that's something that this organization has earned, to be honest with you. But at the same time, if you talk to Doug Christie and you talk to him about the game of basketball and the approach to basketball, it sounds awfully like what Scott Perry talked about in his introductory press conference. So I can absolutely understand Scott Perry talking with Doug Christie and saying, this is the guy that I want to give an opportunity to lead this team. They seem to be on the same wavelength, once again, about their approach to the game of basketball.
Yeah, he laid the blueprint out for us in his
How they approach building a roster and working in cohesion. That doesn't mean it's going to turn into wins. That doesn't mean it's going to be a great marriage as far as wins and losses, but it is a good start. And I've said a number of different times, just the way Doug Christie approaches the game alone, approaches leading men alone, that's something that's intriguing to a general manager, to an owner, fan like myself or whatever, I want to see what this guy can do with everything at his arsenal. A full coaching staff, full training camp, working in cohesion with the good GM, perceived good GM, and working on that roster. I want to see what Doug Christie has with all those things at his disposal, because I'm betting that he's going to do a really good job. That's how I feel about it.
The questions about Doug Christie getting this, like, just I guess the concerns is just more so about Vivek, like being a Vivek guy, right?
I think anytime Vivek's name is mentioned, can you use the phrase people's antennas go up? So Doug has been labeled a Vivek guy because of the Luke. I think it really dates back to the Luke Walton stuff. When Luke Walton was fired and they were looking to make Alvin Gentry the head coach, something was floated out there. I can't remember if it was Woj or Shams Charania about Doug Christie. Most people don't want to take the time to connect the dots. They've immediately said, well, that's a Vivek Ranadive call. He wants Doug Christie to be the head coach. There were reports that Vivek kind of forced Luke to put Doug on that staff. But in reality, all that was a negotiating ploy. Alvin wanted a contract not to be the interim head coach, but to be the head coach. And the Kings said no. And then the two agents or the agent in the Kings front office, started to get testy with the media. And it's like, okay, Alvin wants it. That's great. If Alvin doesn't want the interim job, we'll just give it to Doug. And that's how all of that started. And it was framed as, Doug is seen as this. Doug is seen. No, that was a public negotiation. That's what that was. Alvin wanted something that the Kings were not going to give him. So they used Doug Christie as the guy. Well, we'll make Doug the coach. And then all of a sudden, okay, I'm fine. I'll take my pay raise to be the head coach. And then, we'll see what happens after the season. And we all know what happened.
Well, what about the stuff in the Athletic, though, about, like, this is before Scott Perry even got here, about Monty and the front office kind of being on different sides of whether or not you bring Doug back and all that, like, kind of towards the end.
I don't care what Monty thinks.
I wouldn't listen to it.
Well, I'm saying that I'm asking you if like that's kind of the tie-in, like the front office wanted Doug. That's the tie-in right there.
But once again,
you mean the ownership wanted Doug.
Yeah.
And you're not wrong about that. But the assumption, and once again, this ownership has earned that with the stories that we've heard and with just a lack of winning over time. They've earned that doubt that people have for their decision making. But just because he may be ownership's guy doesn't mean he's not Scott Perry's guy.
And that's kind of like what I'm trying to get to too. I don't think Scott Perry made this, like, had to make this move against his will. Like, I don't think it's like they told him, you're going to hire Doug Christie and that's that. We're already starting off on a bad foot. I don't think like this is that. I think Scott Perry's good with this. This is his guy too, like you said.
Yeah.
I'm exaggerating and I'm being dramatic for this whole thing. But if Wemby was on this roster and the ownership like Wemby, and Scott Perry came in and was like, I like Wemby too. Oh, well, the ownership likes him, so that must be why. No, he actually thinks he's a good basketball player. He could actually think Doug Christie is the right guy for the job. It doesn't have to be just because ownership likes him as well. That is something nefarious going on.
I think it's both things can be true type thing. Like, yeah, ownership likes Doug Christie, so does Scott Perry. If anything, you see it as ownership and the GM are aligned on their first thing finally.
But it'll always be nefarious when Vivek Ranadive is involved. Always. Just imagine for a second, Keegan stinks next year. What story do you think out of thin air is going to come back?
That was Vivek's guy.
Especially if the kid comes back in Detroit and is playing the way he was earlier this year. Oh, guys, remember, the front office wanted Jaden Ivey, but Vivek told us to take Keegan Murray. Remember, that was a story that completely died when Keegan started drilling threes at an absurd rate. All of a sudden, it was, ha, 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 ha. Y'all thought we should have drafted Jaden Ivey. Ha, 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 ha. No one mentioned the fact that they said that was Vivek's pick. Y'all for an entire draft thing said, oh, the front office loves Jaden Ivey, but that goddamn Vivek Ranadive again wants that Keegan Murray, despite the fact Keegan is the prototypical Monty McNair player.
Yeah, that is out of the Monty textbook. Right.
Kenny's right. The Kings have earned all of the doubt, the eye rolling, and the frustration. A lot of it is unwarranted. A lot of it is make-believe. A lot of it is not real. A lot of it is narrative. A lot of it is just salacious conversation to make people look stupid. And to what you guys were, both things can be true. Vivek may have gone into this saying, Scott, I like Doug. I like what he did for this team. I love what he does for the city. You're hiring the next head coach, but I'd like Doug to be at the top of your list. If you have someone else you want to go with, that's your call. But I'd like for Doug to be at the top of your list. And if someone, blows you away in the interview process, or someone says whatever, you're in charge. But, if you got two candidates, Doug is one of them. And that's how I want this to go. And it's his company. He's allowed to do that. I would do it.
Right.
If it was my company, that's what I would do.
Securing the Bagley and the Chatty House.
Oh, I'm sure it's something positive.
Would Doug be the first choice if Scott got a job somewhere else? I understand the question. It's kind of irrelevant because this situation is Sacramento situation.
Mhm.
We had Doug go 27 and 24 with a hypothetical team then, I guess.
Right. Like that's there are a couple of different things that go into Doug being the choice here in Sacramento. There are some nostalgic ties. There are some familiarity ties as far as knowing the guy and understanding what he's doing. And then Jesse talked about you had, a trial run, so to speak, to see how he could handle situations in a very chaotic situation. And he was able to keep the team's head above water in that time.
Mhm.
Plus you talk to him. Plus you might not, if you're in New York, you might not ever talk to Doug Christie.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so he may be a great choice for a number of different teams,
Mhm.
but you might not even talk to him if you're in these other places. He's right here in the building. You get an opportunity to talk to him. You get him getting co-signed by ownership potentially. You talk to him. I like his approach. I like what he's talking about. And even though he's not the first choice, you may look at him if you're Scott Perry and say, this is the right guy for what we're trying to do right here. So that's irrelevant if he would be the first choice.
Well, and it's
anywhere else.
also like, and I think, I'll spin off of what Securing the Bagley's talking about here a little bit. And like, do you think Taylor Jenkins would have been the right hire for Sacramento? Do you think Taylor Jenkins would have taken an interview with Sacramento? Should Scott have called Michael Malone? Is that what we're talking about? Should we go with Mike Malone? Remember a few years ago, the new hotness was Will Hardy.
Yep.
I don't know if Will Hardy's a good coach or not. I know what team he's coaching though. Is that your desired pick? People absolutely ignore this fact. There were people screaming for Darvin Ham. Poor Darvin is like a bumbling idiot on the internet. The man can't even put his hands in his pockets without being ridiculed.
True.
At some point, Jason Jones is going to crack a Darvin Ham joke. Let's not pretend that Kings fans didn't want Darvin Ham here. It's all unknown with these young guys. Okay, so what, Taylor Jenkins the answer? There's a reason he's not in Memphis anymore, despite the fact he was winning. Michael Malone, that's the answer? With this organization, Michael Malone is the answer. No, it's not. There are situations that are unique to franchises. Doug is a unique situation for this franchise and this particular group. And again, his commitment to this team and his commitment to the city are important to this story. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings finding their new head coach. Doug Christie is officially the man here in Sacramento. We'll talk about that, the horrible circumstances surrounding the Milwaukee Bucks and the fact that they're facing a closeout game tonight against the Pacers. We'll talk about that as well. And man, shout out to the Detroit Pistons because you can never get that one back. We'll talk about it. There's a lot to catch up on. We're going to do our best here today. Trysta Krick at 2 o'clock. Jason Jones at 3 o'clock. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Cheryl in Baltimore, what up?
Baltimore.
Be more stand up. You already know the vibes. All right, man. I don't necessarily know if this is there's so much going on. I don't know if there's it's a radio topic, but I have to bring it up. I have to talk about it because Jesse, I saw Sinners on Friday.
Oh, is it everything they've said? I think I saw your tweet too.
Yeah, and the tweet was Ryan Coogler he's the GOAT. He's the greatest of all time.
This low key could be for radio.
You think so? I mean, we
talk about you talk about it now, but we can bring it up later. I think.
Okay, yeah. Ryan Coogler's the greatest to ever do it. He's the greatest to ever do it. No disrespect to these guys, but you can have your Scorseses, you can have your Tarantinos and your Pulp Fiction. You can have what's my man that did E.T. You can have your E.T.s. What's his name? What's the director?
Is that Steven Spielberg?
Spielberg.
Hey, I got it. Did I get that?
You got it. That's a good call. Good job. You can have your E.T.s. You can have your Spielbergs and all this other stuff. No disrespect to those guys. Cougar is the best to ever do it. I'm saying that today. He's the best. He's the greatest. Sinners is so crazy. So crazy. Like Sinner, there is so much in that movie. Culturally, religiously. There's just so much. And if you know what's going on, or for me, I knew some of it, but my wife, the smartest person I've ever been around, she saw all the Easter eggs as well. And we had the discussion, and she was just breaking down things that it's ridiculous. But the great thing about that is if you see all that and you know all that, or you want to learn all that, it's there for you. If you just want to watch a regular movie, a vampire movie, it's fantastic as that as well. Ryan Coogler, he's the greatest. He's the greatest.
You could turn a debate into everything because they're like, no, Casey, he's not the greatest director. No.
He's the great 4 movies in. I'm sorry. I'm saying it right now. When I see Jordan, I see Jordan. When I see, for you guys, LeBron, I see LeBron. This is the GOAT.
He only has 4 movies?
Yeah. 4 major movies. Fruitville, Black
Creed.
Panther, Creed, and now this.
Oh, okay.
He's the best. He's the goddamn best. What a movie. And Michael B. Jordan, the best performance he's ever had on screen. He was fantastic. I didn't think he could do it. I didn't think he could act like that. I thought he was just a good actor, but fantastic. Fantastic. Raving.
Creed is Creed is such a terrific movie.
It is.
Such an absolutely terrific movie.
Whatever.
Go to get my little energy drink and come back, and Kenny has started a full-on fight in the
Yeah,
chat.
Hey,
whatever.
I was real big on
They can
movie
fight-
directors.
Yeah, they can fight me if they want to. I don't give a damn. I'm right.
This is that Saudi Arabia, what they call it, the greatest Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
It's like a 50-man, no holds barred, over the top rope battle royal. Because KC said Ryan Coogler is the greatest director ever.
He's the best. He's the greatest. I saw Sinners over the weekend. Just a perfect movie. An absolute perfect movie. And now we're talking 4 for 4. Some people are saying he directed The Equalizer. I wasn't familiar with that. I haven't seen The Equalizer, so I don't know. But
I don't think that's true.
I don't think so either. But I'm going the 4. I thought did 4. He did Fruitville. He did Black Panther,
which includes Wakanda. Like he did Wakanda Forever.
Yes, and now he's done Sinners. And Sinners is like I told the guys during the break. There is so much in this movie. It's crazy. Like I said, if you understand some of the historical, the cultural, the religious eggs that are in this movie, then it just blows your mind. Or if you learn about them or you read about whatever the case may be, if you just want to watch a good movie, that's there too.
Oh yeah, we're okay. King's hired Doug Christie. We might. I mean,
I said it. I said, no disrespect to these people, but keep your Tarantinos. You can have your Tarantinos and your Kill Bills.
I don't like Tarantino.
You can have your Scorseses. I love The Godfather. I love that. You can have your Spielbergs and E.T. and all that. You can have all that.
Stop.
You can have
Martin Scorsese didn't do The Godfather.
Oh, okay.
Stop it.
Who did it?
Stop it. Francis Ford Coppola.
Oh, okay. Well, you can have him too. You can have him. And you know, I love Spike. You can have you Do the Right Things. I love Do the Right Thing. And I love all this. This guy's the GOAT. He's the best to ever do it. He's the best. Ryan Coogler, Stingers up. He's the greatest of all time. Now.
I'm looking for. So I got Scorsese, Spielberg, and Spike pulled up. Give me another one.
Tarantino. The people love Tarantino.
Yeah. It's Quentin.
Oh, what's
right?
the man that did JFK? In any given
Oliver
Sunday.
Stone.
Oliver Stone.
Okay.
You can have your JFKs in your any given Sundays. No disrespect to these guys, but they ain't him. They not him.
Ooh, man. Okay, this is interesting.
Who did the Batman trilogy, the Dark Knight ones? I'll stick with that guy.
Is it something Nolan?
Christopher Nolan.
Christopher
Shout
Nolan.
out Christopher Nolan.
Oh, those are fantastic.
Quentin Tarantino. Who'd you say after Tarantino?
Oliver Stone.
Oliver Stone. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is look for, because what I thought I would try is the first 4 movies of a director's career. It's not close. There's no conversation to be
It's
had.
not close.
It's Coogler. The first 4, like it's Coogler. It's not close.
Is Coogler the Patrick Mahomes of directors?
So that's what we're talking about right there.
People are asking.
Good call.
That's what we're
That's a
talking
good
about
call.
right there.
People are asking.
That's what we're talking about right there. So instead of looking for the first 4 movies of a director's career, what I'm looking at is a 4-movie stretch. And I'm going to include, I want to include 5 because I mean, Wakanda Forever it's a movie. It's part of the same franchise. But Oliver Stone,
What movies does Oliver Stone have in his bag?
he's got JFK, Any Given Sunday, Natural Born Killers. Like, I'm gonna say no. There's no. Here's one that I think people will like that I don't care for. Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown, and the 2 Kill Bills.
Reservoir Dogs is fire.
That's a 5-movie
that's
stretch
Tarantino.
for Quentin Tarantino. Spike,
That's cute. Spike went crazy.
Man.
Spike went crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
But Spike is also for the culture.
Mhm.
Spike isn't necessarily for the box office. There's
What would Spike's 4 be? Do the Right Thing, Jungle Fever.
So the best way to do this, I think, is to eliminate She's Gotta Have It, which is crazy. But the reason you do that is because that will include School Days, Do the Right Thing, Mo Better Blues, Jungle Fever, and that gets Malcolm X into the 5. Malcolm X was his 6th movie.
That's vicious.
Now that's tough.
That's vicious.
That's tough. That's tough. Spielberg, man. Spielberg is probably the one.
What we got?
You've got Jaws, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, 1941, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and E.T. If you move that down, you can go Raiders of the Lost Ark, E.T., The Twilight Zone, Indiana Jones, and The Color Purple. You go a little further down, you can go Indiana Jones, Always, Hook, Jurassic Park, Schindler's List, and another Jurassic Park.
This is Tom Brady.
He's the one. Like, I'm sorry. It's not all for me, but when you just look at this, he has multiple segments of monster movies.
So you can't beat the numbers. You can't beat the numbers. I'm sorry. And it's a different time.
Man.
Creed is a far better movie than Jaws. And you can't beat the numbers. You can't. It's subjective.
That's Wilt versus Shaq.
It's subjective.
It's a different time.
Creed is better than Jurassic Park. Creed is better than Hook.
What has more impact to this? Like Jaws has more impact, though. You think?
Yeah,
like,
all of these movies
Jaws,
have more impact.
Yeah.
Creed is a great movie. Like Creed is
Jaws is like
incredible.
Still, like, Jaws is like its own. Like Jaws gets brought up like
even
outside
Jaws
the movie.
is a part of like cinematic history.
Yeah, you can't.
So is Jurassic Park. So is E.T.
You can't take those things away. I'm telling. Like here's the thing. Here's the thing for me that I thought about for 4 movies for Ryan Coogler. He hasn't wasted a scene in 4 movies. If you Watch those
So-
four. There is not a scene wasted.
I hear you. I hear you. And there's an argument that Fruitvale Station is the best one of all of them. But I think we also recognize or should recognize that movies like Fruitvale Station, Creed, Black Panther are going to resonate more with us than say a Jurassic Park or an Indiana Jones or some of the or Hook. It's tough, you know, it's talking about the greatest of artists of all time, right? You're essentially crossing genres here. You're making movies, but you're crossing genres in terms of who these movies talk to.
Right.
I don't know how you compete with Spielberg.
And it's fair.
It's yeah.
It's
but I'll say this though. The first 5 movies is undebatable. There is not Scorsese, not Scorsese, Spike might be the closest. No, Quentin Tarantino is the closest.
What was his
But
first,
his Quentin Tarantino's first 5 were Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown, and the 2 Kill Bill movies. I'm gonna be honest with everybody. I've never seen any one of them. I like have tried to watch in Quentin Tarantino's style of directing. It just doesn't move me. Like they did that movie like 5 years ago. The
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
that one.
That one's good. I like that one.
And as soon as it was like, oh, it's another Quentin Tarantino movie, I was like, all right.
They're not all my favorites. Like I Reservoir Dogs is my favorite. Pulp Fiction, everyone loves that one. That one's
Jackie
all right
Brown
to me.
was really good too. I enjoyed Jackie Brown.
Okay,
that was good. He's one of the
he's
greats.
obviously a great director.
He's one of the greats. He's
but
not
in
a
the
bum.
conversation, he just doesn't appeal to what I want to sit down and watch. But Ryan Coogler does.
And like I said,
Is that his third movie with Michael B. Jordan? Because Michael B. Jordan was Fruitvale Station.
Fruitvale, Creed.
No, they were all of them.
Michael, and I said this too during the break. Michael B. Jordan, that was the performance of his career so far. He was fantastic.
So this is
that movie.
This is Scorsese and De Niro. That's what that is. Scorsese and De Niro have made classics for eternity. That's what this is.
And here's look, I completely understand myself. I think it transcends it, but that's just my opinion. But myself, as a black man, is what I like to think, a cultured black man. Sinners, there is so many stuff. Nick V talking about, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's fine. There is so much in Sinners that I promise you, Nick V has no idea the impact and what it means and how he incorporated into a story, how he incorporated it into damn near a history lesson, a cultural history lesson. It is, and there, and I'm not
did in Black Panther too.
Exactly, and I'm not even saying it because I had to be taught. Like I said, my wife, who once again is the smartest person I ever met, we're talking after the movie, and she brings things to light that I didn't even recognize in the movie and wasn't aware of culturally, and how he incorporated it into that movie. It's funny. I was watching some stuff afterwards, and it's perfectly fine. I'm not talking bad about anybody, but it was like Good Morning America, and they were like, wow, Ryan Coogler did a fantastic job. This is such a great vampire movie. And that's if you want to look at it as this is just a vampire movie and it's good, it does that too. There are 25 times more stuff in that movie. When I say there's not a scene wasted and a look at a person not wasted in that movie that doesn't carry weight, I'm telling you. And like I said, it happens in music, right? It happens sometimes with Kendrick, with his performances and the songs. People are like, yo, there's so much here. And some people are like, I just want to dance. Like, I don't want all that. And they're not wrong for feeling that way. Some people may look at this movie and be like, I just want to watch a movie. I don't need all the history lessons. And that's cool too. But it's there. It is 100% there. The religious component to it all. There's so many things going on religiously in that movie that I know. I went to a private school for 8 years and I understand the church and all this. It's just, it's a work of art. It is an absolute work of art. And this is the 4th time in a row he's put together a work of art.
Well, that's great, man. I always say I'm going to get out and see these movies, and I never do.
Now, real quick, what if I told you that Casey said during the break, yeah, I'll just say this during commercial. It's not even for radio.
Well, no, hold on. Well, look, hear me out.
See,
First of
yeah,
all, it's
look
not
what
on the
it- look
rundown.
at look what it
Second of
turned
all,
into.
the Kings just hired Doug Christie as the coach. We got Shedeur. We got NBA playoffs. Trysta's here. Jason's here. There's a lot going on.
And we just ate 12 minutes right now.
Look, there's a lot going on. I didn't want to just, hey, let's forget about Doug Christie and let's talk. That's why I talked about it in the commercial.
Well, that worked really well, didn't it? And as Rob Nacho says, since we're here, can 100 and D-Lo and KC listeners take out a gorilla? That's really what it boils down to. Really what
We
it
got
boils down
Shaq
to.
at Sac State. We got George
It's
Kittle.
crazy.
Come on, man. There's
Yeah,
a lot
man.
going on. So I thought it was just, I thought I'd just sneak it in there, the commercial.
I'll pause. Well, I tried it.
Casey snuck in a pause during yesterday's work meeting.
No, that was funny.
Only
No, that's
we
funny.
caught it, I think.
Yeah, no, that
Vince
was
was
funny.
like, huh?
Sorry, Vince. You're hanging around a bunch of children. A bunch of grown-ass children all together in one room yesterday. Goodness gracious. But as Casey said, Doug Christie is the Sacramento Kings head coach. Shams reported that the two are finalizing a deal. Normally that means a deal is essentially finalized. Maybe the paperwork just hasn't been signed yet. Also, people might have learned for the first time today that Doug is represented by Clutch Sports. That might not be something people realized as the season progressed. I knew it. I didn't know if that was public or not. I know James actually brought it to my attention. I didn't know Doug was represented by Clutch.
Hey, I learned it late. Like
And it was
last week of the season.
it was during the De'Aaron stuff that I learned he was represented by Clutch. But a lot of people might have learned that today. And Doug is Scott Perry's guy, and we're off and running, man.
Yeah, man.
We're off and running.
I'm happy for Doug, first and foremost. I think he deserves this opportunity. He has put in work in this league as a player, broadcaster, which, is a way to study the game and to study the league as well. And then as an assistant, on two different staffs, working with these guys on a daily basis. I think he absolutely deserves this opportunity. What we saw when he got the head job in the interim situation last year, being able to do the best he can to keep that team together and keep them above water to a point where they had an opportunity to go into the postseason. I think that goes on his resume as a positive. 27-24, I think was his record as a head coach. He had other coaches, front office personnel, quitting on him left and right.
Yep.
He had a lot to deal with, and he had them in a position where, who knows what happens. They make a couple more shots, get a couple stops in that playing game. Maybe they're energized to play a different type of game, and they win a game or two. I don't put what we saw in that game against Dallas on Doug Christie. That's not him. He was working with what he had. He was trying to get him to the finish line. So I'm happy that he's going to get this opportunity. I think he deserves it. And much like when he got the interim job, I think he's going to do good things. I think Doug Christie is a good coach. I think he is a leader of men. I think he is somebody that understands the game in a productive way, understands players and relationships and the way you communicate with people in a productive way. And I think he's going to do a good job here in Sacramento. I do. I really believe that.
Whether he's Vivek's guy, Scott Perry's guy, is one thing, and holding on a conversation. Do you guys think the Kings hired a good coach today?
Yes.
I do too.
And I think
Yeah.
like that's ultimately what matters, right? I kind of wonder if the discussion or the concerns is about like not having interview processes. Maybe you could find someone better, but like who's better that's coming? Like Michael Malone is not coming to coach this team. I don't think Taylor Jenkins would have been a guy here. I think Doug Christie.
Some guys fit certain
Yeah, I think
organizations.
Doug Christie, for what he's done, I think that's a good hire.
Doug fits this organization. Doug fits this city. He fits the goals that this organization wants to attain.
Yes.
And that's a big deal. Like, I'm sure Taylor Jenkins is a fine coach. To me, when a coach like Mike Brown gets fired and you have a situation like you had with the Kings at the beginning of the season, you you could feel like, all right, like you could see something's wrong. You can make a change right there. I think when you have a coach like Taylor Jenkins or Michael Malone, who are as far into the season as they are and in the position that they're in, getting fired, to me, that raises way more eyebrows. Like, okay, what was, and we have since learned, I think we've learned a lot less about Taylor Jenkins and a lot more about Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. And no one is surprised by the Michael Malone reports that those two made life miserable for everybody. And I'm not absolving Calvin Booth of any of this, but I'm saying, like, Michael Malone is, he's the face of being a hothead. Like, we've seen it. And so to me, that type of stuff's like immediately like, there's a whole lot of talk about character this weekend. There's a whole lot of talk about character and how you present yourself and how you need to be humble and how you need to do this and how you need to do that. Okay. Well, if that's true for a 21-year-old kid coming out of college, it sure as hell is true for an NBA coach. Maybe guys like Michael Malone and Taylor Jenkins need to be brought down a notch.
Yeah, is there an age when you have to? It's okay to stop being humble.
Yeah, is there an age where you need to stop being grateful for your opportunities? Because again, these are all things that I heard a lot about this weekend. Well, let's take some of them same words and apply them to these guys. You're a Sacramento Kings fan with the turmoil that this franchise is constantly in. You want to bring in the guy who was fired because he just made life miserable on everybody he worked with. That's what we want. Taylor Jenkins was a winning coach. Again, it's a little quieter as to why he was let go at that point of the season he was, but you said you tapped into Memphis that day and they were like, good riddance. Really? All right. And I always thought Taylor Jenkins was the perfect coach for Memphis because they played like he acted. Does that work for this group? And I know everyone says, well, this isn't supposed to be the group. I'm sorry, pal. Right now it is. You can work with these what ifs all you want to. You can have a plan. You can say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. This is how we're going to. You could do all of that. Someone could get hurt. A new general manager could take over one of the teams you wanted to work with. A million things could happen that keep your plan from working. Right now, this is the group that you have. And you have to think, does the coach I'm hiring work with this group? Can we change this group? One thing we know about Doug, an undeniable fact, dude can adapt to change. Like how much that dude had to deal with this year. He can adapt. And that all weighs in to what we're doing.
100%. I just, you know how I feel sometimes about, like, I do believe we joke about it or whatever. I do believe coaches matter, but every coach that's available that people were like, this guy would be great. Somebody else has said, I'm done with you. Or they're completely unproven. They've never been in that position.
Will Hardy.
Yeah. So, and even as good as people believe Will Hardy is, and he seems like a good coach, I don't have any reason to believe he's not. The hell has Utah been doing?
Right.
And this is where I always come. Don't tell me look at the roster, because the way that you say it is if they're such a great coach.
Or don't tell me to tell the whole story.
Well, I really wish you would tell the whole story, because I mean, what about when I've been down 3-1? What about that?
Well, I got great news for you, Doc. You're down 3-1 again, buddy. You got a point you want to prove. Now is as good time as any.
Doc's got his next excuse, though. I'll tell you that.
Oh, he sure does.
But yeah, man, like,
still haven't lost with a healthy Dame Lillard. I can tell you that right now. Dame Lillard, Kendrick Perkins. We don't lose with Kendrick Perkins.
It's true, by the way.
My favorite thing.
We haven't lost with our starting five. Kendrick Perkins. Kendrick Perkins in the lineup.
And then we go off to trade Kendrick Perkins. Like, oh, okay.
Doc,
can't ever dispute
Doc is crazy.
That's
though.
true.
No, what did he say? What did he say about the starting lineup?
No, see, that's what Casey does. Like he calls for the instant replay, like immediately.
I'm not going to give you a replay.
Oh man, great stuff, man. Great stuff.
Hardly.
But yeah, man, you need your players. You need guys that believe in what you're doing, and you need a staff as well. And we'll see what he does with all those, like the players and the staff around him.
That's a really important part of all of this. Is Doug took over Mike Brown's staff last year. Those guys were, I'm sure, understandably upset as to the way that the season went. And, Doug was in those situations, and I don't know anything about that inner circle at all. But I know if I was in that situation, I'd be wondering, who can I trust the rest of the way? Those got Jay. I mean, those guys are all professionals. Jay been around this game a long time. But I'm sure for Doug, there's also a certain feeling out process, and there's probably a certain amount of like guarding that he feels like he might have to do, because these are guys who are almost certainly going to be looking for jobs, some during their time with Doug, some this offseason. And Doug has probably had to spend some time last year, probably a decent amount of it, trying to figure out who is really in the best interest of what we're trying to accomplish with this basketball team right now.
And I'll say it.
And I don't imagine that was easy.
I'll say it. I'll be the one to say it. And mind you, I haven't talked to any of the parties involved. I am just a professional tea leaf reader.
Mm-hmm.
And Doug and Luke, there was something going on there. There was something definitely going on. And that was one of your lead assistants.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying either party is right or wrong. I'm just telling you they weren't I don't believe, I shouldn't say this as fact. I'm just telling you, I don't believe they were in the best place. You listen to how Doug spoke when Luke was gone or left, and the fact that Luke left in the middle of the season tells you a lot about that relationship and what was going on there. And that's supposed to be like your lead guy, the guy you really lean on. So as well as Jay. So I think tough situation last year, man. Really, really tough situation. And he had these guys, I don't want to say like, because they had the Wizards game. Like they had some down times for sure. But for the most part, I thought he had these guys competing, ready to play, trying for the most part. We also talk about like, we're going to have it both ways. If a lot of people think Domantas Sabonis is as good as we've talked about for the last couple of years, he had a lot of games where he missed Domas. Domas missed what, like almost 10 games, towards the end of the season. So they didn't have Domas. They didn't have Domas. Zach LaVine was going through some stuff. It was just a real Malik Monk was gone for the last, I don't know how many games, last 2-3 weeks of the season or something like that. So yeah, I think Doug did the best he could do in that situation. And I think it earned him, in part, that earned him an opportunity for, full-time gig and with training camp, with a free agent, with the GM that he could be locked in with.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball for sure. We want to hear from you. Is this the right hire? How do you feel about the Doug Christie era officially beginning? 916-909-1320. We'll also look around the rest of the NBA. It is a seismic night tonight because what happens tonight could influence a whole lot of what happens this summer. We'll talk about it in the first, no pun intended, but step might have been taken this weekend. We'll talk about it. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The Magic would be really good if they just had players who knew how to shoot the basketball. Like that's literally all they're missing.
I think they miss Jalen Suggs too. He's a big part of what they do.
Yeah, Christopher Nolan's definitely fire. That stretch he has is crazy.
That's the Dark Knight guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He did that. He did that.
Those are probably my 3 favorite movies. Easy, Bagley, easy. Maybe they'll get it to game 6.
That Doc Rivers impression was terrible. Stop it, Umar. It was awful.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I didn't like.
It's actually better than you give it credit for, too.
I didn't like Inception that much, Mr. Asparagus, sir.
It's fine.
Yeah, I guess
Not
that's all
something I
that
ever wanted to
was
rewatch
fine.
or anything.
Yeah, and that's probably there was one scene where they're in the snow that I was like, this scene is going on way too effing long.
I don't think I've seen it.
That
That's like the dream.
Yeah,
Leo, isn't that?
Yeah.
that's a Leo movie. Yeah,
Aldrin, as of right now, yes. But give Robert Pattinson like another movie, and we'll see.
Oh, who did The Matrix?
I'm not sure on that one. I've never seen The Matrix.
I haven't either, but people say it's great. John Paul's absolutely. Yes, indeed. Are we ready? It's around my birthday, so I'll be ready.
anybody got a good pool cleaner that don't cost a crazy amount? Monthly services is crazy.
I mean, I don't think anybody here is rich enough to have a pool, so
Yeah.
we're kind of
Usually, like you have like a
on your own there,
sibling
pal.
or child do that or something.
you're on your own there, pal.
Like we didn't have a landscaper. I was just 10 years old mowing the lawn.
Not rich, man.
Second grader could barely even push the damn lawnmower, but we got it done.
Sidney Dean says, well, I guess that's just the going rate for him, huh? 125. All right. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. 916-909-1320. We'll start with our man, Maddie. Maddie, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's up, y'all? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Hey, good. Before I get to my question, Ken Dog, did you cop them 11 bread bows that came out on Saturday?
No. I had to settle down.
Casey hates
just had to
low
settle
tops
down
too.
a little bit. Excuse me. What the hell is on my feet right now? What are we talking about?
Oh, you got the little boater shoes on. Kenny dressed like he go to an Ivy League school today. Kenny's dressed like he's going out with Jake Gayden. That's what Kenny looks like today. He looks like Jake Gayden is taking Kenny sailing
Kenny
the second the show is over.
Frat house. What do you know here, bro?
Man of many styles.
I'm
man.
with
That's
it.
what
I'm with it. Look good.
I was gonna say D-Lo, Kenny damn near on Team Jordan.
Well, no, that's facts.
That's not.
That's-
See, you got people
man,
believing this stuff.
Man, did you or did you not work for Michael Jeffrey Jordan?
What does that have to do with me being on
Did
Team
you
Jordan? No.
or did you not work for Michael Jeffrey Jordan?
Yeah, we had a partnership.
Oh man,
Yo, Rich.
Your Honor, it is a yes or no question. Did you work for Michael Jeffrey Jordan?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
Maddie, go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead, Maddie.
real quick though, I didn't know that MJ wore them as a PE in the finals against the Sonics. So
The lows?
Yeah, he wore the lows in game
Oh, wow.
one.
Game one,
I don't think I knew that
I didn't know
either.
that either.
Against
Wow.
Seattle, yeah. So I just want to ask a question for y'all. Do you think the owner and Scott, during their discussions, because obviously they've been talking about it a while, do you think this was part of the interview? Like, hey, Vivek said we like Doug, so we want you to like him too. Do you think that was part of the interview?
Yes, but I don't think it was. I absolutely think that Vivek's feelings, or maybe Vivek and Vlade's feelings, or whatever the ownership contingent is, I absolutely think their feelings of liking Doug Christie as the potential head coach for the Sacramento Kings, I absolutely believe those were conveyed in any meeting with Scott Perry.
Mm-hmm.
I do not think there was a directive to hire Doug Christie. I think there was we think Doug did a really good job as an interim head coach. We think Doug is really, really good for this team. We think Doug is really good for this city. You are in charge of the hire. Our preference is Doug, but if you are in charge of this hire, and if you think you can bring someone in here who can do a better job than Doug, so be it. Yeah. That's your call to make. That's what I think happened, and I don't have an issue with that. I don't think there's a. I mean, I could be wrong. I always try to think of this like in real life perspectives, like our perspective. If we're hired to do something and we're told immediately, well, no, you can't have Jesse be your producer, but we got this guy from Jacksonville who's going to be really good. That's going to make me right out the gate. The partnership is 1 day old and I'm uncomfortable. Like, no, like Jesse's my guy. That's who I want. And so you want the person in charge, in this case, Scott Perry, to be able to make the decision for the sake of the relationship. And I got to believe that he did.
I think so too. I'll put it to you like this. If Scott Perry, and maybe this doesn't make people feel any better, but if Scott Perry thought Doug Christie was the wrong hire, he wouldn't hire him.
Right.
Now, I say some people might not like this because this could go a couple of
different
ways. Well, it could
go further too.
Yeah.
If Scott was told to hire Doug Christie and he didn't think that was, he probably wouldn't have taken the job.
That too. Once again, Scott Perry not no dummy. Before, when he was having conversations, like, I would think Scott Perry has an idea of what he's getting into and what like that entails. So if he's talking to Vivek just casually, well, what do you think about the coaching situation? I really love Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Like I love Doug. I think Doug is the right guy. I think it's been a bad situation here, and I really love him. This is in the beginning of March where they're just having conversations. So when Scott Perry is considering, am I going to take this GM job with the Kings? He probably has an understanding that, yeah, Vivek really loves Doug. He's probably going to want him around. That's the way I would think about it. I wouldn't go in there like, what? I had no idea that you like Doug Christie. This is news to me. I can't, I don't know what I'm going to do. No, he had an idea. And once again, if he thought Doug Christie, after talking with him, after observing him, maybe for a little while, if he thought Doug Christie is just flat out not the right guy for the job, number one, like you mentioned, I don't know if he'd take the job. Number two, I think he would voice it to Vivek and be like, I know this is your guy, but I don't think he's right. You know, that also doesn't mean Scott Perry doesn't think there are other guys who would be good for the job. He could go back on relationships, go back to conversation. Yeah, I think Sam Cassell would do a real good job here in Sacramento. Like, I think you do a good job, but I think Doug is good too. Vivek is comfortable with him. I believe in him. Let's go. Like, there's a lot of things that could be true as opposed to just the black and white. Vivek made him hire the guy. I don't know if it's just that simple or accurate at all.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Obviously, we'll talk a lot more about Doug Christie being the head coach of the Sacramento Kings as the day progresses. Trysta Krick will be with us just about 1 hour from now. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. I'm sure he'll have a lot of thoughts on this, and he'll have a lot of thoughts about what's going on in the NBA playoffs as well. Let me remind everybody, one of my favorite things about this right now. Tried to put y'all on game earlier this year. I'm going to remind you right now. Get you a wife like Jackie Christie. Go to Jackie's timeline, and it is flooded with Rashawn Holmes retweets, different Doug gifts of him making crazy faces, the Shams report, Matt George. Like it's all about Doug, man. She is all about her husband. That's and love. I love that. Yeah, man. Absolutely love that. Congrats to Doug and Jackie both, man. That's exciting. We were recording Sports Sunday on Sunday evening. Not to break kayfabe, but y'all know I'm not up at 11:30. And we record, it's live to tape. So we do a segment and then we actually time out the commercials. So Jake and Brendan will throw it to commercial and we'll just sit and wait as the commercials are timed out. And during the first commercial break, we're like waiting and it's just kind of quiet because we don't know exactly when we're going back on. And Casey goes, "Oh my God." And Kenny starts like squirming in his seat. He's like, "Oh my God. I think Dame Lillard just tore his Achilles." So I look over at the TV to my right, which is slightly delayed, and I look over at the exact moment that he tears what we've learned now. He in fact tears his Achilles. And it's one of those things where it's like oh God, he's grabbing it. He's grabbing his Achilles. And then they show his face and it's like, oh no, he knew. And I think you said that night. He was like, he absolutely knew. Popped, rope, knew exactly what it was. And Dame Lillard's season is over. Dame Lillard's next season is in tremendous jeopardy. And now the Milwaukee Bucks go into a game against what certainly appears to be a rival in the Indiana Pacers, facing a second straight first-round exit tonight.
Let's start with the right now. You're right. I mean, this one is over. Honestly, I don't want to see any other game. They can't beat this team 3 times in a row as is, like without Dame Lillard.
That's right.
So just get it over with. Let the Pacers and now the Cavs get ready for their series that'll probably start on Saturday or something like that. And let's move on. Like I don't want to see this anymore. The NBA actually did a good job. Yes, put this on at 3:00 on NBA TV. You could put it on right now. Like let's just get this thing over with. Nobody wants to see this.
I'm afraid it's going to look like that Miami Heat game did last night.
That was.
I hope not. I hope I'm wrong in that regard.
All right, shout out to the Cavs for handling business and winning the way that they did. That's what we wanted to see. That's all we wanted to see. That's it.
Well, look, even that's what we wanted to see. We didn't mean to just castrate the.
Yeah, that's true. That was a little much, but
they're already dead.
Yeah. But shout out to the Cavs and big ups to me and Kenny for asking questions.
That's it.
Oh, big ups my ass.
That's
you two hoes get off the Cleveland
Cavaliers.
Y'all are haters.
Hey, the Cavs are going to be tough for those Boston Celtics. I'll tell you that.
Y'all was trashing this team for not winning
enough.
No.
You guys don't listen. You guys don't listen.
That's right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be like Vivek. I'm not saying
that's right.
No
Me and the Me and the 1,300 people watching all misheard you.
I didn't pay attention.
What
did
they do, Dame, when you said you wanted Domantas Sabonis to take more shots? What did they do?
No,
they attacked you as well.
They did.
See?
Yep.
You see?
Good point.
Yep.
Yeah, they handle business though. And
now all of a sudden everybody agrees with me.
They beat the crap out of them. Look, they actually handled business on what was that, Saturday?
They won that game by 37.
I was watching second quarter and they were up like 25. I was like, this is what I want to see. This is what I want to see. Handle business. And that was one of the last things I saw for a while. Shout out to Xfinity because all over Sacramento, just down.
Really?
Internet down, TV. Well, I have YouTube TV, so the internet down. I'm in a bad way. I was able to watch on my phone through the 5G and all this other stuff, but yeah, that was a rough Saturday. But it might look like that. It might, Indiana, Milwaukee,
and OKC
might look like that.
They're trash, right? Because the Grizzlies games got too close.
No, they can't.
Oh, they're fine. That.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, this guy,
I'm just trying to get to trying to get to the bottom of how many points you have to win by to be a real contender.
This guy.
See, no, that's not what we were saying at all.
No, not at all. Plus, those first 2 games were at home. The playoffs are different on the road.
It's true.
Playoffs are different on the road.
They say the series does not start until you win a game on the road.
Yeah, playoffs are different on the road. So you get everybody's best punch. You know, you get the inspired arena and all this other stuff. So it's different. I saw Cleveland struggle at home. I said, I want to see that from you guys. I want to see you guys beat the hell out of somebody.
You know that.
And they were like the gorilla in 100 humans.
So that Cleveland home court's always tough because, like, living in Cleveland, like, where else are you going to go? Like, we're all going to show up to the Cavs game.
I wasn't even.
We're all going to be at the Cavs game. We're all going to cheer because we live in Cleveland.
I wasn't going there because that's not necessary. That's just disrespectful. Why? Why would you do that?
It's just the thought.
Oh, don't try to chastise him as if all of a sudden you're Mr. Cleveland.
Well, I mean, shout out Bone Thug, shout out Stolly. You know what I'm saying? Big ups.
Shout out the Miz.
Shout out to the Miz. You know, go Guardians.
We're out on the
I was gonna get a Browns jersey, but their jersey's just so damn ugly. I can't do that. I'll just get a Colorado one. Them Browns jerseys are hideous. The white one's like okay, but
no, white one's fine. Brown's a tough color.
Yeah.
Brown's a tough color. Unfortunately for the Bucks, Doc and Dame.
Thanks for thinking about me.
Well, I don't know how much longer people are going to be thinking about you, Doc, but that's another story. The conversation quickly became Giannis this summer and asking out of Milwaukee. That is, I mean, I don't even know that Dame's Achilles was x-rayed yet before this was the talk. And this is everywhere because everyone sees this for what it is. Milwaukee cannot win this series. They're going to lose in the first round for the second straight year. And now if you run the Milwaukee Bucks, you have to ask yourself, what do I do? If you're Giannis Antetokounmpo, you have to ask yourself, what do I do? Am I defined by winning championships? Will I be defined by being a Milwaukee Buck my entire career? What will define my legacy? And those are questions he has to ask. Those are questions he has to answer. And that could determine not just his future, not just the Bucks' future. That could determine virtually every single thing that happens in the National Basketball Association this summer.
Honestly, at this point, I think the Bucks might be able to help him answer those questions too.
Well, so that's the question that you got to ask if you're, the Bucks. If you're an NBA observer, do you in a place like Milwaukee? This isn't LA or New York or anything like that. Do you trade him without him requesting a trade?
I think you mutually come to that decision, word it however you want, but it's 1,000% time this offseason. You don't really have a future or anything like that. Dame is going to be out probably at least the season, if not most of next season. It's never been a more perfect time because it's like I think this is the way you can do it where you're not taking a heat on the organization. You're not taking heat if you're Giannis.
I feel like you've asked this before. This Warriors court is so distracting.
It's okay. I like the Golden Gate Bridge.
I don't. It just seems like a lot.
That player's a lot more distracting.
It just seems. Well, that's true. That's true. He's a hell of a defender.
He is a hell of a defender.
Like this play right here. He's Draymond Green's really good at what he does.
No, he's
an all-pro jackass for 15 straight years, or however many years. But he's
one of the great defenders
of
all time. Yeah. And as that play was happening, I was even like, why? I don't want to go with Draymond one-on-one.
Yeah. Yeah. It was terrible.
Like, no, that's not what I want to do. I do have remind me, because we're talking about the Bucks right now. Remind me, Draymond Green, the end of that game defense.
Okay.
I want to get to that. But
so you say this, or used to say it, or I think you did, maybe. we've had a conversation. What Jesse just asked. If you're the Bucks, can you just trade him? Like, can you really do that? Like, can you really take a player who won you a championship, the caliber of Giannis Antetokounmpo, and just call the New York Knicks, call the Oklahoma City Thunder, call the Houston Rockets? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? And then make the move.
You mean that as in, like, can you just do it without talking to him? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
No.
Now, obviously, it probably won't. Like the Luka thing, obviously, was kept under, despite what your boy is trying to tell everyone. That seemed to have been kept under wraps very tightly.
We'll talk about him because he's shining bright like a diamond right now.
It's your boy.
He's shining bright. We got mixed up in the hysteria of what happened and was like, forgot that he might just be right. But that's another discussion as well.
The idea of trying to trade him, obviously he finds out during that process. Ownership, front office, the team, in that case, immediately becomes the villain.
Yeah.
A lot of the asking out stuff, teams have probably wanted to trade players before. The Kings might have wanted to trade De'Aaron Fox. The Pelicans might have wanted to trade Anthony Davis, but you're immediately the villain if you ask out. And the Bucks, we just want to do what's best for our team. You know, when you can kind of throw your hands up and go, we're just trying to do what's best for our fans and our organization. Whereas when Giannis says, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore, it's a lot harder to make the claim we're trying to do what's best for our fans and our organizations if you trade him just completely out of the blue.
Right.
Or it comes out, I didn't want to leave. They traded. We found out they were talking to the Knicks and the Thunder and the Rockets, 3 days after these conversations. My agent found out. And that cast the Bucks in this case as the bad guy.
I would, and I don't know if this is the right or wrong thing to do, but I would absolutely have a conversation with Giannis, and it will be some real talk. I'd be like, Giannis, as a franchise, we're looking at the situation that we're in. First and foremost, I know a lot of people on Twitter, when I talked about this, being the time to move them, some people were like, come on, man. Like, it goes bad once or twice and you're trying to trade them. No, that's not what's going on here. The Bucks have had a run of about 7-8 years of being championship contenders. And that's a hell of a run. They got one out of the whole deal. Maybe you feel they should have got two or whatever, but I'm looking at like, you got one out of this and you're Milwaukee. Like you won. You won in this situation. You did a great job. But I would talk to Giannis and be like, Giannis, is a franchise, if we're trying to build something and trying to move on into the next era, moving you right now would be best. We can maximize our return. We can get a jump start on, like I said, the next era of Bucks basketball. And if you aren't interested in being here anymore, there's no hard feelings. We understand that. We're trying to talk to you about it. Now, if you say, I understand we're in a tough spot, we probably aren't going to be that good for a while. We may never get back to the heights that we were at, years ago. But I, Giannis, want to retire a Buck. I want to be Mr. Milwaukee Buck. If I'm the franchise, I don't move him. He means that much to that organization.
Okay, yeah.
And I will suffer losing, whatever. If Mr. Milwaukee Buck says, I want to be here forever, then he's going to be here forever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I would go about it. If he said he wanted to stay here, I wouldn't go behind his back and try to trade him and all this other stuff.
So
we would ride this thing out.
Let me go back to my original question then, which I didn't pose as a question for anyone to answer except for Giannis. What's best for his legacy? He's won a title. He won a title in Milwaukee. He's been an MVP multiple times. He was very quietly, or is very quietly, because they haven't named it yet, very quietly he's one of the three named for, he's an MVP finalist this year. Is it best to do what everybody else does, or what it seems like everybody else does, and try to get your way to another team where you can continue to contend for titles, because it does not feel like this team can? Or is it best for you to tough it out and be Dirk, which was essentially Dirk had one title?
One title, yeah.
One title in 20 years. 19 or 20, I can't remember, with the Dallas Mavericks. I think it was 20. Is that, which one's better?
It's hard to say which one's better and what's best for his legacy. I can say this, though. If he decided to stay in Milwaukee, it would not hurt his legacy because he got one there. He got one in Milwaukee. Multiple time MVP. In a spot like Milwaukee, if he said, I just want to be here and want to be part of this city, this
means
community,
too much to me.
I don't think it'll hurt his legacy at all. He's actually in a little bit of a win-win. And Jesse laid it out too. Like he's in a, because of how everything is kind of played out, this is the perfect out. You know, and if he wants to say, hey, I'm trying to win as many championships as possible, I don't think anybody will begrudge him for that as well. Seeing what the Bucks
fans
is.
might.
If I was a Milwaukee Buck, I wouldn't. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. He brought you a championship. This thing is over. And if he wants to continue his career going after championships and trying to be, he's got a potential to be a top 10 player of all time.
Is that all it takes is one? Because that happened with Cleveland. LeBron won the title in Cleveland, goes to LA, and Cleveland's thrilled for him.
It feels
this
like
was not Miami. It was just like, yay, LeBron, good for you. Thank you for the title.
Yeah.
Is that what it is with hey, thanks for the title. Enjoy the Knicks.
In more places than not. And maybe it's this way in Los Angeles with the Lakers or with Boston or something like that, or Golden State. You give me one, I got to salute you. We'll just use De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox got one title here and 5 years later wanted to leave. You think anybody going to be mad at him? I'm sure there would be because people are just mad in general.
Karen Bagley would be mad.
He would. But come on, man. I don't feel like that would be fair or the right thing to do. Hell, the Vlade Divac's got us to a finals, and I'd be like, yo, y'all chill on Vlade Divac. Or got us to a conference finals. I'm like,
say, no, he didn't.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all chill on Vlade Divac.
We could have, but he had to tip the ball backwards.
So I think in markets like Milwaukee and many other markets in the country, like New York is a big market, but if it's not the same, but if Jalen just got you one and wanted to leave after 3 years, he got in New York. So I think it does take just that one. If you get that championship for that city, I think that's good enough. You're a made man at that point. You can do whatever you want. You can stay, you can leave. And if you decide to leave, I don't think anybody should feel any type of way because you brought something to that city that they hadn't seen in 50 years at that time.
Yeah.
A generation hadn't seen a championship.
This conversation, this is so funny. Game's at 3:00. This conversation, by the time you sit down to eat dinner, it's very possible that the Giannis Antetokounmpo's next destination articles are popping up on your feed like crazy.
This one they're putting on ESPN, the Ocho.
Yeah, right.
That's crazy. I couldn't imagine putting a playoff game on ESPNU.
Well, look, they put it on NBA TV, so some people can't even see it.
Yeah, people might not even know.
People in Indiana.
There's nothing wrong with playing on NBA TV, by the way.
Well,
just
damn,
saying. Just saying.
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
It's a double header on NBA TV.
Yeah, I was surprised by that, but there's no other move. You had to. There's no other move. You're not putting the Knicks on NBA TV in a 3-1 series.
Let's see yours is more intriguing. Boston's been beating up on Mickey Mouse.
Actually says a little something right there. That says a little something. Both with an opportunity to close out, and they said,
No, you put Knicks Pistons on TNT or whatever it is.
I'm just
call it what you want, bro. Call it what you want. I'll see you in the I'll see you in the second round. We'll be back.
Let me ask you, Dave. If the Knicks were playing the Magic and the Pistons were playing the Celtics, would they put the Knicks on NBA TV? Do you think they'd put the Knicks on NBA TV?
No, because they'll put the Knicks on TNT because the Knicks are going to like game. It's just I don't know. The Knicks are more intriguing. But the Boston Pistons would be over.
So look, that's all I'm saying.
See, why are you doing this? Now you're pissing me off for no reason.
Man.
I don't even know what you're trying to say right now.
Jesse hit you with the you can go to hell.
I was listening to Club 520, and it was just a nice little.
Now I get why we didn't get Jacob Fatu, by the way.
What?
They had Jacob Fatu on Jeff Teague's podcast. They had all the big guys over there.
Yeah, they
On whose podcast?
on Club 520. Jeff Teague.
Oh,
Yeah, I haven't seen the interview, but I saw a clip. He had a funny little moment. Fatu had a funny little moment. But he goes, yeah, Indiana, Cleveland, like it's gonna be a dope series. You know what I'm saying? Like basketball wise, like as far as like saying the names, like no, that's not fun at all. Like who says Indiana, Cleveland? Like wouldn't even choose that shit on the video game. Like who says that? I'm about to play Indiana versus Cleveland. He said that, and nobody even say that on the game, but it's a dope series for basketball.
Did Paul George's podcast ever come back?
I don't think so.
No, man, not during the playoffs, man. You gotta stay focused.
I guess we'll see you in a few years then.
Oh.
Carl, I think we all got him going to the finals.
Well,
Or do you don't?
Yeah, it depends. I don't think they'll beat the Clippers. I think they beat the hell out of the Nuggets, but
I don't even know if the Clippers can pass the
That's what I'm saying.
Nuggets.
I don't know. So I guess by default, I got OKC there. But actually, no, I don't. I got the Clippers going to the finals. I said it before. I'll stay with it. They're not eliminated. So yeah, I got the Clippers going to the finals.
Every time I think the Nuggets are done, they win a game.
That was insane. Wow.
The amount of angles that they had of that shot that made you change your perspective on whether it counted or didn't was crazy.
Counted. If you think it didn't count, take a lap. Because at that point, it's like, what are we debating? Like we're debating here.
Well, I will talk about. I won't say that. We might get to it.
I think there's some things like with these instant replay, you should have let go.
Damn, my boy Tyler Hero. That was an ass whooping.
Oh, yeah. I definitely got to see this. My main takeaway from Sinners, don't date white women.
Wait a minute.
In different ways, the whole movie is telling you, don't date white women. That's your boy.
Who said that?
Your boy.
Who's my boy?
Joe.
Oh, Joe, just he podding. He podding.
Stay away from the white. Stephen Brown. Stay away from the white women.
He podding. That ain't got nothing to do. I shouldn't say ain't got nothing to do with the movie, but no. That is not the takeaway from that movie, by the way.
Okay.
Real quick, I want to say something. We mentioned centers for a quick second, and somebody said the fact that Jonathan Majors wasn't in the movie as the brother. Jonathan Majors, I don't want to go too far, but I want to say he would have ruined that movie. He had no business. No, hell no. Michael B. Jordan with a performance of his career playing twins in the movie. He was perfect. He did a perfect job. Do not put Jonathan Majors anywhere near that movie. He would have been terrible.
Well, good thing they didn't have to. I just learned what Centers was about during the commercial break, thanks to Casey's good buddy.
What's it about, Damien?
iPod, man.
Well,
Come on, don't listen to that guy.
Well, apparently you got to stay away from white women. That's what I guess that's what the whole movie's about. Kenny didn't tell us that part when he told us about the movie earlier.
Get married in October, Kenny.
Man.
iPod, man. Come on, Joe. What's Joe talking about, man?
Let's see what TC's talking about. 916-909-1320 Oak Grove Kia Talk Line. TC, what's on your mind?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, vibing, tapping in. It's kind of, it's starting to heat up. Everything heating up. They announced Doug Christie. I heard you earlier, D-Lo. They waited on the news, man, till the homies was on, man, the top dog.
Good look.
You feel me?
It's a good look.
Yeah,
yep.
Man.
Period. You feel me? So, look, I came to a conclusion. So what Scott Perry was doing, right, not only was he, talking to people saying, hey, maybe this will work out, you want to come on as assistant. I think he was getting at a lot of the coaching staff and a lot of the organization like, hey, man, it's going to be me and Doug in here, man. I don't care about the Vivek, no, none of that. Vivek's the homie, but it's me and Doug. Are you in, yes or no? I think that's what it was. Are you in, yes or no? And if you're not, then we'll find a spot for you and get you out of here, coaches and players. If you all in with me and Doug, then let's ride. Let's go, Scott. That's all I got.
All right, Russell Wilson. Does Russell Wilson have a team?
He's a New York Giant.
That's right. He is a New York Giant. What is it? Giant.
Oh, that's
Giants for life.
What is
That's
their
what they say?
hashtag?
I don't know. NYG-men. I don't know. Jackasses. That's the.
Wow, that wasn't very nice.
That's the.
What did the Giants do to you?
Oh, they're part of what happened. They're part of what happened.
That is the worst situation you could have got drafted to, by the way.
The Giants?
Yes.
More than the Jets?
Russ will stink.
Oh.
All right, then you're going to throw in whoever they're Jameis, throw him in.
Oh, Jesus.
Then Brian Daboll is going to be coaching for his job.
He's going to throw 7 interceptions in 2 games.
Throw Jackson Dart in there. Next thing you know, Jackson Dart's playing for a new head coach next year.
Daboll, I got irritated with Daboll over the weekend because I think that interview was highlighted a lot. And then they had clips of like last year, I think the draft prospects going through a little interview, and he's got them, hey, you got to change the ZY receiver to the H receiver. And with this, like, bro, you're not good. You're not good. I wasn't buying you the year that little sorry Giants team won all their bad games and got to the playoffs. Then was it 2 straight years of trash after that?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not good. Who the hell are you?
Well, we're here. Let's just talk about it before we get back to basketball. Trysta Krick will be with us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We tapped into the draft on Friday thinking, all right, Shedeur's probably going to go in these first 6 or 7 picks. And when he didn't go to Cleveland the second time, we knew, I think it was New Orleans was right after. And it was like, okay, all right, that's interesting. And then when New Orleans didn't take him, it was like something's up. And, of course, Friday goes by and he doesn't get drafted. Shedeur winds up getting selected in the 5th round. I believe it was pick 144. Cleveland's second quarterback taken in the draft. And a guy who was graded as first-round talent universally, top 5 talent by many, and no worse than the 3rd best quarterback on the board, winds up going 144. Boomer Esiason was the first person who might have said the quiet part out loud, where, again, I mean, Boomer's a radio show host. You could take this for whatever you want. He said he heard plenty of rumblings that owners went directly to front offices and says, take him off your board. We're not bringing him in here. Take him off your board. No matter where he's at, take him off your board. Those aren't my words. Those aren't report. That's what Boomer Esiason said. That's what he said he heard. Owners got involved and said they don't want Shedeur Sanders on their boards, on their teams. And something we talked about Friday afternoon, before the draft started, before the second round started, sure got a lot louder over the weekend. We came in here on Friday and said it sure feels like the NFL was trying to make a point. And that discourse got really loud Sunday morning. The NFL had a point to make. This is a far cry from Colin Kaepernick. This is not the same thing.
Right.
However, if you widen the scope a little bit, yeah, it's a similar situation. We're putting someone in their place. Whether that someone is Shedeur Sanders, that someone is Deion Sanders, or that someone is the next hotshot NIL quarterback who makes a ton of money in college and thinks that they can dictate what they do in the NFL. Whoever the point was directed at, Shedeur Sanders was used as the catalyst to get that point across.
I absolutely believe that. And you raised the question on Thursday. You asked, do you think they make an example out of him? I said, no, I don't think that'll happen. I think you were right from the jump. And I know there are a lot of people out there. I listened to my guy, Bomani Jones, talk, and he's completely on the other side. Like, he's like, you're crazy if you think they colluded for Shedeur. And Bomani's like, he's not a Whitlock, right? Like, he'll when it's time to, stand up, he'll stand up. But he's like, this isn't one of those times. Shedeur wasn't that good. There are a number of different reasons why. He makes good points. I just disagree. I completely disagree. You can't tell me that for, we'll say, at least a year, maybe two, I watched Shedeur Sanders play with my own two eyes. I watched the passes he made with my own two eyes. And sit here, and then when it's time for draft time, tell me that some guy named Tyler Show, whoever the guy is from Louisville, Dylan Gabriel, and Jalen Milroe are better quarterbacks than Shedeur Sanders. I've seen him for 24 games now. And I haven't seen these guys for 24 games, so I'll concede to that. But I've seen enough of Dylan Gabriel. I've seen enough of Show. I've seen a lot of Jalen Milroe against my favorite team, Michigan, where it was like, yeah, let him throw. This guy can't beat us. You can't convince me that these guys are more talented, more NFL ready, and have more promise than Shedeur Sanders. So once I look at it in that scope, now it's like, okay, well, this isn't about football. This isn't about talent. And if you believe that a guy, personality-wise, isn't a good fit for your program, or you don't have to take anybody just because they're talented. I understand that. But him going in the 5th round, that seemed egregious.
I mean,
it seemed absolutely egregious.
It was kind of out there in the open what was going on. The Jeff Johnson tweeted based on his convos around several people, with several people around the league, that he tweeted like different points why Shedeur's not getting taken. Point B was a somewhat humbled Sanders is a more desirable Sanders to some teams. Like he's talking to people around the league for that.
And I'll say another thing too. I'll say another thing real quick about this. What it outlined to me is that you got a lot of individuals in these locker rooms, in these front offices, that just don't know how to deal with a confident black man. I heard things about his chains. I heard things. We talked about it on Friday about how they were trying to they would suggest people cut their hair, to be on the team, be more marketable and all this other stuff. Shedeur came from money, has his own money. It's like, I'm not doing none of that. I'm not doing none of that. I'm going to do things the way that I want to do it. Does that mean I'm not a team player? Does that mean I'm not a guy that's coachable? None of that means that. But I'm not going to come in here and conform to what you think a quarterback should be or behave like. And if you can't, here's the other thing about that. You can draft him, get him in your building, and work with him.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to control him. You don't have to control him from the onset. You think he's talented? Yeah, he's a little rough around the edges here and there, but I believe in him as a teammate. I believe in him as a guy that wants to win and is looking to win. And we'll work with all that other stuff. I'll tell you right now, I don't know Shedeur. I don't know anything about him, like personally. But if I was a general manager or I was an executive, Shedeur, get in here, man. Well, I know how to work with you. I know how to work with you to get the best out of you. And I don't think a lot of those guys in those front offices, in those coaches' room, Brian Daboll, have any clue how to deal with a guy like Shedeur Sanders and get the best out of him and incorporate him into a winning situation. They've got no clue. And they showed that with some of their decisions over the weekend.
I think there are some interesting things out there regarding Shedeur's play is always fascinating because this is where, like, the Colin Kaepernick stuff can really come into play, where people who try to convince you, well, Colin Kaepernick wasn't a good quarterback anymore. All right, pull up the numbers from the year before. He was on one of the worst teams in professional football and tell me he was bad. And you can't. And that conversation usually dies there. If Bomani Jones thinks that Shedeur Sanders is trash, that's fine, as long as he said he was trash last year. As long as during all of and I vaguely remember Bomani hating all of the Deion Sanders stuff, just hating everything that Deion was doing and dating back to Jackson State, all of that stuff. Like, I recall Bomani being one of those guys who didn't care for any of it, and that's fine. But when you're evaluating a player, if the take is Shedeur's not good, that's fine. And I know Bomani had something about mock drafts and how we're stupid because we read them. That's perfectly fine as well. As long as you keep that same energy in every walk of this. Because what you can't do is when next year rolls around and you're talking about the NFL draft or the number one pick, or you're even talking about the NBA draft this coming offseason, don't reference a Mel Kiper. Don't reference a Sam Vecini. Don't mention any of these guys who study these college players and work their sources around the league to try to come up with what a mock draft might look like. Because you can't in one vein say, well, look how spot on the analysts were with this, and this, and this, and this, when every single one of them had Shedeur graded as a first-round talent. When every single one of them have him graded as no worse than the third quarterback. And there were only a few that had Jackson Dart ahead of him. No worse than the third best quarterback on the board. Don't go citing something else because it fits your argument when you just said all of this stuff is trash. So everybody, and it's fine, Bomani may be right. We're all stupid enough to read these mock drafts. We're all stupid enough to read these mock drafts are one thing. We all know mock drafts that, oh, we're going to move this name here because we want you to read our article next week. And then we're going to have the final mock draft on the Thursday of the draft. Great. That's all fantastic. Where you slot these players isn't relevant. The way you evaluate them is. You don't put a quarterback, you don't put a player in the first round of your draft for clicks. You don't take them out for clicks. You evaluate who they are as a quarterback. Their arm strength doesn't change. Their accuracy doesn't change. All of the little attributes they don't change. So whether you have them going in the first round, the second round, the problem with the NFL is they threw all the money in the pot. And they're like, no. We're not going to make a point just for the primetime rounds. We're going to draw this out. And I said to Kenny yesterday, I wonder if the agreement was, Cleveland, you can have them. Just wait.
It's pretty coincidence. It's a pretty Ironic coincidence that Cleveland gets him.
He winds up in the place everyone expected. Now, again, this is one of those things where if you really believe they colluded, a lot goes into this. There can't be a paper trail. I always joke Mark Davis is going to be the one who screws up the Colin Kaepernick thing.
Come on, Mark.
He's going to be the one who there's going to be some email where Mark Davis is like, "Hey, are we still doing this? Can I talk to Cap's agent or no?" And like that's the one email that exists, and everyone goes down. There's a lot that goes into keeping a player off of being drafted, especially if you think they can help your team. So the whole sentiment is pretty rich, except when you recognize the NFL has done it before. And as we laid out on Thursday and again on Friday, the NFL does not like stars. And the fact that these college athletes now have a bigger profile than they ever have, and you have one of the most high-profile NFL players in history, Deion Sanders is a name and a face that the league will never, ever, ever forget. And they hate it. And he goes to Jackson State and does what he does. He goes to Colorado and does what he does. And now he has a son who has every bit the level of confidence and flamboyance that he has. And they hate it. And they're going to make sure you know that they hate it. It's tough to bury QB1. It is not tough to bury QB4. He has to go into that camp and be better, massively better than everyone on that roster. The trickiest part is he has to get the opportunity to be massively better than anyone. So I think he's the fourth quarterback in that quarterback room. Yeah. One of them is gone, and that's Deshaun. So he's got to beat out Kenny Pickett, I think it was the other name, whoever the hell that guy is that they drafted. And Gabriel. Fine, if you say so. and that's how he winds up becoming a quarterback in the NFL.
So check this out. This is the thing that also raises my antennas.
You got Joe Flacco in there too, right?
Yeah, Flacco's in there as well.
Yeah, let me just take a pick quick. Joe's
going to be the week 1 starter, though.
Joe
Probably
will turn 41 years old during the season.
You're right.
More or less 4.5 weeks.
More.
No chance.
I think so.
None. Y'all they just act. This league, because of Tom Brady and perhaps LeBron James, have broken these people. Wow. It's why the Pittsburgh Steelers stupid asses are sitting around waiting for that goofball to come play quarterback for them. Y'all have really convinced yourselves that what Tom Brady and LeBron James did is the norm. It is not. Tell me with a straight face, Joe Flacco can quarterback your football team at 41 years old, at 40 years old, for more than half of a season.
I'm not asking him to play for my team.
Freaking chance.
The Cleveland Browns are. It's the ones who drafted 2 quarterbacks in the same draft.
There's no way he lasts more than 4 weeks.
Well, the other part of this.
Cut this, share it in 4 months. There's no way.
The other part about this is Mel Kiper saying what he said. Well, I talked about on Friday. He said they've shown for 50 years. These people don't know how to evaluate quarterbacks. So forgive me if I'm not the draft is spoke Reese Davis the whole time. The draft is spoken. They spoke. There's something there that they didn't evaluate. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. What you just laid out right now is a prime example of that. You think Joe Flacco, you're going to go to Myles Garrett and you're going to go to all these other people out there and say, this man is giving us the best opportunity to win a Super Bowl? Everybody should be fired. If that's what they're saying, if that's what they're really believing. Joe Flacco, out of every quarterback in the damn world, is the one that gives us the best chance to win a Super. That's why I said these people don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know what they're doing. They have no clue what they're doing half the time. If you look at Flacco and Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel, they're saying like, this is great. We win it. Please. So here's the other thing about this situation that just raises my antennas.
In 3 years, Kenny Pickett has thrown for 15 touchdowns and 14 interceptions.
There's no disrespect to him, but this guy's been a certified bum by NFL quarterback
You
standards.
can't say no disrespect to him and then call him a certified bum.
By
Yeah.
NFL's
Call him a
by
bum at
NFL
that
quarterback standards. That's what he's been, not by 7-on-7 at Bartholomew
No,
Park.
I
standards.
understand. You just can't say no disrespect and then call the man a certified bum.
So here's the other thing. There's two things that I've heard during this whole situation that I just take note of. Number one, the big story right now is that Shedeur Sanders' interviews were horrible. Were just terrible. Interviewed bad, was cocky, unprepared, all this other stuff. Everything bad about the interviews that you could say. Arrogance was the one, right? Because everybody said he needed to be humbled. Arrogance was the one. Arrogance. We saw that pretty much that entire weekend from the Sanders house, because they were live streaming. Clips would come out almost immediately with him and Shiloh. I'll ask you, I won't lead the witness. I'll just ask you, at any moment during him going through what he was going through in front of the world, the embarrassment, everything else, did you ever sense a guy that was just arrogant and full of himself?
No.
I didn't either. When he was drafted in the 5th round, see, to me, somebody who's arrogant and full of themselves in that moment, well, it's about time. I'm about to show all these bums. Yeah, y'all messed up. Y'all all this other stuff. When he got drafted, what did that man do?
Thank God for the opportunity.
Celebrated, danced, grateful as I don't know what.
Yep.
So something's not adding up to me. If he was just this demon in these interviews, where was that in one of the most trying times of his life? One of the most, for some people would think, embarrassing times in his life. He's flipped that on his head. It wasn't embarrassing at all. He was grateful the entire time. Grateful for the opportunity. Something's not adding up. So, look, I'm not saying they're lying. I'm just saying it's real convenient that was the rap that everybody said, but in a moment of adversity, he showed none of that cockiness and arrogance and all this other stuff. Only humility. Here's the other thing that I'll say too, because I was having a conversation with some people, and they keep making this correlation, and I just don't think they understand what the hell goes on in these situations. They're blaming Deion. And they're saying Deion, he's Shedeur is this privileged kid who played under Deion and all this other stuff. And it's just like the Ball brothers, and LeVar was so bad. First of all, I don't think you guys have been around a lot of successful basketball players who are mentored by their fathers or coached by their fathers. Mainly Black fathers. Because LeVar and Deion, when them lights are on, when the cameras are in front of them, they ain't gonna tell you the negatives about their son, about who they are, about what they think about them. They are going to build them up to be as great as they possibly can when them cameras on. I've seen a number of different times when cameras were still on, but it wasn't ESPN. LeVar lay into LaMelo. Tell him everything that's bad, not in an abusive way, but just lay into him to give him real talk. And then we talking about Deion Sanders, one of the greatest players to ever play the game, one of the most competitive players to ever play the game with the highest standards in the world. You think he ain't never laid into Shedeur about the things that he does wrong? So this narrative that these fathers, because they celebrate their sons in public, and to the people that look to tear them down every opportunity they get, won't do the same in public, thinking that they don't do this in private, and when they're working with them and when they've been with them their entire lives, you guys are sadly mistaken. And that's something that people just need to smarten up about, in my opinion.
Trysta Krick at the top of the 2:00 hour. We'll get her thoughts on Doug Christie as the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. We will get her thoughts on everything going on in the NBA playoffs as well. We want to hear from you, 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dell 33. I'm not saying anybody's lying, and I don't know what happened in those interviews, but neither do you. And excuse me if I don't look at the NFL, I don't look at the coaches, I don't look at executives as being like this moral compass for mankind. Would you think they're above lying? Wake your ass up. The Giants suck. The Giants can't evaluate a quarterback to save their lives. Daboll has goddamn no idea what he's doing. They suck. Who was the goddamn quarterback they had? Da Vinci? Who was it? With Danucci?
No, that was Cowboys. Tommy DeVito?
Maybe.
Or maybe they had
DeVito was the
Danucci too?
Cowboys, right? Yeah, I don't know. Some bum. Some certified bum that they signed. They looked at him and said he's good. And then when their starting quarterback, who wasn't no good as it is, got hurt, they said, nah, we're going to go with this guy. They have no idea what the hell they're doing. Not to mention, these bums let Saquon Barkley leave. So forgive me if I don't look at the Giants and their process and their evaluation of any NFL player as being the creme de la creme of what should happen.
Brian Daboll probably also getting fired after this year.
He needs to be. He shouldn't have made it past this summer. David Lopez, I think they come to an interview and don't study their own goddamn playbook. They haven't done anything right for 24 months. So excuse me if I don't look at the Giants as the model of what anybody should be listening to. These bums haven't made a right decision in 2 years. And that's after Daniel Jones. I'm not even mentioning Daniel Jones as the franchise quarterback. But that's the problem. Y'all look at some of these guys and be like, oh, the NFL executives say, I'm like Mel Kiper. I told you this on Friday. These guys don't know what they're doing. It's nothing but an educated guess every time. Do you remember who the Giants quarterback was? The guy with the agent living at home with his mom? What was his name?
Yeah, it was Tommy DeVito.
It was DeVito?
The Italian agent stuff? Yeah.
And he was like, well, the Giants said he didn't come. The Giants put out Tommy DeVito on the field. And then they sign him?
I'm sorry. The Giants are the same team that didn't sign Saquon Barkley on camera?
Let him walk.
Okay. Forgive me if I don't care.
Let him walk. And DeVito, didn't he filled in for Daniel Jones, was a bum, and then they signed him in the offseason?
Tommy DeVito?
Yeah, or he came back into our lives.
Went out to get my juice, walked back in. Kenny was screaming about bums. I can't leave the studio without Kenny screaming about something. I walked in and all I heard was, he's a bum. Like, oh, man, what is going on in here? Then I saw the message on the chat. It was like, oh, they're talking about the Cowboys. That makes sense.
Or the Giants.
Oh, I thought my man said he was a Cowboys fan.
Oh, yeah, he is a Cowboy, but he was like, well, the Giants said that Shedeur had a terrible interview process. I said, they all suck. Who cares? The Giants haven't done one right thing in 2 years with evaluating quarterbacks, running backs, water boys. They've been bums. So who cares what their process is? They should all be fired.
What is the process for hiring a water boy?
Whatever it is, It needs to be the opposite of what the Giants do.
The Giants, who very publicly let Saquon Barkley walk and actually got lied about by the president of the United States yesterday or over the weekend.
Oh.
So bad that the Giants actually had to release a statement like, yeah, that didn't happen. So the president of the United States lied about something stupid. Stunner. I know, this is shocking. It's just really scary when he lies about serious stuff. Who had it worse? NFL general managers or NBA officials?
NBA or NFL general managers.
Okay,
You think it's NBA's?
NBA officiating was pretty bad this weekend.
Well,
In KC's team ref on this one, pal.
no, I wouldn't say I'm team ref. That was a foul by everything I've seen of the NBA.
Well, it doesn't matter what you saw. They saw it and were like, yep, our bad. Like the NBA has to fix their end of game officiating protocols immediately after the game, acknowledging that you made a mistake in a playoff. I'm sorry, was there any lose sleep tweets over this one? Because this is a playoff series. Wasn't that a Christmas Day game? Or was it just a prime time game? It was just this ABC game.
Yeah.
And so they were embarrassed on national television. This was a playoff series that would have gone the other way had you called the foul. And now the Detroit Pistons, who are, fighting their asses off, are in a 3-1 deficit. And immediately after not the last 2-minute report, immediately after the game, the officials go, yeah, it was more than marginal contact. It should have been a foul call. That doesn't fix anything. And I know we talk about the last 2-minute report, all of that stuff. In a playoff series, in the final moments, you have to have some sort of mechanism to prevent stuff like this from happening. To be able to say publicly, immediately following the game, in front of reporters, missed it. Yeah, sorry. There has to be some way that this can better be orchestrated to where playoff series aren't being determined by referees missing calls like that.
I don't think anything needs to be done during the game. The only thing that needs to be done is they just need to shut up, because you get no brownie points. Nobody respects transparency and honesty. So why even say anything? I don't want to say. No, I will say.
So you're fine. I know you're a Knicks fan. You're fine with the way that game ended.
Okay. It's beyond the Knicks. Like, it's real talk. Like, I'm fine with human error from time to time. I don't want robot refs. I don't want robot umpires. Like, you're not going to get everything perfect all the time.
JV Biggerstaff, maybe don't use your challenge in the first 2 minutes of the game too.
Bro,
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy.
No, that was awful. That was the worst challenge of all time. It was an out of bounds play with like 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Or if you looked at it, like, even then it was like, I don't know if it's overturned. It wasn't blatant. And this guy challenges. And I said at the time, like, if he loses that may come back to hurt him. I don't know, if I didn't know the game would be that close, but I was like, that may come back. I'm going to remember that. Obviously, I did.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? So, and even then, he wouldn't have been able to challenge that play anyway. But
yeah, nothing was called.
I don't want to say I don't have a problem with it, because I want him to get it right, but I don't want robots, and I don't want more reviews. And you're gonna miss some things. You're gonna get some right. That was a foul. That was a foul at the end of the game. Once again, by everything that I've seen over watching basketball for X amount of years, that was a foul. They didn't get it right. You know what I mean? But I don't want more stoppages. And I know you're talking about like the end of the game and getting it right. Sometimes you don't get it right at the end of the game. Sometimes you miss that. Sometimes your mistakes and what you didn't do as a team puts you in those situations where you do have people determine. They had the Knicks were DOA going in that fourth quarter. The Pistons were ready to put them to bed in game 4. And they let this hobbled Jalen Brunson come back and torch them, destroy them in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this guy could barely walk. And what I think happened there is the bad ankle probably just got a tweak. And that's something that you got to deal with for like 5-10 minutes. But it's not structural. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I'm weak here. You get everything back and you can go out there and it'll be like nothing ever happened. But they got torched in that fourth quarter by Jalen Brunson on one foot. Cat hit some big time shots. And it's letting this final play is masking what they didn't do to close that game out to begin with. They were up 11-12 in that fourth quarter and they blew it. So that's kind of how I feel about like officials and stuff like that. Like, I
mean, all of that is true. It doesn't change the fact that you missed a call at the end of a game, and then you missed a game affecting call.
You missed the call.
Like you blow a 10-point lead, Jalen Brunson. All of that is whatever. Like, that's the New York Knicks control that, or that's the Detroit Pistons control. They can't control what happens on that. They did everything they were supposed to do on that final play, and the refs didn't. And then go, yep, we didn't. So
that goes to the age-old question of, is that play more important than a missed call with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter?
In that, I mean, yeah, like it is. Like,
I don't know about that.
Like, we can backtrack because so you miss a call in the first quarter. Teams got to adjust. It doesn't make it okay. It doesn't change the fact that someone picked up a foul or this happened or that happened. But you have, if it's the first quarter, you have 30 some odd minutes to adjust to that. Mm-hmm. You have 30 some odd minutes. There's nothing you can do in this situation. You called the play, you ran it, you took the shot, you were fouled. You can't adjust anymore. The officials missed the call on the last possession of the game in a playoff game.
Yeah, but I don't think that it's more important than a missed call. I'm not even going back to the first quarter. 4 minutes, that's the physical ass game.
No, I understand.
And 4 minutes ago in the fourth quarter, if you miss a foul call, but that would have gotten somebody in foul trouble or would have had somebody fouled out or something like that. Like, that matters.
But
just
it's
as much.
yes, but we're when you're in like I understand that, and I'm not arguing that, but I'm also like, you have challenges in the NFL. They're only good for 58 minutes. They're triggered by the league in the final 2 minutes of a game. Well, why can't it be the same way in the end? You're willing to do. You're willing, because this isn't about stopping play. You're willing to stop play if you're not sure, Kings fans, if DeMar DeRozan's foot was on the 3-point line. You'll stop play because if it was a 2 or a 3, you can't wait till the timeout. It's late in the game. They have to know whether they have to know the deficit, the lead, whatever. So they'll stop play for that. They'll stop play for certain other things in the fourth quarter. It's not a stop play thing. It's you have to get these calls right. And how, I mean, you've got an entire replay center that can just look at this real quick. Hold on. How many times do we hold on, everybody? You walk to the table. Clear, no foul, 0.3 seconds left. It's not that difficult to me. But I understand it can't be for 48 minutes. Like, that has to be in 2 minutes. You could do 2 minutes of a crunch time game. I feel like there's ways that you can finesse this. Maybe it's not even 2 minutes. Maybe it's a minute. I don't know. It just feels nasty to end a game that way. Go, oh, the officials missed it. And then maybe to your point earlier, stop acknowledging you missed it.
Just don't say nothing.
We all know you did.
Right.
And to come out there, not even in the last 2 minute report, just going, yeah, it was more than marginal. We missed it.
I mean, I understand.
All right, man.
They're trying to have transparency. But
the transparency is not for us. The transparency is for Las Vegas. It's not for us. That's all this stuff is. It's all of this stuff is to show, no. This isn't a Tim Donaghy thing again. We promise. This look, hey guys, sorry. We missed it. That's what this is. They're not talking to us. They're not talking to fans. They're talking to Las Vegas.
That's one thing, Adam Silver's. I would get rid of that. Like pool reporters, all this other stuff. Or if it's judgment calls like that, because that's the other thing about like the toe on the line and that last play. Once again, it was a foul, but that's more subjective than a toe on the line, right? Because you're saying like, well, did Hardaway and one ref might look at it as Hardaway initiated the contact. Others will look at it as Hart initiated. Like there's two people could be seeing two different things right there. It's foot on the line, foot's on the line. You know what I mean? So that's why the replay might happen for something like that. But they don't even need to be talking about it anymore.
Yeah, at this point, like, you probably don't.
You
probably don't.
It doesn't help anything. The question I had before Trysta comes in, Trysta Krick pulls up, and this is, I was going for the Rockets last night, clearly. So Chris asked a question: if it was for the Kings, would you let it? I'm not in favor of, like I said, robot refs, robot umps, going to the monitor on subjective things. That's just not really my thing. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. That's just not my thing. But last night, the Rockets-Warriors game, at the end of it, they called the foul on Dillon Brooks for the hand on Jimmy's hip. And by the letter of the law, that is a foul. But it didn't look like he extended, pushed, or anything else like that. And we've seen them before say the contact was marginal. So it's not a foul or something like that.
Yeah.
How is that considered enough to affect the shot? But then you go to the Draymond Sengun foul play, and I think Draymond played great defense, but he makes contact with Sengun on the shot. How is the Dillon Brooks one enough for a foul, yet the Draymond one is looked at as marginal, inconsequential contact?
I don't have an answer. I hate when they use the word marginal and inconsequential, because how do you know? Like what are you talking about? Like they did that with DeMar in the Clippers game. It was marginal contact.
Right.
No, he was shooting a three. You hit him.
Right.
What do you mean? Marginal contact. The man is shooting a 3-pointer.
Right.
All right, man. So I feel like, and I could be wrong, I feel like that's a word they started working in this year. Maybe it was last year, but they started working in marginal as a way, and I feel like it's a way for exactly what you just described. Well, he had his hand on his hip. Well, it was a little more, it was aggressive. Well, he had his hands on his hip. Nah, that was marginal contact. It's just the ultimate like blanket for rationalizing one call versus the other. Just throw the word marginal in and it'll be fine. All right. That's what it feels like to me. I don't have an answer as to why the two calls were different.
The funny thing,
I didn't think they should have called the Jimmy call.
I didn't think they should either. I knew they would, and Ime had to challenge it because it's damn near the game right there. So you had to challenge it, but I didn't think they would overturn it. But he didn't extend his arm. He made contact with his hip, but he didn't extend. He didn't push, nothing like that. I didn't think they would, but I knew they were going to call that a foul, or at the very least, they weren't going to overturn it. And even to the point, like we talked about Draymond, like I thought that was good defense. I thought it was great defense by him. But if we're going by what we saw 30 seconds ago being a foul, that should have been a foul too. You know what I mean? But I don't know. They kind of go about things the way they go about them from time to time. And
hey, and in credit to the Warriors, because not only did they win that fist fight yesterday, they won game 3 without Jimmy. And that was impressive. That was something that I didn't think they'd be able to do. And to be able to win that game, on the killer was Steph was phenomenal. Just absolutely incredible. And the Dubs get that win. Meanwhile, LeBron James is going crazy against the Timberwolves, and then the Lakers can't score the final 4 minutes of the game.
Wow.
And that whole everything he had done for 30 or however many minutes he played, gone. Just gone. And the Timberwolves wind up winning that one. But the old guys were on point. But it was only Steph that walked away with a dub, so he gets the spotlight after that.
Maybe the problem is Steph actually got a chance to sit on the bench for a couple minutes.
Oh, could be that.
I didn't even realize that till after the game where JJ made no subs in the second half.
I didn't know that either.
If I'm on the bench, JJ really thinks I stink.
Yeah.
I mean, that was great. And the crazy thing about that is he made no subs, and they had multiple times where they're up by like 11 or 12 or something like that. Like, all right, they got us the lead. Minnesota calls a timeout or the start of the fourth quarter. Let's get Gabe Vincent in real quick. See what he can do. No, just no. We're not getting anybody in the game right now. And they ran out of gas. It feels like they ran out of gas mentally and physically towards the end of that game. So that morning was just, what's they say, Nirvana, basketball Nirvana for me.
Go. Yeah.
Like that was beautiful. Those two games, I was so locked into Knicks Pistons because I like the Knicks, but also the energy in Little Caesars Arena was crazy. Cade and all those guys were going crazy, and then Brunson comes back. Cat, hey.
Yeah, good job.
Hey.
Wow, good job.
Hey, man.
Good job. What do you want me to say?
I want you to say I'm sorry.
For what?
Disrespecting that man.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the shots he hit
I'm sorry.
in game 4?
Sorry, 2 games makes up for 7 years or 8 years or however many years he's been around. Sorry, my fault.
Cat hit some big time onions.
The step back
For
3
Cat.
was pretty crazy.
That was crazy. The fall away on the baseline. I was like, I don't know how he did that, but that game was just sick in a great way. And then Minnesota and the Lakers and Edwards.
Would the game still have been sick if they called that foul at the end of that game and Detroit had won by 2?
Yeah, that was a great game.
I'm just making sure.
That was a
2-2 series. Your Knicks would be in trouble.
That was a fantastic game.
Just checking.
What I would have said in that situation is, you let an offensive rebound happen. Secure the rebound.
Yeah.
You won't have
securing
to
the
worry
rebound.
Yeah,
I would have been saying, how come Cat didn't get the rebound? It would have been perfect.
I don't even know if Cat
Was
in
he?
the game.
I would have found a way.
I think they were doing the defensive substitution stuff.
That's a good point.
Yeah, well, I would have looked at Tibbs like, why isn't your number one?
We would have blamed Tibbs
center in
then.
the game, which I said about Ime yesterday. Jalen Green had a rough game, and I kind of look at Ime a little bit. Like, Ime, what are you doing to help this young guy? With his confidence and give him the opportunity to learn on the fly. Are you just doing your Ime thing where like, you don't play defense, I'm not playing you? All right, well, you can't win without Jalen.
Is that
Green.
Shaq?
No.
Oh.
First of all,
who was that?
Who was that?
It's Ime. Angry Ime.
Oh, angry Ime.
But like you, Ime, you do realize you have to have Jalen Green to win this series. I hope he does. I hope he sees that. And benching him and giving him, what do you have, 25 minutes yesterday? Like, you're not going to win. And Van Fleet did what he could towards the end of that game to kind of like, he was balling actually, not kind of. He was hitting some big time shots, but a lot of times they needed a creator. They needed a difference maker. And he was stuck out there with Dylan Brooks, who wasn't going to do that for you. And he needed a shot maker, and he made that Jalen Green glued to the bench. And I don't know if Jalen would have made the shots or not, but he didn't have a chance if he was on the bench. So I looked at Ime a little crazy, but going back to Sunday, those first 2 games were just chef's kiss, as you like to say.
You brought it up earlier. Do you want to say anything about Nico Harrison?
Well, a lot of people out here. What did what HBK do? They're starting to rev up. They're starting to rev up the Nico had a point crew.
Warming up the band. Spring in TK.
We're not doing that.
No.
Oh, I mean, hey, we gonna do it. We gonna talk about it. TK.
We're not doing that.
We gonna talk.
Nico didn't have a point. They're at home right now. They're at home. Do you think they'd be at home if Luka was on this team? No, they would not.
what? Lakers might be home in 48 hours.
No, I'm talking about, do you think that the Mavericks would have not made the playoffs if
They'd be at
Luka
the
was
same-
on?
They'd be at the
my
same
team.
place the Lakers look like they're on their way to. If they had to
Okay.
go up against one of them ones, like Ant, yeah.
What's the Nico had a point because the Lakers are down 3-1?
I don't know if you can win with Luka. I don't know if you can win with him.
Okay.
He went to the finals last year.
He played one of them real teams and they embarrassed him. So you can win games. You can like get through like matchups work out and you can get through the playoffs, but championship, I think you need a better player on your roster.
And that's
than Luka.
Anthony Davis.
No. I'm talking
Oh.
about like if Luka's winning, you need somebody better than Luka on that team.
Mhm.
Kyrie was there, that helped them get to that finals and everything else like that. But if you want Luka to be your number one, which is what you would have had to do by paying him, like you wouldn't have been able to, unless you develop somebody, get another guy better than him on that roster. I don't think you can win with him being the best
bench having 6 points was because of Luka.
The
Lakers bench.
And
Oh.
Luka played great in the game offensively. Here's the problem with him. He was getting used on defense.
So
and he has been all season, all series.
Okay.
But the problem with the Lakers isn't Luka. The problem with the Lakers is every other role player that they do not have. That's why JJ had to make the "what is you doing, baby" decision and play all of his starters the entire second half. The first time that's happened in the last 25 years in the shot clock era, because he doesn't trust anybody, and they don't have a center. They've got to put Rui Hachimura with the Kobe mask on at 5 or LeBron at 5. They need a center. They need a center that Luka can thrive throwing lobs to, a guy that likes to set screens and dive. They need a 3-and-D wing, another one, and they don't have that. They only have guys that can play one side of the ball. You got the Jared Vanderbilts of the world. You got the Gabe Vincents of the world, and both of those guys are unplayable.
Mind you, none of this is Luka's fault.
No.
But when we're talking about a championship with him being the best player, I don't think you can win a championship with him being the best player.
Is he the best player on this team?
I mean, him and LeBron are probably equal right now. They're probably equal.
I like this version of Damian. Damian's kind of like in like a philosophical state. He's got the pen in his hand. He's kind of ready to just kind of on the beard. You know what I mean? You're just kind of like it's almost like you're writing notes about this topic down. And just kind of calculating. Yeah, and you're like calculating whether this is some bullshit.
Well, I try to make notes when you guys are talking because something will spring into my head, and sometimes you guys have a good back.
It's really smart that you do that.
Interrupt it. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to like figure out a note that says, "Yeah, Nico was right," because I can't write that. No, I guess this dialogue started because the Lakers are down 3-1.
Well, no. So number one, Nico wasn't right. He wasn't right. Like, I'm just making a joke. He wasn't right because there are other things that go into factor, right? Like this guy's Dallas, right? Like there are off the court implications, and I'm gonna just take my chances with Luka.
Yeah.
But the thought process that you can't win with him, you can't win a championship with him, I don't think that's wrong. I don't think that's wrong. You need somebody on your team to be better than him. And then you need a bunch of people that can cover up for, like, his defense is we're less than 12 months away. We were saying this 12 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the worst defensive performances we've ever seen.
Can you win a championship with Jalen Brunson as your best player?
I don't think so. I think you need a better player than him or an equal player than him.
You're barely going to get out of the first round with Jalen Brunson as your best player. And you got some officiating help to probably push.
Can you contend with Karl Anthony Towns as your best player?
No.
Nah, I mean,
I'll go so far as say absolutely not.
I think with those, see, the collective around them is different though. Like the Knicks, like this Knicks team,
Okay,
like
so
Mike
let's talk about let's take
Conley,
Jalen Brunson off the Knicks and put Luka on the Knicks. Do you feel like this Knicks team with Luka Doncic on it, who will be the best player on the Knicks, do you think that that Knicks team with Luka on it could beat the Celtics?
No, because the Celtics would do what they did in the finals. Like I said, you get a matchup where all the matchups work and we're able to get on the boards on
What if
OKC
Luka
and all this
took-
other stuff.
What if
But when you play them champions, they will carve his ass up.
what if Luka took Tatum's place?
Yeah, Jaylen Brown will cover up for everything that Luka doesn't do. And
So
we're
you can win a
percentage.
championship with that team.
Yeah, because you've got guys that are equal. And I'm not saying Jaylen Brown's as good as Luka, like offensively, but you've got 3 guys that cover up for all his mistakes.
You see what's
But
happening
none
right
of
here
them
now.
are
You
as good.
hear what's happening right now, Damien, right? He's
No, that's-
like, we're changing this formula.
No, that's fine. If you want to say Luka's the best player on that team and they win a championship, for sure. Checkmate, whatever you want to say. But the point is, you have so many guys that cover up for what he just refuses to do. So you can get away with it. And so many elite guys that cover up for what he's not able to do.
So isn't that how you build a contender then around Luka? Is you find strong defenders to go around him, not replace him like Anthony Davis did, but go around him.
That's how you would build a team around now. But we're talking about the Celtics. Celtics have 4 other elite. This isn't just
Okay.
like PJ Washington. This is elite, like Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Kristaps Porzingis, like top 5 at their position.
Could you replace
Poor thing.
Jaylen Brown with him?
Jaylen Brown with
Luka and then keep Tatum? Does that make them better or worse in your opinion?
Makes them redundant.
Yeah, a little bit. And now you're getting into a category where I think Jason Tatum is just as good as Luka Doncic.
What about Luka replacing Donovan Mitchell?
They ain't winning.
Well, you don't like Cleveland anyway, so that
No,
doesn't matter.
they're not winning. They're not winning.
All right.
I agree that building a roster with around a guard that does not play defense is very difficult to contend. I agree. I mean, with that point, that's why I've said many times that building a team around Damian Lillard was just too hard. This is really, really difficult. And you saw that come to fruition when you saw even Brook Lopez, defensive player of the year kind of guy, and Giannis, defensive player of the year guy, not be able to cover up on the back end for that bad of perimeter defense.
I'll ask both of you guys a question. We'll just ask. This is what Perk talked about. I'll give you $100. Who you putting it on to win a championship first? Anthony Edwards or Luka Doncic?
Luka Doncic.
Luka Doncic.
I'll put it on that.
Okay.
You need less around him because he defends and he gets after it on both ends of the floor. You can get away with Rudy Gobert and Dante DiVincenzo to potentially be successful. I'll put it to you like this. You put Luka, we'll play this game. You put Luka on the Timberwolves. Are they just as good as
They're
the
probably
Timberwolves?
the same.
Yeah.
You
I
don't think
agree
they're
with
as
that.
good?
No.
He could have
No,
done exactly what Ant did
I disagree.
in that game, in game 4.
I completely disagree.
No.
Well, let's just sit here and not talk to each other. Then.
Anyway.
That was a hell of that was a hell of a performance from Ant-Man. Do you have any things to say about your boy whose season is over and perhaps next season is over?
Well, definitely. I mean, his next season's probably over when he's almost 35 and he tears his Achilles. That's just a very long injury to come back from.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough because because I think you guys know that the hate for Dame is really love for Dame. You know what I mean? It comes from it comes from like a bitter ex kind of a place, you know? I effing love Dame. Like, he provided me so many amazing moments as a Portland Trailblazer fan. I remember the 2018-2019 season, which is probably the best season outside of the the season that we lost in the Western Conference Finals to the Lakers, up 15 in Game 7, and we probably would have won a title that year. But I was pretty young then. So I'm an adult at this point, and I remember waking up at 4 a.m. in Bali to watch Game 7 on a VPN between the Nuggets and the Blazers. And I remember being just cheering as Evan Turner and Myers Leonard and this collection of scrubs like Chief, I forget what his last name was, Abu Dhabi. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like we had some random ass players, him and CJ just doing their thing, putting the team on their back. And I went to Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals in Portland, and we were up again 15 in Game 3 and let that lead slip away like everyone does to the Warriors when they're peaking. And like I remember being at the NFL draft when he hit Paul George with the bye-bye, and I was like literally running around Nashville being like, bye-bye, see you later, bye. And so to that, I'm incredibly sad that he not only has gone through so much, right? He had the torn core muscle abdominal strain that he had to get surgery for. He had that twice. He had a blood clot that he just came back from. And I think he probably rushed that. And now he tears his Achilles. After last season, he had an Achilles strain. So he was an incredibly durable player for most of his career. And one of the most reliable players that you could count on to get you that 30 every night. And I remember just the beginning of his career where he was an all-star before he was really considered an all-star. And everyone in Portland was like, man, this guy is so good. And then finally something happened when the world also said, no, he's like the man. I remember he went God mode in 2020, in the 2020 season against Denver, again, when we lost that series because CJ McCollum's foot was on the line and it was out of bounds, and then we lost, and I knew Dame was probably going to leave right then. And I think he took like 3 more years to leave, but I knew you can't win with this other guy. So I think he had like 58, and Kevin Durant's like, this guy's God right now. and so like, it's sad because it's not only a sure knowledge that it's probably over with this team in Milwaukee, because you just can't wait. If you're Giannis, you can't wait another this year and next year and then try to do it again when it kind of really wasn't working between them anyway. Like just the pick and roll never really took place, never really they kind of are both ISO guys. So the championship that he left Portland for, he's probably not going to get. And so it's, as a Portland fan that's really a Dame fan, it's really sad. It's just very sad.
Yeah, man. He's one of the greats, man. He is one of the great point guards, one of the great shooters I've ever seen. For me, in this era, I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. It's and Steph will be first, but it's Steph, Kyrie, Dame. You know, as far as guys that are just like, these guys are
point guards.
Yeah. And Russ is in there too, but I kind of look at Russ a little more
as a different kind of a guard, yeah.
But those 3 are just wow. Three of the 7 best point guards I've ever seen, the league has ever seen in our life.
And that jab step, side step back that he has, sort of like that pound into the side step that we've now just sort of seen as Dame, like peak Dame. That's just going to go down. He's the greatest Blazer ever. He's the greatest Blazer ever. And losing him obviously was super sad, the way that it all went down. And I think that our team needed a refresh because they weren't putting anybody around him that was going to be able to contend. And that Western Conference Finals run was probably as good as it was ever going to get. But I mean, Giannis is probably going to ask for a trade, or they're going to have to trade him anyway because they don't have any draft picks until like 2031, and they have a lot of guys under contract. They're making way too much money for their production, and you've kind of got to figure out a way to rebuild in some way. So whether Giannis asks out or Milwaukee does it themselves, that kind of just feels like an inevitability.
Do you think the Bucks can just trade Giannis? We were talking about that earlier. I know you have some thoughts on Giannis, and because I got a chance to catch up on Heat Check this morning, so
Ooh.
that's obviously a big part of this Dame Lillard story. Is I think people were watching it anyways, healthy Dame or not. Now you have this really unfortunate incident with Dame Lillard that's going to take him out for the next year, and you've got the Bucks like, where are we now? Like, where is the direction of what direction do we take with this franchise?
Yeah, I think you can trade him. I think I think there's probably a lot of teams that will want him. I think him on the Knicks, you probably get a bunch of players back. You can get probably Karl Anthony Towns, whether that's OG Anunoby. Probably can't get McHale just because of how much they paid to get him. But you can get stuff, and you can get picks, and you can figure it out. Or I don't know if he ever wants to go to Brooklyn, but Brooklyn has some of those Phoenix picks. And so you can kind of figure out a way to have draft picks that are as high as Milwaukee's picks would be if they had their own back. I mean, they could just trade them to Portland. We'll give them back. We'll give them back their picks. We'll give them back if you want them. The swaps and the unprotected 2028. We'll give you some of our own as well. Could you imagine Giannis the Blazer? Oh my God, that would just be peak. I'd be so insufferable. I would be incredibly insufferable.
What shifting gears a little bit. I'm super intrigued by this game 5 tonight in Denver. How do you see this series going? I'm still picking the Clippers, but they've now maybe I won't put game 4 in a game they should have won because they had to fight back from so far to get it to that point. But I thought they should have won game 1. Thought they've outplayed them for the majority of this series, but here they are 2-2. They don't have home court anymore. How do you think it plays out in the next couple games?
Isn't it crazy that this is the closest series and yet it feels like it should be already over? Like it's 2-2, and you could reasonably say that it feels like the Clippers could have swept them. Or maybe gentleman sweep. Game 1, they should have won. Game 4, they could have easily won. If they would have gone to overtime, they would have won. Denver was running on fumes. They were just attacking these guys that basically played LA Lakers-like minutes, right?
I think didn't they do the same thing in the second half?
And the only reason David Adam is not getting killed for it is, 1, he's basically an interim, just duct tape coach. And 2, they won. And that Aaron Gordon lob, we'll just call it the fake lob, got them the win. So I feel like you haven't had any real clippering, because it wasn't like the Clippers have melted down. They've just sort of effed around and lost game 1. So it feels like the Clippers should win this series. I don't know how much Denver has in them really left. That's a cool story. It goes to 2-2, but I think this thing ends in 6. I think they win in Denver. I think they win at home. Anything could happen. And Jokic obviously is playing phenomenal basketball, and you got great Christian Brown minutes. He played awesome. Christian Brown played awesome. Aaron Gordon played awesome. What are we getting from Russ? Is he playing tonight? Is he not? I don't know. I haven't seen it. But it does feel like the Clippers probably have more gas in the tank for the next round too, which I don't want to see the Nuggets just go down next round because they're obviously gassed.
There's 4 games tonight. Do you think there's 4 games tonight. 3 of them the series can end. Do you think they all end tonight?
No, I think the Pistons get one. I think that one's a wrap. I don't think there's anything they can do. I think the Pistons could get a win at Madison Square Garden. And again, this is one of those series too, where you're like, the Pistons probably should have won game 1 if it wasn't for a 21-0 run, which I was actually at that game. I'm like, what is going on here? Jalen Brunson went bananas. Everyone, you had Campaign putting up these random just swaps. And you're like, okay, what's going on? You had Tobias Harris sort of cooling off late in that game. And then obviously they got screwed in the last game. Just totally and epically screwed, where Tim Hardaway Jr. should have had 3 shots to win that game. We need a big Cade game. We need a big Cade game. We need Dennis Schroeder to come to play. We need all the role players, Tim Hardaway, Malik Beasley. Everybody has to be right on it. And we can't have any Jalen Brunson foul baiting. Like, that just cannot occur.
Knicks in 5. He didn't need no foul bait in that fourth quarter. He was lighting their asses up.
He was lighting, and he's injured. He was lighting them up. It was incredible to watch.
Go New York, go New York, go.
Why? Why don't you like Detroit? They're fun. They're a fun team.
I ain't got no problem with Detroit. I'm just a Knicks supporter.
He's a Knicks fan.
Well, no. I'm a Knicks supporter.
He's
okay, Knicks show.
Pretty much. Now that's not the line. What's it? Oh, Knicks tape. That's what.
Knicks tape. Okay, Knicks tape.
Do you hate Cleveland the way that Jesse and Kenny do?
Why would I hate Cleveland?
That's a great question. Why would you hate Cleveland? I don't know.
We don't hate Cleveland at
These
all.
two, no, for real. True story. Hold on, TK. Before game 3, these two sat here on these airwaves in the city of Sacramento on a show that airs across the country saying, I don't know about this Cleveland team. They're not winning games by enough. They're not beating.
They heard you. They heard you.
Handle business. If anything, we motivated them. All we did was ask some questions.
And that night, they won by 37. And then the next, they won by like 1 million or whatever it was last.
55 points they won by.
That was the worst performance I've ever seen in my life. How embarrassing.
I think Miami is. By the way, that Miami trade that they tried to give to Portland, we really got out of that one. I'm glad, because Jaime Hawkins has done nothing. Tyler Hero is just the same kind of cone as Anthony Simons is. I don't care if he's a better shooter. Huh?
Settle down with the Tyler Hero hate. My man's an all-star. He had a heck of a season this year. Don't do that to Tyler Hero.
I wouldn't want. I mean, you talk about cannot win with that guy. You cannot win with that guy.
I'm not saying give him $350 million. I'm just saying don't let my man cook.
I feel like there's like numbers that we have in our minds for players based on what we know that they are capable of. And the number that comes to mind for what is fair for Tyler Hero is like 22 million. That's what I think is fair for him. I don't know what it is.
Triple J.
But that's what feels. Oh. Triple J is worth 0. Triple J, I don't know if you guys saw. I posted this because I went on Juju from Meadowlarks podcast. He's one of the most overrated players I've ever seen. I've never gotten the JJJ, the Triple J love ever. His shot has always been broken, even when it goes in. He's always in trouble. He's always hurt. You never can rely on him. He's not a center. He's undersized, and now he wants $60 million. I'm sorry, sir. Get out of here.
He'd be on the trade block for me.
Come on, already.
They said John Morant. Like, what was McMahon talking about? I have this in our notes somewhere. The league is down on John Morant.
Wow. Come to Sacramento.
Why?
Okay. Like, how down is the league? And when we say league, do we mean everybody?
Are they Devin Carter down?
Yeah. How down are we? Let's talk about this a little bit. Memphis is in. It feels like Memphis is in a bad way. Now this could just be.
I still haven't got my Cleveland takeout yet, but I will. We'll stay on Memphis.
Sorry.
For a second.
Yeah, because the slander and the defamation was wrong. We are believers.
It can't be.
We just had questions.
It can't be slander when it happened live on the radio.
No, you guys didn't listen.
Yeah, that's what it is. We the entire universe heard it as a one. The entire D'Lo and Casey universe heard it one way, but yeah, we misunderstood. That's what it was.
The only reason we can hate Cleveland, the only reason, is because they did our man George Niang dirty and traded him midway through the season. They were they kept him out of the facility the day that they were trading him. They were like, hey, maybe you want to just take a day off today. Like, hey, just stay home. Everything's cool, And Karras and both of him, now they go to Atlanta where it's just him and Trae Young and Dyson Daniels. And Ty Jerome's arrogant ass is just cooking everybody. Just cooking.
It's LeBron, Kyrie, and Ty Jerome. That's the hierarchy.
I haven't seen your boy hit a 3 in 3 years.
Oh, George Niang?
Yeah.
No, you're
Yeah,
just
he hit a
no. What
3-pointer.
you're remembering, George Niang had outside of him deciding he was going to take that 3-pointer that should have been Trey's 3-pointer. I didn't even text him about that. I was like, I'm just going to let that one go. But he had some up and unders. He had a couple of layups. He had some crucial shots in that playing game.
You know, our boy is also like cool with George Niang. Our boy Elijah Hicks.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why that's where I always give him a little slack. I was like, all right, man, if Elijah think you cool, you cool. And now if TK think you cool, then you cool.
He's cool.
Damn, I need you to make a 3. You haven't made a 3 in years at this point.
What? Hold on. Are you serious? That is such a lie,
Well,
by
he
the
didn't
way.
make one in Cleveland. I know that much.
That's not even
Playing
true.
him.
That's not even true, dog.
They locked him out of the building.
They did. They did keep him out of the building. He did shoot 28% from 3 in that play-in game. And he did shoot 25% from 3 in the other play-in game. so those two might be in your mind. Those two might be in your mind. But he's shooting 41% from 3 in Atlanta this year and 40% from 3 this year in Cleveland. So we just need to stop the slander. That's pretty damn good.
He's probably 4 of 10.
So
that's amazing.
So
that is
40% is 40%.
That's your boy, and anybody that's cool with TK is cool with me. So I'm gonna leave him alone.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, what y'all
Where's
think?
Where's your favorite landing spot for Giannis? Is it for like the Knicks? Is that your number one spot for him?
That's definitely one. Well, my number one spot is obviously Portland, but that's not going to happen.
Obviously.
Yeah, I think New York would be incredible. I think that's an awesome spot. You need somewhere where there's a bunch of shooters and a guard that's okay with just doing the little things, right? That's because he's not going to do well with a star guard, like a ball dominant guard. Giannis is not the kind of guy, and I said this on the podcast, today's podcast, he's not the kind of guy who wants to set 40 screens. That's what was insane about the Dame Giannis pick and roll like thing. It's like, do you think Giannis is going to set 40 screens a game for Dame? Are you serious that he's going to just dive to the rim? Do you think that's what Giannis wants to do? No, Giannis wants to be Dame. Like, Giannis wants to have the ball, and he wants Dame to set screens for him. So, so that's what's crazy. So I think New York, I don't know how him and Brunson would do. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think maybe, what do you guys think? I'm kind of running out of landing spots.
Well, first of all, I was chuckling because I don't know if you caught this on Friday when Gary Trent Jr. was going crazy and needed one shot, one more 3 to break the record. Like 5 times down, Giannis just went one-on-1. Just went one-on-1 and got his own shot. The whole building was like, get him one more, get him.
And Giannis really be work. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Giannis warm up in person before, but he warms up like he's a guard. He's working on the handles. He's going behind the back, just like a Harlem Globetrotter out there, trying to show you he has a Euro and this bag and up and down. It's like, what are you doing, Giannis?
Giannis had no interest in that record on Friday. That was hilarious. But landing spots.
You know what? The X that, because I just realized that was actually to lead to a different question about Ja, Zion, and all that. We got it. We can't. Doug Christie was named the Kings head coach. I don't want that. I don't want to
full time for good.
Yeah, he's the Sacramento Kings head coach.
My God.
Whoa. Let's explain yourself.
I had a feeling you weren't going to be high on this, but I'd like to know. I'd like to know why.
Okay, it's not about the person. I don't know enough whether the process plays out and you go through the whole thing as a new GM and Doug is the answer. I don't have the test, but I think the problem that I'm having in general is that the Kings just do not want to go through what a normal professional process looks like. All we do is they just give us the answers. We don't know that there is no process. They could tell us there was a process. There's not a process. Scott Perry is announced less than 24 hours after the Kings season is over. I think it was 12 hours. There were no other GM candidates that were, well, I mean, there were some that were like speculated, but there was no interviews. There was nothing that we knew that would normally be how a functioning team operates. I'm kind of just to the point where I feel like Vivek, and I'm forgetting his daughter's name, so forgive me. He and her are kind of just vibing, doing whatever they want to do, and then hiring the people that allow them to do what they want to do. I'm sure Doug Christie will be fine, but are there other coaches that would have been better? We'll never know. We'll never know.
We'll never know. And even the same thing with the GM situation. Like, forgive me if I don't care that they didn't interview Scott Grzongic.
That's a good general manager,
this
right
assistant
there.
Indiana Pacers. Like, no, I don't care. Scott Perry is certified, verified in this league, and I'll take my chances with Scott Perry.
He also broke up with you 3 months into the last relationship y'all had.
Well, it looks like the Knicks job won't be available anytime soon, so I don't think we'll have to worry about that this time. But I understand the whole process thing. I think Scott Perry is the right guy to deal with Vivek. And I was thinking about this, and somebody mentioned it as well. This is the first time since Jeff Petrie they're not going with a first-time general manager.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy that's been established in this league, and Pete D'Alessandro, Vlade Divac, Monty McNair, all first-time guys that probably weren't the right choice. At least this time, he looked at a guy like, hey, this is a certified, verified guy in this league. I'm going to go with that and try that. I'm okay with it. And if Scott Perry is good with Doug Christie being the head coach, I'm okay with that too.
But let's be honest. It was like, hey, we're going to hire you, but we're keeping Doug. So that's a part of it. It's like, have you guys seen that show, The Studio, at all? Have you seen that show?
I've seen an episode of it. It's very good.
Yeah, so the first episode's all you really need to know. That's like pretty much. Remember when Seth Rogen gets the job as the studio head, and he's like,
Mm-hmm.
"How do you feel about Kool-Aid?" And
Mhm.
he's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I think we need to make a big box office movie about the Kool-Aid Man. How you feeling about that?" And he's in the job interview, desperate for it. He's like, "Love Kool-Aid, absolutely. First thing we're gonna do." That feels to me like Vivek and Scott Perry.
Oh, no, no.
Do you think Scott Perry is desperate for a job?
Yes, he's been unemployed for 2 years. Yes, I do.
Are
They're
you
like,
telling me Doug Christie is Kool-Aid?
Oh,
No.
Whoa.
No.
Boo this TK.
Absolutely.
feel about Doug Christie as the coach? And he's like, because I really feel like he's going to be the best. And he's like, love Doug Christie. And then he's got to go back to whoever his marketing person is, who the woman who played Agatha in Marvel is like his marketing person. And she's like, Kool-Aid, are you serious? Are you an idiot?
But he finds the great workaround.
The Kool-Aid like sad. It was like about like the Kool-Aid, drinking the Kool-Aid and jumping off the ledge.
That's why he's great. Scott Perry will find
He'll find a way
to work a way
to
around.
make the blockbuster.
The Scorsese film, and then he has to tell Scorsese, actually, no, we're gonna make this other Kool-Aid film, the one that and we're actually killing your Kool-Aid film that you're making. That's a direct competitor of ours.
Ryan Coogler would make
Coogler would make a
movie
great
about Kool-Aid.
It would be fantastic.
It would immediately be racist though, because Ryan Coogler was like, "Come on, man, like, come on."
I
man.
see Ryan Coogler is such a fascinating guy to me. I have not seen Sinners yet. Have you guys seen it?
He saw it, and it started an argument earlier with.
He's the
him
GOAT,
and the
TK.
entire-
We got to go. I don't want to
All right,
bring you on another one, but he's the GOAT. He's the greatest.
we'll talk
Today.
about it next. We'll talk about it next week. It was
I'll
the
check.
spitting. Was the spitting scene real nasty? Where she spit in his mouth?
No,
You don't even remember it, so no.
No, it wasn't real nasty. I know what you're talking. Well, there was a bigger situation going on there than spitting. So yeah, no, it wasn't nasty though. It was whatever.
It's whatever.
I
All
keep
right.
getting no. Never mind. We'll
What?
talk about it later. No, it's all good. TK, we love you.
Love you.
All right.
All right, bye.
Trysta Krick.
Live from her brand new studio with the cool little background.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Jason Jones joins us in about 30 minutes here. We haven't talked about George Kittle yet. We haven't talked about Shaquille O'Neal yet.
Yeah, damn it. Talk about me.
Okay. There's
Shaq's thoughts later on.
next.
We got the first interview with Shaq.
Oh man, Sac State, baby. Yes, indeed. Shout out to that crew over there working as hard as they are. They're getting stuff done. Just send out a quick text here. No, I couldn't imagine Shaq and Mike Bibby working together. That's pretty cool. Norm, I didn't know Katie was trashing Ruth Chris. I missed that. I mean, she's right.
You low key like ruined Ruth's Chris forever.
Yeah, that was because you realized
They
it's
did
not
too.
good now.
They did too. Like the
Yeah.
steak was fine, but
Yeah, you realize it's not good anymore and it's overpriced. I enlightened you. I helped. I don't know why she would. Yeah, she knows Q is there. That's her spot. But sometimes, truthfully, and I don't know. Normally, I hear all this stuff. Sometimes they air shit that months old. But I don't know. I'll have to ask her.
Ruth's Chris is a weird name too.
It is. It never been my favorite. Wasn't this a line Trysta said once? Like, where did this? I know that this phrase has been uttered once before. Maybe it was the Zion. Maybe it was around this.
Trysta?
I think it was. Maybe it was around the Zion stuff.
fiasco?
Yeah. Would you go after Jonathan? Yeah, I'd absolutely ask questions about Jonathan Kuminga this offseason. Absolutely. That's kind of funny. It's overpriced. She knows what time it is. It's right next to the playground, just like Q is. I think Q might even be closer to the playground. But my man John Poles is right. All right, Aldrin J. Settle down, Aldrin J. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought. No, ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong. I mean, I was gonna ask, but ain't nothing wrong. Seth is a heel, man. I'm kind of honestly, I think I'm out. I'm just not watching this stuff anymore. I used to always keep up with it. Now I'm not even doing that. It just does not interest me the way it used to.
Damn, D'Lo grew up.
Yeah, I guess it took 40 years, but I guess I did. But I'll still go back and watch a Saturday night's main event from 1985.
Oh yeah, that's different.
Ricardo, that's not bad right there. That's not bad right there.
Chris, it was fine. I don't know. I'm not gonna get hopeful with these guys, but they took the right step.
I know my man Jason Jones is going to be excited to talk about this next story coming up here in just a few minutes because, well, Jason's more about 25 minutes away, but his boy, Shaquille O'Neal,
The daddy.
will be the what?
Yeah, what'd you just call him?
That's what.
No. What did you say?
The daddy. That's what. Who was that? Dan Patrick who used to say that.
What do you?
You was around.
And
you
he's
weren't
saying
around.
what we
He
think
would
he's
say
saying,
that on
right?
Sports.
Yeah.
We threw a flag.
No.
How do we feel?
That's what Dan Patrick said.
how do we
Hold
feel?
on. I'm talking
Shotty
about
house.
producer. We threw a flag on Jordy, right?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, it's a flag on KC.
Wait, a flag on. Oh, that was funny. Now he just called him daddy,
Well,
and I didn't say that, or I didn't say my or anything. It was just the daddy.
There you go again. Keep saying
why
that.
do you think?
That's
Why
what
do you
Dan
think that's-
Patrick
but Why do you
says.
think it's better?
Because I
Dan
didn't say
Patrick
it.
was obviously more mature than we are.
Dan Patrick played 30 years ago. You're on the field today.
Man, I'm just out here. I'm just trying to make it, man.
I don't care if that wasn't a foul back when Bob Cousy was playing. It's a foul today.
You have you're the Draymond Green of this broadcast.
Oh,
like you're
come on.
You're like
No.
you're
Yeah.
like one flag away from a suspension.
And you know what? No, hey, and if it's not going well or whatever, he's just full on. Yeah, we're just gonna run amok here. I'm gonna flag.
I saw yesterday. I didn't see this live. I had to go back and see it when Draymond kicked what's his name in the back of the head.
Oh,
So wait a minute. How's that legal? Kicked Easton in the back
sorry,
of the head.
Easton. Yeah.
You think Draymond Green gets such leeway because you can't just kick him out all the time?
That probably
Maybe.
has something to do with it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I would think so. But yes,
Shaquille O'Neal,
Shaquille O'Neal,
regardless of what Kenny calls him, is the quote general manager for Sac State. I don't know who invented this general manager position. We had never. The very first person that I remember having this title was Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yeah, I was gonna say him too.
It was the first guy I remember saying, no, this Adrian Wojnarowski is no longer an NBA insider. He's going to be the general manager. What was it, St. Bonaventure?
Yes, St. Bonnie.
Like, okay. Well, what exactly is that? It's helping secure NIL deals, recruits, all that different stuff. Oh, great. So Shaq is part of this. This is also the first time I've ever seen it noted in the announcement that this is voluntary on Shaquille O'Neal's part. I've never seen this before.
Yeah.
So I don't know why, but it was made sure. I hope Shaq puts more effort into being the general manager of Sac State than he did being a Sacramento Kings owner.
We all hope.
How legitimate are these GM positions with these colleges? Not on Sac State, but like I've seen other, I guess, role
Steph's
players
got
go
one,
back
right?
to. Yeah, like
Steph
Steph's got one. I
Davidson.
think I can't put a name on it right now. There's a lower level role player that used to play back then as the GM of whatever college. It's just I don't know if it's you're putting a face. Like what are we doing here? What are we doing is my question.
It
Like, where's the point?
actually so my thing is again, if Shaq takes this seriously, hey big fella, we're meeting with the Roseville Auto Mall. I don't know. They're offering us, $5 million to blah 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 blah. We feel like can you step in and be a part of this? He's essentially a big, like a closer. We're in on a 4-star recruit here and it doesn't matter the sport. Shaquille O'Neal is going to transcend the sport. Can you help us on this? Can you help us on this recruit? That's, again, I have no idea what a general manager does, But the best description I saw was the description of Adrian Wojnarowski's job. If that's what general managers in college do, it's like, oh no, this actually makes sense. Yeah. And it makes complete sense for a guy like Shaquille O'Neal, Steph Curry, a big name to have that position.
Yeah,
Sac State is an interesting choice for Shaquille O'Neal, but obviously his son is here. So
and one of the things that I think, I don't know if it's this simplistic or not, but Shaquille O'Neal being able to come in here, be a general manager anywhere actually, and say, hey, we've got this guy here that, we're on the verge of being able to close the deal, but man, the funds, we searching for the funds.
Mm-hmm.
And Shaq goes, all right, let me put a call into the general and see if the general wants to pay the company, the general wants to pay $500,000.
No, I can't believe you're passing on the opportunity. It's just really floors me that you just they're literally calling for it.
Let me rewind that. So it could be a situation where they're like, hey, we got this guy here that we like.
This is my fault too, because I was looking at what GMs do.
We got this guy here that we like, but we can't close the deal. We need to come up with another $500,000 or so. And then Shaq would say, don't worry about it. Hold on. Dr. Luke Wood, AD Marcor, don't worry about it. I've got this handled. Give me a second. Yeah. Want to talk to the guy at the general. Yeah, you know who it is. It's the big Aristotle. It's Shaq. It's the Diesel. Yeah. I want to know. I've got this kid here, Reese Caraway. It's pretty good.
Okay.
I want to see if.
No, that's a good.
I'm not down. I'm still talking to the general. You don't know how this GM thing works. You ain't been a GM. Yeah. You think you can get him another 500,000? Wait, hold on. Icy Hot's on the other line.
Can we? Okay.
Man up.
No, okay.
Yeah,
so we all got the point.
250.
We all got the point. So Shaq is the general manager of Sac State.
In all seriousness, I wonder if he's able to use those type of connections to get that type of money.
Why wouldn't he? Like, I mean, I imagine that's got to be part of this, right? Like, all of the money can't come from the Roseville Auto Mall, and the Folsom Auto Mall. And I mean, I'm using auto malls as an example because they got such big, like car dealers have big budgets to spend on marketing. Like, it's gotta, I'm sure there's plenty of money around Sacramento. I'm sure there's a lot more money with the general and Icy Hot and
talking national.
What was it? Kia, the million
Buick?
other
Is he
things.
still with Buick?
Is it Buick? It's a small car, whatever it is, because I know the joke was him getting into the car like, oh, he fits. Maybe it was Buick. I don't remember. But this is obviously another. It's just been big name announcement after big name announcement after big name announcement for Sac State, who is in such a unique transition right now, as they attempt to become a big boy school out there.
Yeah, man. What they've done, what they've been able to do in the last 12 months or so, getting their name out there, being on the headlines and, making these moves to get to FBS, or with the hires of Coach Brendan Marion and Coach Mike Bibby, bringing Shaq in here. There was more stories. They got the basketball team. So the football team on Friday before we left got the four-star recruit from Arizona State and Georgia to come as the quarterback. Over the weekend, Mike Bibby had an official visit or something with Nate Robinson's son. They signed another transfer, the guy, former 4-star, 6'8" forward or something like that. He committed earlier this morning. And just the thought process that Sac State can be one of those schools in the country that can attract talent, that can attract notable names like Mike Bibby and Brendan Marion and Shaquille O'Neal. That's all happened like in the last year. This isn't something that's like building the school and everything, and the reputation has been going on for multiple years. But this has just been a tidal wave of big time names, even to the point where, and who knows how true it was, but like Mike Vick was using Sac State for leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, I'll go to Sac State.
Right.
And he got more, it feels like there was more notoriety about him potentially going to Sac State than when he actually signed in Norfolk.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been able to turn the whole perception of this university around. Obviously, you've got to win to take it to another level. But man, I don't want to say I don't see how they can't win, but I don't think the years that we've had the last couple of years with football and basketball is what we're going to see. At the very least, they're going to be competitive. At the very least, they're going to be in the middle of things when it comes to Big Sky Championship, if that's where they're at for basketball and football and things of that nature.
Sac State has made an absolute splash in the last 6 months. A massive, massive splash.
And I look at Sac State and I'm like, you know, I joke around like bring on Bama and all this other stuff. But I think basketball-wise, first and foremost, why can't they be like Long Beach State? Long Beach State is a program in their conference in the Big West that plays for a conference championship, allows them to potentially get into the NCAA tournament and get recruits from all over the place.
You gotta hold that thought. I forgot we got a break.
Oh,
we got to. Yeah. We went long with TK. We're gonna break. We're gonna get. We'll come back. Jason Jones in about 20 minutes here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. My bad.
Don't worry, Mojo. I'll make sure that every time he does, he knows not to do that. I mean, it's just one of those things that he knows.
I believe this is brand O or brand 000, however you want to say it. This is what we do it for, like just for you guys. D'Lo might hate it, but we're for the people.
No might about it.
Brand, this is your show.
Hockey being the main focus at 3:00 every day on ESPN is just something I'm not used to.
Where they at? Toronto? They had it popping wherever they were. Got popping enough.
Instead, we'll just put on the Bucks and Pacers because the game starts at 3. NBA TV. Ugh.
Like a poor Giannis. Last game is a buck.
That man's going to walk to the locker room, take off his jersey, and throw it in the dirty laundry.
But where he's got to do it, he's got to get 40 in a loss. Where it's like, wow, Giannis did everything he could. The Bucks just don't have enough. They got to trade him now. Bringing it up in the chat house. Can you imagine if we got Casey to do his Shaq impression in front of Shaq?
That would be great. I think we could get that done.
Sky Recycler, they are in the Big Sky, but if they have to leave, if they go FBS, then they're going to have to find a new conference because Big Sky requires football to be part of their conference. Well, David Lopez, tune in on Thursday. Tune in on Thursday. Hey, look, man, I got to give the people what they want. Got to give the people what they need.
Oh, good. Another 45 minutes of impressions.
Look, I wish you would just calm down and let me do my damn job. Because if I can do my job, I can go to Morton's and have that Cajun ribeye.
Oh, you can go to Morton's and have a trash steak. Good.
Don't be disrespectful. Don't do that to Morton's because that's a good steak.
You and Kenny Caraway both like bad overpriced food.
But check this out, man.
Mhm.
NBA playoff basketball. I'm not even paying attention to Indiana and Milwaukee.
Damn.
I'm not even paying attention to Orlando and Boston. We're not going with any of them in that lineup. Lineup is ready to go.
Why are you yelling at us? What we do?
Well, because I'm not even paying attention. If you're on
Okay.
NBA TV, I'm not paying attention to you. You can't be in the lineup.
Well, fair enough. Fair
All
enough.
right.
Fair enough. A little bit, but well,
So I've got the lineup ready to go.
okay.
Jalen Brunson,
Mhm.
29.5 points. He's going for 35 plus. I'm going more.
Wow. Okay.
Cade Cunningham.
29. Is that a demon or is that just the number?
That's just the number. Cade Cunningham,
Man.
27.5 points. He's had a phenomenal series. He is the future. But I'm going less in this one. I'm going less. Josh Hart, 7.5 rebounds. He plays like a madman sometimes. This is a goblin. And I'm going more for Josh Hart. Josh Hart, 7.5 rebounds. Tim Hardaway Jr., 1.5 3-pointers made. This is a goblin as well. Absolutely, I'm going more on that. And OG Anunoby. Ever since I questioned him in that game 2, he stepped his game up. He's been playing some good basketball. They got him at 16 points. I'm going more. All right. I will put the lineup on social media. Go check that out. All right. At KingKC_916. We're in talks of a new name, by the way, as well. We're in talks. We're working some things out. You should be seeing a new name. But for right now,
who's we?
Me and my representation. Right now, at KingKC_916 is where it's at. Make sure you download the Prize Picks app. Put in that promo code KIFM. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You don't have to win or lose. Just put in the promo code KIFM and you get $50 instantly with that first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game. Johnny G, welcome to the league. I don't think he's on the list. I don't think he's got a game. Yeah, or no, I think Johnny's got one. This is the second one. Johnny, I see you, big dog. He's got 2 on the season
This is
now.
the stupidest thing.
Oh, I think you were out too during the break. We Maxwell is real.
I
Like
think
he was back in the chat. Like he's a real person. So
yeah, Maxwell showed up, I think, on Friday.
yeah, we were not Mandela affected.
I'm trying to put together an all demon lineup, and it's not going well. Like the return is trash, and I think some of these numbers are tough.
What you thinking of? What you
They had the demon at 10.5 assists for Jokic, so I took more on that.
Okay.
It's a demon, so that's all you could do.
Yeah.
And then they had Jalen at 44.5 points, rebounds, and assists as the demon.
That's a go.
And then they had Cade at 29.5 for the demon. But it didn't net a big return. So, I mean, it did. It was a $200 return on a $20.
You gotta give me a couple more. 3 ain't gonna get it done if you want that big money. If you want that D-Lo money.
Yeah, but
give me 5.
Oh, Cat play today. What's Cat looking like? Cat's at 24.5. The Goblin 17. The Demon is 29.5. If I hit that Demon, that takes you. Oh, that did it.
You need a 4.
That took you to 35 times your money.
You ain't Cat with the Demon?
Yeah, there's no way he's getting 29.5. There ain't no way. Let me make an adjustment on this Cade pick to see what it does. Hold on. Demon. Hold on. I got the Goblin. Gosh, man, Prize Picks give you a lot of options.
They do.
I think this is a terrible lineup, though.
Cat,
there's no way Cat's getting 29.5.
Look at Cat's recent performances. He might be averaging about 28 for the series.
He had 27, 31, 10, 23, and 25.
He's due for a stinker then.
Yo. Hey,
can I say that out loud?
Let Cat live, man. You see him out here pushing Reed out the way. You know what I mean? Letting him know.
I'll go with the 3-play. Just try to get 2 of them right. Make my money back. I'm gonna submit this lineup. I'll talk about it on KSFM.
Hey Jesse, did you see yesterday when we were at the at the Fat Rabbit?
Yes.
And the lady came and talked to us for a second.
Yeah.
The little white lady.
Yeah.
Did you know where she's from?
Yeah, she said West Harlem.
I said,
You guys talked to a little white lady from West Harlem at the Fat Rabbit yesterday?
We had to make sure we were cool.
Really?
we had to tap in.
Was I there?
I don't think
You
were
got
in
there
there.
maybe a couple minutes after.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we
okay.
got there with the first group.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's like, yeah, I'm from out here from New York. I don't know anything about this area. So, where are you from? Yeah, West Harlem. Okay. All right.
Okay. Shout out to the Fat Rabbit where you could get some bourbon and hash browns if you
I
wanted.
thought you might have said Long Island or something, not West Harlem, but okay. All right. Salute.
Good vibes at the bar.
Yeah, man. It was a lot of
Good
fun.
drinks too. Good
We had a
drinks.
good time. We have a really cool group here, man. Like we were talking about that yesterday. Like Paul is such a great dude. Paul Marshall and Abe over on 98 Rock, our man Ken and Justin on the Eagle. Of course, the wake up call on the end. It's not despite the fact there's 6 stations here, it's not a big group of us. And it was one of the rare times where just all of the programming people were together. So it was us and it was Complex. It was just all of the people who are on the air. And shout out Mickey. Mickey and Joe and Jesse and the insiders. It was a chance to kind of come up with some ideas, but just hang out a little bit.
I gotta say too, pat on the back to me of Complex. Stayed at that bar probably longer than anyone thought.
Complex?
Complex did.
Complex was
Well, Complex and Jesse were both there for a while.
I was there, yeah.
Jesse, I believe was Final Four. Final
kinda, yeah.
5. Well,
Yeah,
okay, no.
yeah, we're kind of like groups.
I mean, like me, Katie, Miller, Vince, who we learned killed Kurt Cobain.
It's true.
And Jesse and Paul.
Yeah.
Let me think if I have my timing right. Were NBA games on when you left?
I don't even know. I was chopping up with Paul the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, there was. Yeah, because there was a game on when we got to Scott's.
Long time.
Yeah, no, we hung out till.
I was kind of shocked. I was sitting there, I was like, damn, it's 4:00. I need to get out of here.
Yeah, we didn't get back to Rockland till like 6:30. We hung out for a while.
That's what's up.
And then of course we went to eat. You can't be that close to Scott's and not go have some oysters and some ahi nachos.
I love me the clam chowder at Scott's. I mean, I like everything they have, but I'm not even like a big soup guy. But I definitely.
Katie got the lobster bisque, and that was pretty fire.
Some good stuff.
Okay. Sometimes stuff happens, and you just got to acknowledge you kind of miss some things. Jason Jones is going to have no interest in talking about this. So 2 catastrophic events happened today that I'm really sad about. We didn't get a chance to talk about George Kittle. I don't think we're going to talk about that with Jason Jones. I mean, George Kittle, as everyone knows by now, signed a contract extension for the San Francisco 49ers. I don't know, I have the reported details that we all have. I haven't been able to dig and find, okay, what's this really look like? Because I feel like it's 2 years, but I don't know. The other thing is, for the first time since its inception, we're gonna miss Bump It or Dump It.
All right, it'll be ready.
I'm a little sad about that.
It'll be ready.
We want to do keywords when we get back.
And we're going to do keywords when we get back. Your chance to win $500 is coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I need another one.
Yeah, so what was that email about? Are we giving 2 keywords today? No. Okay. Got it. So we don't need Monday's keyword at all. Got you. Thank you for reminding me about that.
Canelo's this weekend?
Canelo's this weekend. Ryan is this weekend. And the Monster is this weekend.
I'm not going anywhere this weekend. I'll tell you that much.
Hey, did you see that? I retweeted. Did you see that commercial they did for the Ryan fight?
No,
The whole thing.
I'm
It's
pretty
phenomenal.
tapped out on anything Ryan Garcia, to be honest. Besides, I watched
It's
the
actually a
fight
pretty
stuff,
fire
right?
little commercial they did.
Yeah.
Times Square, all the little billboards. Like, it's pretty fire. The funny thing is, it's this back and forth with Ryan and Devin Haney, who are fighting each other.
Uh-huh.
But clearly, is that right?
11-0.
Oh,
Hello.
Lord have
Anyone want to guarantee how many awards we're gonna win or anything like that right now?
Someone tell a lie, quick.
I wasn't ready for that.
That's why I said D'Lo and Casey are gonna win best of Sacramento the next 5 years.
That's right. I think they got rid of the whole award show because we kept winning.
That's what happened. We good in Sacramento though.
No, we good in Sacramento. No problems here. Got the West on lock. Oh, look at Doc. He just knows it.
Just get him out of Giannis.
Or Darvin. Didn't even do anything and just.
David, I haven't seen a chart in months. I just assume they're all good. Damn, I guess Casey's impressions have taken all of Sacramento.
What?
Some little dropped here. What next? You're gonna have the Ultimate Warrior?
No, I want to know.
Put our Doc Rivers versus their Doc Rivers.
All right, we've got your chance to win Kenny's Riches with our Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. All you got to do is head over to ESPN1320.com right now. Look for the Jump Shot giveaway post and enter the keyword guard. Enter the keyword guard right now over at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win a $500 e-Visa gift card as part of the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram. We'll have keywords for you every day here in this 3 o'clock hour. Make sure that you're tapped in. Jesse reminded we'll have 2 winners on Friday. We draw a winner every single day. And the only way to enter is to go over to ESPN1320.com and enter that keyword. Again, the keyword for today is guard. Clippers and Nuggets coming up later. Nope.
Yeah,
Is that right? Nope.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
Oh,
That's wrong.
I think that's
No,
Wednesday.
this is old. That's fine.
No,
Go.
Romy.
Go. That's great. Terrific.
Romy.
Throw that away.
Well, they are playing tonight,
They are.
so that's what I thought you meant.
Well, no, I thought we had the game here.
We have
on
Nuggets
ESPN.
Clippers on Thursday, D'Lo,
There,
man.
there we go. Do we have anything tonight?
We do not until Wednesday, where we have
No.
Timberwolves. and
Oh, today's
Lakers.
Tuesday. That
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
even matter. I was looking at Monday. Like today, I forget. Today's Tuesday. All right.
Do I'll ask you the same questions you asked TK. Do you think all the 3-1 series in tonight?
Well, Milwaukee's up 13-3. I do think this ends tonight. Detroit, New York. I kind of feel like New York ends that series tonight. And then, I think all 3 end tonight.
I do too.
Yeah.
This Pistons-Knicks series has been really, really good.
It's been very good.
I have enjoyed that series. I've enjoyed, obviously, the performances by Brunson and Cat, but, the scene in Detroit at Little Caesars Arena and seeing Tim Hardaway there, seeing Jalen Rose there, then on Sunday seeing Spike Lee there, like it's been a good look.
I didn't even watch Orlando beat Boston. I kind of tuned in. I was like, I don't really need to worry about this.
Yeah.
And then I, look at the phone and oh, okay. I probably should have watched that.
Can the Boston Celtics be contenders still? People are asking.
Not over here.
All right, man.
They didn't beat the Magic.
They didn't beat the Magic. Cavs 1-4.
Boston
Thunder
didn't.
1-4.
Boston didn't.
It was a road game. Tricky things happen on the road. That's all I'm saying.
The Magic, I think I said it before the show at some point in the break, when they get shooters on that team, they're going to be really good. That's clearly what they're missing. They can play defense. Paolo's it. Franz is really good. They need shooters in the worst way.
Could that be a Giannis spot?
I don't think that's what it could be, but I don't think that's what you need necessarily.
Could who be a Giannis spot?
Orlando.
I'd trade Franz for Giannis.
Franz, Jalen, picks.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't like that.
I was listening to 520, matter of fact, and they were talking about the Kevin Durant deal. And with Giannis being on the market now, this kind of changes some things. I'm really anxious to see what Kevin Durant goes for. Because their whole thing was I'll trade you nothing for Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
You need to move on from him. So I wonder what, and he's right.
Bringing our man Jason Jones, who's rocking it. It looks like a Detroit hat. I think it's
Detroit. Yeah.
In solidarity with the people who got robbed on the weekend.
Well,
if that had been the Knicks who got that same call, the nation would be in an uproar. It happens to the Pistons. It was a physical game, no big deal.
I don't know if it would be an uproar for the Knicks. If it had happened to the Lakers, all hell would have broke loose.
Oh, it happened to the Lakers damn near. Well, they didn't get an apology from the official NBA Twitter, referee's Twitter.
Not this time. They did acknowledge they missed the call, though. I think
and like I've said before, I think that's the dumbest thing the NBA does. It's why? What's the point? By the way, it's you say, these teams are crying because they didn't get the call. Here comes the league. Oh, they had a right to cry. We messed up. My bad. See you next game. What does that do?
It doesn't do anything. We talked about it earlier, and my thought is always because to a certain degree, me personally, if a ref gets a call wrong and says, you know what, I messed that one up. I got it wrong. There's a certain level I could respect that. Nobody's perfect. All right, you missed it. You're acknowledging that you missed it. You're not telling me I didn't. I'm imagining what I saw. We're all in agreement. You got it wrong. I can respect that. But the majority of the time, it just angers people when they say that. So they should just stop. Nobody's even caring that you're being transparent or honest. So just stop.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who's associated with Detroit who was like, you know what? Thanks for telling us you messed up. We appreciate it. Because when I saw that one live, I go, hold up, am I tripping? Didn't Josh Hart just run into him?
It was definitely. I was expecting to hear that whistle, and when they didn't, I was like, "Oh, okay."
Because I was just live. It looks like he brushed against his arm on his shot, and I said, "Okay, maybe I'm seeing things." And then you get to where my boys are tripping. JJ put his hands in his pocket and did his best impersonation of old boy.
What I tell you? What did I tell you?
He JJ had that one coming.
I told everybody listening at some point in the 3:00 hour, Jason's gonna take a shot at Darvin Ham. We were talking about coaches earlier and how people get all excited for first-time coaches like Will Hardy, and let's not pretend Kings fans didn't want Darvin Ham here. And now, not a single Tuesday can go by without Jason Jones making a Darvin Ham joke, and you hit it within the first 5 minutes.
Well, because I wanted to throw my TV at JJ Redick on Sunday.
Well,
I'm like, Luka was throwing up his inside less than 48 hours ago. So let's just play him the entire second half. Why not? He don't need a break. LeBron's only 40. But oh well, it is what it is.
Fourth quarter ate them up, man.
The fourth quarter is eating them up in every game. I mean, they've been outscored by like 30 or something in the fourth. I mean, you could, yeah. So let's see I'll see what they do tomorrow if they shame themselves, or But yeah, took a gamble. You blew it, Meanwhile, I gotta hear Warrior fans talk like they've got the 96 Bulls now.
Yeah, we haven't talked enough about that one. Warriors up 3-1.
Right
We
there.
ain't talked enough about that one.
What is up with the Rockets calling a play that says, "Hey, let's just go right at Draymond Green one-on-one"? I'm like that was you called a time. I mean, I like Ime, but you called a timeout to go with that. I mean, you don't try to at least screen and get Draymond off of Sengun. You don't try. I'm just like, okay, that was the play. But I also think, they've had trouble scoring all year when they struggle. And their offense is just so hard to watch sometimes. Like Jalen Green had his one game, and then now he's gone back to, I don't know what he's doing. So yeah, it's been a very interesting postseason so far. I mean, Tyler Hero talked mess, and then they got beat by combined 90 the last two games.
Yikes.
I mean,
put a little bit of that on Ime though, just a little bit. I mean, Jalen Green, you're still responsible for your production and what you do, but I mean, your coach has shown no confidence in you at all. You're a young guy, first playoffs, and it feels like the second you do something wrong, you're sitting. Like he was 3 of 8, I think, yesterday. He only played 25 minutes, and I'm looking at this situation. Not that Jalen Green is like this, unbelievable ball player, but he is talented. And if I'm Ime, I'm like, we can't win if Jalen isn't producing. So what does it make sense for me to just not play him and bury him on the bench?
Especially in a situation where your offense is your weak point. And you need as many, because I mean, late in that game, I'm saying, okay, I like Eason as a player, for his role, but he's not going to create any offense for you. I mean, Dillon Brooks is not going to create offense. They're going to dare Dillon Brooks to shoot. And if we lose because Dillon Brooks hit a 3, we lose. They've actually got to respect Jalen Green's offense, even if it is streaky. So yeah, you've seen some very creative, interesting things, I think, across the board. I feel bad for Dame. To go down like that. Yeah, it's everyone's now saying that Miami is proof why you should get rid of the play-in, because what were they doing in the playoffs in the first place?
That was tough. Those last 2 games were tough. They did them at home.
Yeah, they were down by 60 at home. How are you down 70-25?
That's crazy.
I mean, what the hell? I mean, why?
That was the worst performance ever.
So bad.
70-25. I mean, when you make the optimistic Ernie Johnson tap out, that is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, Ernie just be nice to everybody, and he's like, "This is awful."
Anything bad about anyone? Ernie was like, "Yeah, get this off the screen, please."
Speaking of, did you see the clip of Shavano on the bench? I think he's next to Steph, and Jimmy's right there, and they're sitting down clearly on a timeout, and it's quiet, and then Buddy goes, "My bad, and Jimmy gets up and looks back like,
like I said, they did it again last night, bro. If I'm Buddy Hield, I'm like, hey, bro, none of this is funny, bro. Stop making a joke out of me, bro.
Disgust Jimmy Butler.
I mean, thanks to everyone except Buddy Hield. It is just funny seeing what people in Sacramento saw for years on this stage.
Yeah.
is like, buddy, stop dribbling. It's like
crazy.
When he got his pocket picked by Steven Adams the other day on the perimeter, I was like, come on, buddy. You can't dribble past a center.
They had Steve Kerr. You see him after the game when they had the video in the locker room, and he's like, well, I'm gonna start this off by saying a sentence that's never been said in the history of the world. Buddy Hield set the tone on defense. Yay!
Yeah, poor Buddy.
I'm like, hey man,
I feel bad because I'm like, does Buddy know they're like making fun of him with all this? Or is Buddy just like laughing?
Hey, literally, the Warriors are treating Buddy Hield like the village idiot.
They're like, I mean, like in another world, if Jimmy Butler tweets about a teammate, thanks to everyone except Buddy, that teammate goes in there and slaps Jimmy Butler. Like, you don't embarrass me like that. You don't single me out as the one guy who didn't help the win.
Oh, it's getting
Buddy's
worse.
like, yeah, whatever.
Way worse. It's like a ritual at this point.
I mean,
hey, did we clap on Buddy today? No? All right, make sure we get one in during the press game.
I mean, I thought sometimes people in Sacramento were harsh. I thought back in the day Dave Yeager would roll his eyes at Buddy, but I mean, gosh, Jimmy Butler is just relentless on poor Chivano. I mean, I'm just like, and then they got they just have so many just Buddy clips now. Buddy Hield meets Steph Curry, the greatest shooter ever. You might want to give him the ball when he's open.
Shut up.
Buddy's like, probably like if Steph is number one, I'm number two. Like, what's the big deal?
I think Buddy's taken like 2 shots since that video.
Well, the crazy thing is, which they should be showing us some respect, Buddy's played well in those 2 games, in games 3 and 4. He was a big time reason as to why they were able to get those 2 games.
Yeah,
man.
he had some big shots. He has his Buddy moments, but Buddy giveth and Buddy, goes Buddy sometime. But I'm like, is Jimmy just like arrive and be like, I can't stand this dude?
Like he made up his mind on the plane that he didn't like.
It's like he got on the phone and talked to like Davey. Davion didn't play with him, but who would he know?
Tyrese called Jimmy like, you ain't gonna believe this.
He was like, yeah, by the way,
and he sent him the clip of Buddy shooting the half court shot with 7 seconds left. Tyrese and Harrison Barnes chasing down the rebound and putting it back.
Harrison Barnes tweeted him like, get ready, Jimmy. Harrison shoots him a text like, you do get ready for the Buddy Hield experience.
Quite an experience, man. But the Warriors up 3-1 in that series. Hey, but I don't want to. What do you think of your boy, your brother, your bruh is at Sac State? Shaquille O'Neal is the general manager of Sac State athletics.
I don't even know what that means. I mean, I don't know what that means.
It's just a blanket term.
And then when I saw what the description was, I'm like, he never even have to be in Sacramento to do most of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Just like he was an owner.
Yeah. I'm like, you see all these current and former players, they're general managers. I'm like, what are we doing now? I'm like, isn't like Max Crosby the general manager, Eastern Michigan? It's like Steph is the general manager. I'm like, what exactly are these guys doing? Or are they just to be able to say, hey, do you call them and say, hey, Shaq, could you give this recruit a call?
Something like that. Or we talked about like,
Sac State's got a new commit.
Uh-oh.
Mikey Williams. That's official.
Hey, it's on and popping, bro. It's on and popping at the new nest, bro. Hey, Jay, you have to get down here.
Williams.
You're going to have to get down here. It's popping.
I smell an athletic assignment coming next season. Jason, go hang out with Mike Bibby and see what they got going on at Sac State. I think it's cool though. I mean, I can, up there spending that NIL money. Got the quarterback who used to be, where was he last? Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, go out there and do the damn thing. I ain't mad at it. Cal women's basketball got a transfer from South Carolina. I'm like, okay, go ahead, go Bears. Football team can't get right at Cal, but oh well. I don't know nothing lost all its running backs in a day before.
They gotta get. Did they ever give my man full control? Ron Rivera.
They worked out something now. They've worked out something to where the donors, unlike me, who actually give a whole lot of, who have money to give, are like happy. They worked something out. No one has any faith, and they don't have any faith in the athletic department, and I really can't blame them for not having a lot of faith at this point.
Who would be the general manager of Cal? Is that Marshawn? Who should be?
Well, right now it's Ron Rivera.
I mean, but who would be better? Because
I think Marshawn would be more fun.
I think Marshawn is the one. You got to make Marshawn Lynch the general manager of Cal.
Jason Kidd.
No, Marshawn would be the most fun.
No,
Marshawn would be like, imagine, Marshawn speaking to the donors.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, not Aaron Rodgers. No,
how about your boy? Well, that's your boy. You got to claim him.
No.
That's
Aaron
your boy.
He'd get rid of the medical staff, start trying to give him ayahuasca. He'd be like, you sprained your ankle. Here you go. Whole team on a straight psychedelic trip. No, we're good. They'd be like the highest team, and like it wouldn't be the highest ranking, but they'd be the highest ranked team. They'd just be going.
Just high, yeah.
They'd just be high. Like they're not going to have spring football. They're going down to like Peru for the weekend instead. Aaron can do whatever Aaron does. We don't need his conspiracy theories.
And they don't show. They just show up the day before the game. There's no like practice, or they just show up the day before the game and play.
He's like, "Where's your quarterback at?" Oh, he decided to go into like a wellness camp for the week. He's gonna go sit in the dark for 5 days. If we're going to do like people who do not need to be the GM, I think Aaron would be at the top of the list of people who do not need to be the GM.
RFK, the new director of sports medicine at Cal.
That would definitely happen under Aaron Rodgers' watch. Whole teams just inflicted with like curable diseases.
Mm-hmm.
He's up there suspending guys who were vaccinated. It'd be all bad.
Did Jeff Kent go to Cal?
Yeah,
I thought so. Get Jeff Kent in there.
Nah.
Jason Jones could be the general manager over
at Cal. And he is the professor.
Come on, man.
It'd be a pay raise. I'm sure I'd give it a shot.
Well, Shaq's doing it but he's volunteering. I don't know if you saw that. It's on a voluntary basis.
Oh, I can't top that. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna need some, I don't have no NBA money in the bank. I'm gonna need some ends,
That was a wild thing for your boy to throw in the tree. No, this is a voluntary assignment that Shaq is taking on.
All right, so basically he's a booster.
Well, one of the things we thought about too
is that still a term though in the NIL world? Are you still considered a booster?
Maybe so. But like we thought about like if Mikey Williams, for example, like you have Mikey Williams here, and hey man, we're about $500,000 short. Shaq, okay, let me call the general. Let me call the general, see if they can put in $500,000.
Let me call Reebok. Hey, you want to, you guess what, Mike? You got to deal with Reebok now. Money made up. I mean, it's definitely
that's not going to get me here. Sorry,
it's definitely a hell of a weapon to have. Because I mean, that's the whole thing about NIL too. Like Cooper Flagg had to deal with New Balance playing at a Nike school.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when the season's over. Yeah, I mean, there's all types of
different games.
Yeah, the whole different ultimate possibilities now. Somebody said too, it's kind of how dispensaries put the weed man out. Remember, there could be the bag man in college sports. Like you go see the money man, like Johnny Manziel did. Told them you put $3 million in an account, he'll stay another year. That money guy is kind of a different thing now.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have some legit. Like, hey, I'll get you a deal. Get you a car dealership deal. Some of these guys are going to make more money in NIL than they ever will as a pro.
I don't mind the like transfer portal. I was a little like our boy Andre, just like school to school. Like, and I mean, it's great. Mikey Williams is coming to Sac State from UCF, but it's like, what are we doing? Like, what is best for these young men? Is it to catch the quick bag? Is that what we're doing? Or is it really the best opportunity to go to the next level? Like, what is the level of movement with some of these moves is even for someone who defends the process, it is kind of getting to be like a lot. Like, Andre was debating going back to Stanford.
Yeah.
Oh, all
It's
right.
like it's like they're mercenaries
Cool.
now. It's a weird thing. It's like I got a friend of mine who coaches at a mid-major, and he said the problem is now this: you get a guy in there, if he's any good, you can't keep him. But if he's not any good, your team sucks. And so it's like you're developing guys, and if they're any good, they're going to leave. Unless you have that Ohio State money, that Duke money, it's like you think about it with Mikey Williams. If he has a great season, more than likely it's his only season. If he is either you go pro or you've got someone like a North Carolina or one of those big schools or a USC saying, "Hey, we'll give you more money." And it's a why. I can't keep up. Like all I do now is Google names that I see say are committed, and like, okay, where did you come from? Because I can't keep up.
Right.
Like I said, Cal, when the women landed a commit, I didn't realize she played at South Carolina. I'm like, oh wow, we're getting South Carolina players. I'm like, go ahead, Sharman Smith. I'm down with that. Then the football team gets a random guy you've never heard of, and then you realize that some of the guys on the basketball team that you liked are gone, and you didn't like. Oh, he left too. And it puts a school like a Sac State. It puts your lower level D1 schools in a weird bind, because if you got a guy who's really good, you got to spend the whole season trying to fend off other schools now.
Right. And it's one of those things where I've said for a while, like they've got to scale back on what they can do in this transfer portal. Like if you leave, you should have to sit out a year, because you can't. The year-to-year thing, the year-to-year contract stuff, it's just become too crazy. And another mid-major coach, I remember the coach of Grambling said a couple years ago, because he put out what you just laid out there, as far as the mid-majors being a springboard to go to the bigger schools. He's like, look, I'm not saying take anything away from the kids. Like that's not, they're getting paid, they're getting their money, that's cool. But like the NCAA should work on some type of buyout money for me. You know what I mean? If I'm recruiting these kids, building them up, and they're able to springboard to another level, I should get something out of this, because my job is to win games, and I keep having to lose these players because of the system that they implemented. So if they're not going to have the kids sit out a year, there should be something in place for these mid-major coaches.
One of the coach at Howard said, "How do you evaluate me? Because if I got to replace an entire team every year, and it's like you get hurt from, I forget the player's name, but they had found a guy, a young man who wasn't really recruited, he got to Howard, ends up being conference player of the year, and they spend the whole year knowing they're going to lose it. You do all this work, you get, and so I don't know. I really don't know what the solution is. I've heard some coaches suggest maybe they have to sign a 2-year contract or whatever it is. And if you leave, whether it be to go pro or you leave for another school, you forfeit X amount, maybe you have to have a buyout or something, and that's one of the complaints I'm seeing now. You read online is that some people feel like, hey, the quarterback who was going to UCLA, well, they said his brother went to Arkansas or somewhere and got paid, and then he bounced, and like, where's our money? Like, well, peace. Maybe it wasn't him, but I heard that story where guys will get paid and like, I'm still leaving. I'm not giving the money back. So the system is just, but I also say the NCAA did this to themselves. They had decades to compensate these athletes, and they refused. And so part of me says, oh well, what? So what if your system is all jacked up? But
that's why, like right now in these first handful of years of this NIL transfer portal, kind of almost like the player empowerment era of college basketball. That's why if you're the NCAA, that's why if you're all these old school coaches or even new school, you just have to take it.
Yeah,
it's going to take a while to get all of this ironed out and figured out and regulated. And how does this work best for the schools and the athletes and the agents and the advertisers and everybody involved? It's going to take time to collectively bargain, so to speak, all of that stuff. Right now, take it on the chin and shut the F up.
Yeah, are you
It's like,
pulling Nick
just say you
Saban?
started all this.
Are you pulling Tony Bennett and you just get out the game? Just
Yep.
say, I don't want to do it. You know?
Yep.
And some of these dudes, they're like, I'm not doing this. I'm not kissing up to these kids. And so, you know, because
There's a reason Coach K retired. It wasn't that he was tired of basketball. Like it was
Jay Wright too.
Yeah, all of
yeah,
it.
it's like it's different when you ain't the only one with money.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
different when everybody can
absolutely.
get paid. You know, you can't hoard everyone. Like you can't keep, you know, that third string running back who's a 5-star on your team because he's still getting paid under the table until it's his time to play. That guy's like, I'm out of here. I'm not playing right away. Bye. Because there's another coach somewhere else who's talking to him, or someone's talking to him and saying, hey, or talking to the guy's agent saying, hey, come over here. We got you. You get a nice little bump in pay and you will start. And
Look,
like,
Shaquille O'Neal's here.
yeah. Or you look at like UCLA, Foster to go in there and tell the quarterbacks, oh, by the way, yeah, Nico's on the way, guys, just so you know. Like, I know we just were going through spring football up in, by the way, Nico's on the way. So some of y'all got to kick. Somebody might be kicking rocks, you know, and I understand.
So the quarterback said, I want to trade.
Yeah.
They traded.
I'm out.
Trade to Tennessee.
Yeah, it's wild. You know, there's just, you know, but like I said, NCAA did this to itself. Like you look at Cam Ward, his college journey, it's like boom, 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 now first overall pick. You know, so it was just funny watching the draft too. They're showing highlights of guys. They got 2 and 3 different schools. Like,
yeah, that's crazy.
It was like, I'm like, why are they showing San Diego State? Oh, I didn't know the guy from Ohio State started at San Diego State. I didn't realize that. They're like, and then like one of the guys from UCLA got drafted. I forgot he started at Cal. I'm like, yeah, this is, you know,
my boy Femi.
Yeah,
boy.
Yeah. I forgot.
Man, salute to him.
I was like, you know, but it's like you can't even, you know, people want to get angry at the players. I'm like, I can't have all this venom toward them. You know, people are like, well, I can't believe he did this. I'm like, I can't. Got paid. I'm not mad at him. Do what's best for you, you know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So yeah, it was just weird though. They're showing highlights like here's his tape over here, and you know, then he went here, and then he went here. Like the quarterback the Saints drafted. It's like you've been. I mean, how were you in the same high school class as Trevor Lawrence?
He's like 26.
You just got drafted last weekend. They're like, what? They're like, he was teammates with the tight end at Oregon 6 years ago. Like, man, like I said, the NCAA earned this stuff though. So I will shed few tears over their complaints about ratings. The only one that's not, I think. Maybe women's basketball isn't as bad, but it's getting there. People are leaving Don Staley.
Yeah, it's picking up.
Yeah, they're leaving Don Staley. So it's like if they're no one's immune.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go. No, I was just going to tell Jason. KC said Luka Doncic can't win a title. Do you?
That's not. See, it's Cleveland all over again. That's not what I said.
I know he doesn't believe that because we're both Laker fans. So I don't know. I know he didn't say
We
that.
are.
No.
The hell we are.
I know he didn't say that.
Wolves up.
I whatever that means. I don't think the Laker team is constructed to win a title. They don't. I think you need to have some rim protection, and they don't.
Can Luka Doncic be the best player on an NBA championship team?
I think with the right team, yeah.
I'm with you.
I think he can be. I
believe Casey said he was ass. I believe those were his.
Wow.
Ass.
Wow.
I'll say that. It's deep.
I mean, yeah. There's times defensive. I'm like going, what the hell? You know, I think because he doesn't have to be, you know, he doesn't have to be a great defender. It's just like, just don't be a cone. And but I think like on Sunday, they all became cones in the fourth quarter because they were gassed. I mean, you know, but yeah. I think it's possible.
Well, you say that though, like don't be a cone. Like he's been a cone his entire career. Why would that change now? And
he's shown that he cannot be a cone. He's shown to me defensively, his model has to be who the guy I've compared him to the most. He's got to be James Harden. He's got to use his strength, and maybe that means maybe like a series like this. maybe you got to put him, if you're just going to try something, hell, I'd put him on Gobert. They don't want to give Gobert the freaking ball. Gobert be 2 feet from the basket with his hands up. Ant and Julius like, I'm going to shoot a 3. I'm not giving you the ball. Then you got to be creative. But I remember what Mike D'Antoni did with James Harden. He basically put James on power forwards. Because even though James is strong, if anything. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times, if you're going to completely disrupt your offense, let's completely go with James Harden, with a guy who you normally don't go through, you live with that. So I think there's ways to do it. But I think, but I mean, there's times where I'm like, oh my God, I see what Nico was thinking, but then I laugh because Nico was still wrong. But hey,
I wouldn't have traded him. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, like I said, I said I hear what he's saying. But yeah, I'm like, I hear you, Nico. But the more you talk about it, Nico, I don't know if you're trying to be funny, but saying things like I didn't know he was that popular doesn't help.
Yeah, all right. Now you're just.
I'm like, yeah. Like someone said, those weren't Tyron Smith jerseys in the stands.
Goodbye, Nico. I'll ask you another question about that, though. I'll give you $100. You can put it on Luka winning the championship first, or Anthony Edwards. Who you put it on?
I put it on Anthony. He's got a more complete team. This was not the matchup I wanted for the Lakers. I liked it when Memphis was at 6. This was not the matchup I wanted. This is not, especially if they have Julius. No, this is not the matchup I wanted. But I think they have a more complete team. So I mean, if I had to put money on it, I would put the money on Anthony right now because his team is more complete.
All right. I didn't hate this matchup. Oh, well, I don't like Minnesota. So,
but I also know Minnesota. What were they up last year? And then, they ended up in a game. Yeah, they were up 2-0 and they lost 3 in a row.
3, yeah.
Yeah, they won the first one. Then they won the first 2 at Denver. Then they were down 20 in game 7 and somehow won. So, I say, hey, Lakers, try to get one. If you get one, you get one on Wednesday. Take your chances back in Minnesota. And if you somehow get back to game 7, I'll take Luka and LeBron in the game 7 at home. But we got a ways to go to get there.
Yeah, no, just give up. Just give up. Roll over.
No. You're not going to talk about the Lakers how you talked about the Kings the last month of the season.
I've looked up at the TV twice, and on each separate occasion, someone was screaming as an official. They're going to
a lot of that. There's
the
been
first
a lot
time
of entire playoffs.
It was Giannis. The second time it was TJ McConnell, for God's sakes.
I think we can all agree objectively the officiating has been ass in the playoffs.
It's been bad.
This is collectively, there's been some pretty bad damn officiating this postseason.
These guys are awful. They've been bad the last handful of years.
And my thing is, though, what's the point of announcing their blown call and then what happens? Okay, you messed up. And I'm still trying to figure out where the Hawkeye camera came from. I'm like, y'all pulled some new camera out all of a sudden. I'm like, the Hawkeye camera.
Good, it got that cheating LeBron. It got him.
Oh,
good,
man, stop it, man. You were texting me angry. Like, how could they do this to us? I was like, KC, we're not on the team. We're just fans. And you're like, They did us wrong. I'm like, no, enjoy your Sunday with the family. It's gonna be all right.
We gotta go. But did you see him glowing about Dodger Stadium last week?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. They tagged me on that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a very nice stadium. I'm not a hater.
Okay, whatever. You're a fan. You're a fan. You a fan. You a fan.
Oh, the Giants of the first place, San Francisco Giants.
You a fan. You a fan. You a fan.
I just saw we coming up on the year anniversary of all that stuff.
Man.
Yeah. Today was the anniversary of academics saying 16 days with no response.
Oh man.
That was a time.
Yeah, it was something.
Let's get academics out of here. How about that?
Are you going to Dot in San Francisco? You're going to see Kendrick somewhere. Where?
I don't know yet because we had to do some weird children thing, so I'm kind of tied up with being a father, but I may figure out how to leave them at home.
No, okay.
Anyway. I mean they're old enough, I'll be like, hey,
you don't have to make everything on the radio. We could have.
I wouldn't be leaving infants at home.
I mean, to be clear, your kids are like 6, 7. They'll be fine.
Yeah,
Like,
they're the size of, and they eat like grown men. They'll be okay. But my youngest one, Kendrick, would be mad if I go see Kendrick and he's here, and they're like,
fair enough.
He'd be like, "How you gonna name me after the man? I can't go to the concert."
Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. Jay, we appreciate you as always, my friend. Thank you.
Y'all take it easy. See you next week.
Yes, indeed. Jay got a great story about Rick Mahorn right now over on The Athletic too. Go check that out. Rick Mahorn, of course,
the original,
the famous Sparks shock brawl that took place. I don't even remember what year that was. I just remember Lisa Leslie. I'm a mom. I'm not out here fighting. Meanwhile, I forgot. I think it was Ivory Latta. No, it wasn't Ivory Latta. It was. I think maybe it was Shannon Bobbitt from Tennessee. Ran up behind Rick Mahorn and hit her with the and like ran away. Oh, it's hilarious. Go back and watch the video right now. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. They suspended Rick Mahorn for that too. Like that man didn't do anything except get punched. That man didn't do anything.
Suspended for trying to be a
he got suspended for getting punched by a 5'4" point guard. All right, man. We're done for today. We appreciate you so much for tapping in. We will be back tomorrow. More talk on the Sacramento Kings and their new head coach. We'll talk some draft too as well. 49ers, Raiders, all of that good stuff. We appreciate you so much for being with us. You can head over to 102.5 if you want to join us there. If not, we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes. I got this Yankees-Orioles game on. 13 pitches in. 4-0 Yankees. 4 home runs.
Oh, my gosh.
4 solo shots. It's like the second time they've done that this year. Sorry, O's. Let's say he stepped out of bounds.
All right, y'all. We are gonna flip the board over. We will see you guys tomorrow. Well, that's a good question, Casey Tucker. Will we? I don't know. We'll see what happens.